Guys, what's going on? Is the internet down? That's what I've heard. I've heard the internet's down. What? Wait, what's going on here? Why would... Oh no, this isn't a Cloudflare service, is it? That's not even how that works. There you go. Hey. Okay. Well, I'm guessing a lot of you guys are incapable of working right now, right? Because of Cloudflare getting absolutely shagged. What are we going to do? We can't go on Twitter. We can't go on Al-Qassam PS. We can't go on... Where else can we go? We can't play chess. Unbelievable. We've achieved net zero. Looks like it. This is worse than genocide. I suppose it is. That's very true. We'll see what we can do, though. Half of Times of Israel is still working. Well, you know, they can't be the only source. That would be biased. That would be limited perspective. Let's see. Oh, there's an Epstein Files press conference. Oh shit, I just can't make myself care that much about it. I mean, it's good watching MAGA get fucked, but every time an Epstein story comes up, there's something more interesting going on. Or something that I'm more interested in. Unfortunately. Well, we'll see. How's everyone doing anyway? I'm good, thanks for asking. Hey. What is this? Are they still building this fucking building? What the? Okay. I guess that's a Cloudflare service if I ever saw one. Yeah, what's happening here? Are they still building this fucking cathedral in Spain? I think it's been like 200 years now. I remember I went to Barcelona when I was like 8 years old, maybe a bit older. And yeah, it still had scaffolding on it then. And I was just thinking, surely with this technology, they'll be done any minute now. Why are you taking this long to build a building, mate?
Late last month, Barcelona's Sagrada Familia became the world's tallest church after workers raised a portion of the central tower into place. When it's finished, the basilica will soar to 564 feet. Well, it's taken a while to reach this height. Construction started on the Sagrada Familia back in 1882. It is the best-known work of architect Antoni Gaudi, attracting millions of visitors every year. But as Heliot reports, a town outside of Barcelona...
Is that almost 150 years? That's crazy.
...is where Gaudi first experimented with his stunning designs.
With sweeping rooftops and swirling facades, Spain's most famous architect, Antoni Gaudi, transformed his native city of Barcelona.
In 1905, Gaudi started his last residential building, the Casa Milà.
Taking inspiration from nature, the deeply religious Gaudi believed was to collaborate with God.
Here he turned to the rocks of the Spanish coast.
Nice town, Barcelona. It was obviously many years apart, so maybe my perspective is shagged, but I do remember thinking Madrid was a lot nicer than Barcelona. But I was only a kid in Barcelona, so who knows?
And to the forms of the sea.
And his ultimate collaboration was the towering Sagrada Familia Cathedral that dominates Barcelona's skyline.
Bro, what did it look like 20 years ago? I feel like it looks exactly the same. Maybe this little bit here wasn't there? Where are they? I remember there was a massive queue for going inside it. We didn't go in. I think you literally had to queue for like 2 hours to get inside this building. I didn't actually realize how amazing it looks on the inside though until later. But dude, the fuck?
Was the towering Sagrada Familia Cathedral that dominates Barcelona's skyline, on which Gaudi worked the majority of his life. Long after his death, for nearly 100 years, construction has continued. With generations of
hi-ho.
architects using cutting-edge technologies to execute Gaudi's grandest designs. Modeled on the
Dude, what if it falls apart? What if it just...
natural world, like a forest of columns. But the seeds of Gaudi's vision were planted somewhere less grand. A half-built church outside the city.
The idea that the building should be introduced in nature. The form can be thought like a butterfly, but also like the pieces of a pine
cone.
Pine cone, yeah.
In a small industrial town called Colonia Güell.
So this was where he tested the techniques and the designs that he would later use in Sagrada Familia.
Yes, this was in fact his laboratory.
A laboratory, says Carlos Canals, the president of the Gaudi World Foundation, where Gaudi experimented with cutting-edge architectural ideas and theories that his contemporaries didn't understand and didn't trust, like a new kind of column.
There's a very funny story that one of these columns should be done, and the workers said that they don't want to do it because it would fall down. Then Gaudi came at night with two workers, made it.
Sudan has a right to defend itself. Against who? What? Sudan's fighting itself, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
By himself, and within the morning, the rest of the workers arrived. The arch was done.
So he said, I'll show you, it's going to work?
I will show that this works. We continue working, it's okay.
One person did seem to understand Gaudi. Businessman Eusebe Güell, who became his patron and changed his life. Güell commissioned Gaudi to build the extraordinary Palau Güell and Park Güell in Barcelona. And when he opened a textile factory here at Colonia Güell, he asked Gaudi to build the workers a chapel, setting neither a budget nor a deadline. Gaudi spent a decade here, studying nature to develop visionary new techniques.
This is the model.
The ones doing the massacres, they have a right to defend themselves. They're like, what are you talking about? Okay. They're like breakaways from the Sudanese government. Okay.
Created with gravity.
So this is an upside down model.
Fucked up,
yes,
bro.
It's the upside model, and you can
Rage
see
bait.
it in the blaster model there, how it should be.
So basically these chains are hanging down, and Gaudi thought if something hangs upside down, then it will be able to hold itself up right side up.
That's the great discovery of Gaudi and the way of working. That's why he needed 10 years to make this, and then apply it in Sagrada Familia. This should be the church.
When Güell died, funding for his chapel ran out.
So that was the crypt.
Yeah,
this is where people would actually come.
Yeah.
Okay, so they were
Gaudi never got to finish it.
But there was no money, and everything stopped.
But he'd already developed a new way of working. And with the Sagrada Familia, he had a chance to make real the grandest designs inside his head. Whatever he hadn't actually figured out how to build yet, he believed someone eventually would.
So he designed for a time when they'd be able to solve some of the problems that they couldn't solve when he was alive.
He made the design as he wanted, and said that for sure that somebody will find a way to make it, even if I'm not here.
This faith in the future meant that now, after nearly a century and a half, Gaudi's final work in progress is almost done. But Canal said that doesn't mean the architect is finished. Gaudi left designs for other structures around the world, like this cactus-shaped cultural space in New York, which Canal says is ready to be built.
Wow.
You think it's
Give us 150 years,
possible?
bub. No time.
The plans are there.
Technically, the construction is possible.
So all that's required is somebody to...
Money.
Trump.
Money and time.
Money came and went during Gaudi's life, but time for the architect inspired by nature to build some of the most original structures in the world was always part of the plan. For CBS Saturday Morning, Haley Odd, Barcelona.
What a feat.
Yeah, and the construction is one thing, the idea is one thing. The benefactor is sometimes the key to it all once you figure it out. The bill.
Is that what happens? Is it just that there's no budget, so they just have to get funding, and then if it runs out, they just stop for ages? What the fuck? Where are they? What's the gimmick? I skied down Mount Everest. Don't care. It's billions. Really? Is it billion? That's crazy. Never would have thought it billions, man. Billions. Oh my god, you will not believe what Chase is saying about how you won't believe what Vosh is saying. That's crazy. Okay, mixed comment section. Okay. 14 minutes 56. That's quite long. Okay, why not? Let's get warmed up.
I want to take a look at that Oxford Union thing. Israel a greater threat to regional stability?
Oh, this was the ladies with the blood on their hands. I think Ulmer was supposed to go there.
In Iran, Oxford Union debate team votes. This is obviously true, you know? You would need to be a State Department asset to disagree. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Voted overwhelmingly. 265 to 113. Pretty good, pretty good. Was this the debate? Yeah, it's the Oxford Debate Union. They're massive nerds, you know. They love to. We still
never mind what Iran does with regards to Syria, what they've done to Lebanon, what they've done to Iraq, what they've done to Yemen with their influence. None of whom have actually tried to destroy Iran. Maybe Iraq, I guess. Saddam Hussein did take a pop, but that was some time ago. That was in the 80s. So, and Saddam's gone now. So, I feel like that excuse is kind of worn out its welcome.
Have no answer to what we're going to do about Israel. Like, letting alone the genocide, that's one thing. But there's still a deranged rogue state with nuclear weapons that threatens to use them at a, you know, the drop of a needle. Absolutely psychotic. They're expansionists. They're still
What is a rogue state? Is a rogue state really okay? The drop of a needle. Yeah, but people have been saying this about Israel since they've had nuclear weapons, which is since the 60s. They're always like this close to dropping their nukes. They don't even like threaten because they're obviously strategically ambiguous about their nukes, but okay. Ironically, Iran is the one that fucks around with enriched uranium way beyond any level that you would need for civilian use, and then yaps away about fucking testing their ballistic missiles so they can reach Israel, and has a countdown timer to the destruction of Israel. Okay.
They're still expanding. You know that, right? Like, they've still been making moves. Recently, they've been making moves into both Syria and Lebanon. They're still
expanding in Lebanon. Is this we're talking about the hilltops? They're still expanding, even though they were further into Lebanon last year than they are now. They moved back since last year to the five hilltops at the border. They're still expanding. What do you mean they're still expanding? They've literally whatever. And they only went in after fucking Hezbollah started firing a bunch of rockets at them. The fuck?
Encroaching on other sovereign nations' territory. Absolutely psychotic. Nah, North Korea's way the fuck more stable, Masaigu. North Korea doesn't have the backing of the world's greatest superpower, and also has far fewer weapons, and also isn't expansionist. Well, maybe they want to be, but they're not getting past the DMZ, and they're...
They want to be. That's a really interesting... Oh, it's almost as if states tend to act based on what they're capable of doing, and also that their behavior is, in large part, contingent on the behavior of people surrounding them. Who surrounds Israel again? Oh yeah, a bunch of people who want to destroy them. That's like... Okay. Fuck me, man.
Certainly not expanding into China.
It's like the slowest expansionist project I've ever seen in my life. And like, you can talk about the settlements and how fucking nonsense that, like, and how horrible that is. But at the end of the day, it's like this, as far as expansionist regimes go, this is definitely on the lower end of behavior, especially when you consider what makes them go into places like Lebanon. It's not like they just kind of feel like grabbing a piece of it randomly.
God, can you imagine living next to those fucking freaks? I mean, they constantly fire ballistic missiles over Japan. Yeah, but Israel fires ballistic missiles into other countries. Sorry, when at the psychopath off, okay, Israel's taking top, you know, getting the gold medal. Worst country out there.
I want to see if Vosh can like draw a timeline of the conflicts between between Israel and these other countries. You can make a good case for what they're doing in Syria being unacceptable. For Lebanon, especially when he describes Lebanon as like they're encroaching on sovereign territory. What parts of Lebanon does Israel attack? They attack the south, they attack the Bekaa, and they attack Dahia. What are all three of these? All three of these areas are barely sovereign. Like the whole issue with them is that they don't have appropriate levels of sovereignty. There's literally a different army separate from the state army in these areas. The current regime right now, the current president's entire thing is about reclaiming sovereignty for Lebanon in these areas. That's like their number one goal with regards to sovereignty. It's to reclaim it.
I'm still ranking it above or perhaps below, depending on how you want to put it. Russia. No, all oppression Olympics it, man. Russia is fucking horrible and insane and evil and so on and so on, but I can still get a kind of like real politics sense from what they're doing. I genuinely believe that Israel is run by death cultists. Like, Russia is run by oligarchs who are cynically looking to expand their power and influence by exercising dominion over their, you know, former Warsaw Pact, Soviet bloc countries. I really, truly think that Israel is just demonic. Like, because there's so much real politics shit that they've left on the table, right? Israel's basically given up on negotiating with the United States over political power. You know, Israel's not trying to make a case for its legitimacy. It's just taken it for granted and is working with, I mean, it's almost like they're a bunch of religious fundamentalist ethno-nationalists who are acting as though they have the blessing of the world's greatest superpower, you know?
Religious fundamentalists.
It's almost like you've taken the craziest people on earth and then given them all of the power and all the moral and political license in the world. Not to mention, Russia's a lot larger than Israel. So if we're going by evil per capita or perhaps per square mile, yeah, no, it's no contest.
Damn, we're going worse than Russia. What the fuck?
It's a good question.
Damn. That's an evolution.
Yeah, if you go by per square mile, Russia's not even that bad.
Is that because most of Russia's empty? It's because most of Russia is not populated? What are we... okay.
To be honest with you. There's huge chunks of Russia, like acreages, you know, where nothing evil's going on because no one lives there. Russia has a rich...
I mean, that's technically true, but then if you were making arguments for evil per square per square mile, that would just be like any small country that has like right-wingers in it. Okay.
Culture and history too. That's true, and Israel doesn't, yeah. Israel seeking...
Did someone clip this? What happened there? Or is that just him switching? Okay.
20-year America First security agreement with the U.S. That's capitulation if ever I've seen it. Israel said they're trying to navigate GOP foreign aid skepticism by emphasizing U.S.-Israeli cooperation. It's not going to work. You know how much Israel has done for America over the course of its existence as a state? Let's be real here. Nothing. All they've done is take. Nothing. They've done lots for American investors, military-industrial complex, whatever, but their actual like people in leadership display nothing but open contempt for our country for not being even more pro them, you know? That's what happens when you create a demon country. You know, you're not going to get like good, gracious behavior from them. So, yeah, no, they test our weapons on Palestinian children. How nice of them.
Oh, shit.
I'm late. What did Israel do this time? Exist, mostly. They have served as a distraction from the files. Buddy, Israel's got to be like 30% of the files, okay? Epstein had plenty of connections. What was the Israeli PM that was like...
What's the consensus now? I haven't even followed it. Who's Bubba? Is Bubba Bill Clinton or Bibi or a horse? That's all I've heard. I've heard these 3 theories floated. Which one is Bubba?
Sneaking into his house during COVID or whatever. Barack, not Barack Obama. That's not his Israeli PM. Something Barack. There, yeah, Barack. That's why I was saying Barack. Yeah. Thank you. Ehud
Barak. Ehud Barak really did lose the aura competition to Arafat in every possible way. Even at the time, he did just look like a kind of fat dork with Arafat in his fucking general's outfit, suing for peace. And now we hear that Barak might have possibly ostensibly been involved with abusing, what's her face, Virginia Giuffre. Not good in the aura. Not good in the aura combat, the aura war there. Arafat did a lot of bad shit. Like, Arafat basically sanctioned the infiltration and murder of civilians for decades, but somehow that just doesn't land in the same way as Barack potentially fucking with one of Epstein's victims. Oh, God.
Barack Obama. Thank you.
Ehud Barack Obama. Nice.
Israel is pedo heaven. Yes.
Whoa.
Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, this schism is happening on the right. I'm really worried by the fact that it's not really happening on the left. Like, Mamdani has taken a principled position, but even his principle... Listen, okay? The morally correct thing to do whenever somebody says Israel is to spit on the ground, all right? Whoa. Demon country, Hitler country, you know? Hitlerites. Mamdani broke trends by being willing to say he supports the existence of Israel as an equal state, right? Like, that's as far as we go, okay? There's no big schism on the left. People like AOC, Bernie Sanders, largely quiet. Like, people should be screaming from the rooftops, man. How the fuck is it that the Democrats supposedly stand for progressive values? Again, I know they don't, but like supposedly, right? And then they continue to fall to their knees to worship and defend Israel. Democratic leadership, tons and tons of regular rank and file Democrats in the House and in the Senate are both financially compromised, and if asked about it, they will give you...
How is this not against TOS? What, the First Amendment, baby? What are you talking about? You're allowed to be unhinged on the internet. What the fuck?
The most unconvincing lie.
It feels like he's reading dictated stuff. No, that's just how Vosh talks. He just talks like that. It's his radio voice. But yeah, the way he does talk about the Middle East is it seems like he's kind of just got a post-it note in front of him. He's got like his little sheet, and it just has some bullet points that say genocide, apartheid, Hitler, expansionist, deranged, pedo, aggression, and then he just kind of like riffs off of those. And you know, that's how and if we're going to fill in any gaps, we'll just kind of use those to kind of infer what goes on outside of that. It's not his sheet, it's a Qatari sheet. You're so fucking naive. This is not Qatari, okay? This is Western leftist sheet. They do it by themselves. Qatar cannot play Inception with American leftists. They can piggyback off what's already there, but they don't invent this shit. This is This is your college-educated white middle-class leftists. That's their baby.
As you've ever heard. Remember Gavin Newsom? Remember when somebody brought up AIPAC to him during one of his podcast appearances? And he was like, AIPAC, I haven't heard that name in years. I just know it's crazy you'd bring AIPAC up because I just never hear about it. That's so fascinating you'd bring him up because I've never even heard of these guys. It was like a clip of David Pakman pretending he doesn't know how AIPAC is fucking pronounced, you know?
AIPAC.
I mean, Pritzker openly gave support for an arms embargo on Israel. Yeah, but that's not enough. You need to hate Israel. It's not enough. This tepid, milquetoast, liberal, hand-wringing, you know, pearl-clutching, oh, yeah, no, I'm concerned by Israel's behavior and I support blank or Y against them or whatever else. No, come on, man. Wow. Evil fucking country. And and the people who don't like Israel don't just disagree with Israel's policies, okay? Like there's no middle road here.
You have to hate them. God.
Ah, you get me.
What is the political ambition here? Like, what are we trying to do? What's the goal? This is also why there is absolutely no fucking point in Democrats kowtowing to this crowd. There's no point in them doing it. You can look at polls, because right now there will be polls that will say a larger number of Democrats believe in stopping arms sales to Israel. You understand that there is no point in the party following that for a couple of reasons. One, because polls can change over time based on how intense the conflict is, and they can also fluctuate in ways that a state can't really adequately respond to, or it can also be the case that people support something but then they're asked a few elaborative questions about it and it turns out they actually don't. You get this with questions about Medicare for all and shit like that. But also because if they do that, then that won't be enough, because Israel will still do their thing. They're not going to give up their defenses. They're not going to allow themselves to be surrounded by growing and building up threats again. They're not going to go back to the pre-October 7th consensus, which is we just kind of let them do what they want because, you know, it's all just performative, and really they just want to govern and deal with their own problems for the most part and just throw pot shots at us. We can deal with that. You're not going to go back to that consensus ever. So then people will they'll demand more. They'll demand active attacks against Israel, not just cutting off arms sales, but also boycotts or sanctions or fucking like a U.S. invasion. Like they're because boycotts and sanctions won't work either. You're not gonna force Israel into conceding things that puts their people in danger. They're just not going to do that.
You get me. Yeah, I can't fucking believe this clip, man. It's insane.
Interesting. You're like the first to bring up AIPAC.
Also, not to mention that it's not going to win elections. It's not going to win elections. I think 4% of people in the last election said that foreign policy was their biggest concern. 4%. It was so far down. It was like number 10 on the list.
In years, which is interesting.
I will not vote for a candidate that takes $1 from AIPAC.
It's interesting.
Wow.
It's interesting. I haven't thought about AIPAC. And it's interesting. You're like the first to bring up AIPAC. In Europe.
The biggest tell they're cucked or not is when a Democrat says the Netanyahu regime or government instead of the country broadly. Yeah. When Democrats are like, I disagree with the policies of Netanyahu's government, as though the guy who's going to come next won't be just as bad or worse.
Which is interesting.
Why
did I say that? Not relevant to my day-to-day life.
Okay.
Which is just interesting.
Listen.
It's interesting you say that. JPAC perhaps more, but AIPAC less and less.
Okay. Fair enough.
Which is just interesting.
What's interesting about it?
That it's just interesting as you bring up AIPAC that it hasn't been.
Yeah, because there are so many lobby groups of similar sizes over the decades, and it just doesn't make any sense why you would go to this particular
part of.
Kind of interesting.
I'm just reflecting quite openly and honestly.
This one video clip.
What is JPAC? I don't even know. Is that actually JewPAC, or is there something different there? Jewish Public Affairs Committee of California? Is that what that is? Okay. Apparently there are a few JPACs. Huh. JewPAC.
Probably created 10,000 groypers. I'm borderline. I'm not come on, man. It's like JQ hyperfuel. It's JQ antimatter being thrown into the fucking fuel chamber. Are you kidding me? The way he clams up. Holy shit, man.
Hasn't been part of the
Why
day-to-day.
does everyone have so much smoke for Israel, but never have a tenth of the energy for how they treat the Russians? The military-industrial complex doesn't exist. If it did, Ukraine will have no issues with ammunition.
Whoa! Thanks for that 1999. I appreciate that. Well, isn't there one of the problems now that there's a big shortage of fucking of precision weapons like JDAMs or shit like that? Yeah, that's a big problem now. Okay.
The only reason why I ask is because with that,
it's because Ukraine is a political issue, whereas for most people, Israel-Palestine is not a political issue. It's an aesthetic, social media driven, moral self-aggrandizement issue. It's not really anything to do with policy, which is why no amount of policy will satisfy these people. which is why you get these situations that you, even for people who hate Russia, you still don't really get these analogous situations. Like, imagine if like me and Ukrainian Anna had a falling out over whether or not I think Putin's campaign in Ukraine is a genocide. Like, what if I said, no, I don't think it is. I think it's more of a land grab. He wants the land, you know? Is she going to give a fuck? Like, probably not. Maybe it'll annoy her slightly, but it's not going to like cause some massive rift or some purity test, or like people are going to go up to Ukrainians and be like, can you believe this guy who claims to support arming Ukraine and helping them push back against Russia and doesn't think they should give an inch even on Crimea? Like, what, but he doesn't think it's a genocide? Red flag. Like, it doesn't make any fucking difference at all. Because it doesn't really affect policy. It doesn't affect policy in the slightest.
Real? Or is Israel not real? That is the question. Also, the horses keep neighing in the barn, especially after this fella walked by talking about ameliorations or whatever nonsense. Problem?
Wow, thanks for $10. Crazy.
What I'm talking about is lobbying in and of itself.
Yeah.
Because that isn't a genocide wouldn't be an issue. Excuse me, if you're convinced by shit like Amalek or Gallant talking about, or was it not Gallant, it was it Herzog talking about people with rockets in their kitchens? If you're convinced by that shit, just read anything that Russian state media or people like Putin have to say about Ukrainians, or him kidnapping kids, or the fucking massacres in Bucha and Izium. I'm sorry, if you're convinced by Gaza being a genocide, then why the fuck would Russia's actions in Ukraine not be? What the fuck? Jesus.
I don't know. It's not just AIPAC.
What is it they're doing in Mariupol right now after killing God knows how many people, because we can only guess by looking at mass graves? They've been like Russifying the entire city. They're putting up like Russian monuments and replacing Ukrainian ones and changing the names of the streets and advertising it to Russian settlers and shit like that. What the fuck?
Either, right? J Street as well. Yeah. Anyone else got the... Oh, please give me the Cory Booker clip. Please, please, please give me the Cory Booker clip.
I don't know anything about Cory Booker. Let's learn about him right now.
If somebody can find that. I don't even know how I would look for that, you know? This gaffe is bad enough to potentially disqualify him. Oh, I'm genuinely, if Gavin Newsom ends up being the presidential candidate in 2028, I'm not doing any advocacy for his election. Unless something changes. Well, it's 3 years out, so I shouldn't make any predictions, I suppose. But like right now, I just don't see myself supporting him. That would be such a massive fuck you from the Democrats. Nothing will ever change. This is all you can get forever. We will keep losing as many times as we need to before you're willing to swallow the dog shit and just like accept that this is the best things can get. It's either insane, like hyper populist, corporatist, you know, borderline feudal fascism, or this dog shit believe in nothing neoliberalism, and there's no third way. There's no other way to do things, you know.
Whoa.
Fuck you. Is this the clip? I think this is the clip. This isn't really a clip. It's fucking 4 minutes long, but I guess it does illustrate the problem, right? Man, I hate Cory Booker. It does illustrate the problem, you know? Democrats are going to get blindsided by this stuff, man. God, do you have any idea how quickly public opinion is going to turn on Israel once right-wing media starts to shift along with this prevailing trend and they stop playing defense? Imagine how it's going to be when Fox News starts running Israel skepticism on their main line. And
if they do that, it will be because they were convinced by the anti-Semitic arguments, not by the human rights argument. Like, these people you think Fox is going to give a fuck about Palestinians just because they start hating Israel? Like, what the fuck? That's a really big problem in the Republican Party right now, is that you've got Trump basically equipping his voters and his base with every conspiratorial, batshit, bigoted, fucking delusional inclination possible, but then also being a massive Israel defender. And some people, like MTG, are starting to notice that that shit doesn't really gel. It doesn't really make sense. It's not ideologically coherent. The problem with Trump right now is that people are believing his rhetoric a bit too much, and he's creating a monster. Not good.
And it's only Democrat-affiliated media who are still doing this phony, like, only democracy in the Middle East bullshit. And it's going to be a massacre, dude. Oh, a little more refined of a clip, perhaps.
I'm one of a handful of people that don't take corporate PAC money.
What about APAC money? You take APAC money, don't you?
It's a minuscule percentage of my resources come from.
I read it's like 800,000.
Yeah, but
compared to what, 800,000 for Cory Booker? How much do these people have for lobbying? How much do these people paid?
That's a lifetime number.
When you did your 25-hour speech, I was like, go, Cory. I love this. That is amazing. And then there's a photo shoot with you with Benjamin Netanyahu. And I was just like, what in the actual
What
like, how can he do that? It was heartbreaking. I felt betrayed. I felt like it diminished your 25 hours. That's how it felt to me. Do you think he's a war criminal, Benjamin Netanyahu? Do you think he's a war criminal?
Again, these are questions that a lot of people think are the important litmus tests that are loaded and hot. My urgency.
Like, if this is the way the Democrats are talking in 2028, then they deserve to lose to the Republicans. And frankly, the American people deserve what comes next for having chosen them in the Democratic primary. Are you fucking kidding me?
Fuck.
How transparently cucked do you have to be? How beholden to special interest groups, to corporate lobbies, whatever the fuck,
do people not realize that world leaders do this with other world leaders all the fucking time? There was a whole thing with Saudi Arabia, especially around the time when they chopped up that that fucking guy in Turkey. It's not funny, but when they chopped up Khashoggi, was it in Turkey? People like David Cameron or Prime Minister of the UK or Americans were asked about what they think about Saudi, and they would always give this kind of equivocating answer, just like, oh yeah, well, I think international law should be respected and taken seriously by everyone, including all of our partners. Like that. Wait, what? What did we just ask?
Have to be this transparently bought on an answer. Nobody talks this way. Nobody talks this way authentically.
Is to be an effective leader in bringing an end to this crisis. And I get these questions all the time that to me undermine my urgency.
I think the thing that Democrats get so frustrated with, where we are right now, where you see like the Zoran Mamdanis and the Graham Plattners rise up, because they can go on podcasts and you can say, do you think Benjamin Netanyahu's a war criminal? And they're
trying to make me care about it.
And again, let's say that's better. Okay, it's more honest. Yeah, I wish politicians were more like that. They're not like that for some understandable reasons, some less so. Okay, what the fuck is Mamdani going to do? He's a mayor of New York. What's he going to do? What can he do? I mean, I get with these guys, because what these guys like is that more people say it on social media, like it gets more traction. Okay, we spread the memes, but realistically, like what?
Damn tattoo. When the entire Democratic political apparatus is complicit in a conspiracy to work with and defend a genocidal ethno-state. It's not even about the Palestinians, man. Obviously, I think it'd be great if they could stop dying. That'd be fucking awesome. But anyone who's this cucked to Israel is cucked to every special interest. It doesn't begin and end with that. It's not like people like Cory Booker are going to be cucked to Israel, but they are then going to be like militant populist warriors for the working class once they get back to the States or whatever. It's a litmus test, right? It's the waterline. It shows you where they stand, or where their values aren't, I suppose.
I don't give a fuck about a tattoo. Look at these genocidal freaks. Never thought I'd see the day when when a tattoo like that is just kind of brushed. It's just like the least likely group to do that.
Anyone who could be bought on this can be bought on anything, which is why, as a general rule, the more pro-Israel a person is, the more Hitlerite they are on every other issue, right? Fetterman was always a Zionist, but as soon as it became more important for him...
How does that explain someone like Fuentes? How does that explain people like Andrew Tate or whoever the fuck, or Sneeko, or how does that explain people like fucking Hamas? What the fuck?
To be a loud Zionist, he shifted to the right on every single issue, you know? It's the only important thing to these people, and they will compromise every other value in service of it.
Say yes. And that's the end of it. It's not.
What is this? What is she saying? This fucking nutter. This anti-Hasbara, this person who just uses the most horribly, like, the one who's just like, yeah, we should actually just be an optical shit show. Let's see, where is the... Oh, yeah. Give me it. What's she saying? Why is my default to Arabic? Why would that possibly happen? Detect language. Striving for peace on the basis of Arab Zionism. State services for state servants. Diaspora Is that really what she's saying here? Is that... What the fuck is the Oz Party? Is she talking about she wants Arabs to become Zionists, or she's talking about like promoting... Is this like Palestinian Israelis who are like call themselves Zionists? Is that what she's talking about here? Because she's the one who just like basically she communicates this issue of like Palestinian rejectionism, say like peace process reject, which is like I think a valid theory, but or a line, but she calls it Palestinianism, which is just like she calls it Palestinianism, and she says like we need to rid the world of Palestinianism, like that's the root of the problem. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, it's just such a dog whistly fucking minging. Ugh. Yeah, weird. But I guess it's Palestinianism as well as Arab Zionism now. That's the antidote to the Palestinianism.
Not all of the rhetoric answering. It's like what happens to Democratic politicians, they go through this like prism, and then we can't ever get like the answer to yes or no conversations.
Well, much. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, here's my thing. Okay. They just cannot criticize Israel. There's really something to that. I mean, it's kind of wild when you're in it.
I'm one of...
It almost feels like talking to or listening
that
to like a religious
amazing.
person. You know what I mean? Like where you can run them up to a line, but there's like specific lines they have arbitrary, almost meta-ethical boundaries on that they just will not cross. Like even if it logically makes sense, like you value X and Y is happening, and this is being confirmed by Z, and Z is an institution you've trusted in the past. So therefore X is bad, right? And they just won't do it. They will not do it. You know?
Okay, that was impressive. That was a good 15 minutes. Good memes. What else is my Reddit saying? What are the droogs? Man. Yesterday I had a pretty good... I was going to stream, but I wanted to, in the morning, start reading about Mao's revolution. I was just kind of thinking about going into it properly. So I found a book by some dude who... I guess one of like the definitive historians on that story, but he was it was just I just decided to read it and not stream. It was really good. Yeah, I've taken notes all the way up to Mao actually coming to power, so I've got like the background. There's a few things I didn't know, which is cool. Which book? Bro, I don't fuck it. It's called Mao's Revolution, and it's by a guy called Maurice Meisner. Is that what he's called? Oh, my Obsidian's working, thank God. It wasn't doing the link up. It wasn't syncing. Yeah, it was Maurice Meisner. I think that's his name. I don't know how you pronounce that last name, but that's what I got so far. He's quite interesting because he basically writes the history it's very linear. It's very like this happened because this happened because this happened because this happened, or this happened and then this happened and then this happened. Yeah, but he kind of looks at the history and Mao's revolution in his regime through the lenses of Marxism. Like, how did it actually work on Marxist terms? Like, where did it contradict like orthodox Marxist theory, or how did it fare in comparison to the kind of world Marx would have envisioned? Yeah, so it's quite, I think that's a pretty interesting thing to do. So maybe I'll talk about that in a bit. Did Lorna talk about the recent BBC meltdown? The Telegraph is having a field day and writing some relatively hard-hitting articles on a daily basis. It's a big deal in traditional media. Has anyone been following this? I just can't trust anything the Tory graph has to say about their big #1 rival. Leaked internal memo. Is this to do with them? I know that one of the memos was talking about how they did like, what, 8 billion fuck-ups on IP, but trans coverage, racism. I mean, if it's Reuters, we can look at that maybe. What else? Get me out of here. How can I call in? Discord.
I want to take a look at that.
In terms of
Emma Vigland, and we're doing all the fucking hits, aren't we? Isn't the Red Book just a bunch of Mao quotes and speeches? Yup. It's a fucking clip compilation. Yeah.
in terms of where the left needs to be smarter, I hear you on that. I think part of the problem is that we don't really have any national Democratic politicians who are leading the way on the issue of Israel's genocide in a way that matches the urgency or gives people a rhetorical framework to advocate on this issue.
Oh yeah, let's get the
now, my viewpoint is
on.
that Zoran is really the first to do that, where he talked about when asked, do you believe Israel has the right to exist as a Jewish state? He says, I believe it has the right to exist as a state of equal rights. That
Bro, I don't under why the actual cock would you again, this isn't politics. It's not actually advocacy. Imagine if someone's sitting there like, you know, the problem with the contemporary Democratic Party, it's just that they're not really willing to address the Pakistan issue, because why is Islam so prominent in their constitution? You know, don't we support equal rights? Or I've got a real issue with the what about someone that America supports, like Egypt? You know, no one's really willing to stand up to the Egypt issue and the the position of the Coptics. What the fuck? Because until then, you're not really a real country.
That is my position. I think more Democrats should be speaking in that fashion, meaning
Trump giving Qatar like NATO privileges before checking them on their equal rights. The fuck? They don't even have a vote.
One democratic state, and there needs to be some sort of United Nations commission that comes in, truth and reconciliation. And there's already 700,000 settlers in the...
Nothing like a UN commission to come in and do all that work. You want a UN commission to come in and oversee justice and apprehending perpetrators on both sides and overseeing the dissolution of the borders between the West Bank and Israel and the West Bank and Israel and Gaza. God, what fucking blue helmet Avengers are going to do that job? Jesus. Those guys would get the absolute shit kicked out of them. By both sides. No one wants this. No one in the territory actually wants this. It's the least popular choice between one state with my side in charge, 2 states, and 1 state where we're all equal. The third one is the most unpopular position that they have. But for some reason, what we need is a strong democratic leader to say, yeah, but we'd like it. Us in the United States. Us in the Majority Report. We'd like that. That would make me happy. Where's the fucking PSR poll? She's doing the I consent meme. Yes. This is from 2024. I didn't even realize they did a newer one. This was 2024. 40% of Palestinians support a 2-state solution, a 7-point rise compared to 2022. More Palestinians support this than those who support either a single Palestinian state with limited rights for Jews, which is a third of them, or a single democratic state with equal rights for all, 25. That's a lower number. That's literally a lower number than 33 and 40. That's crazy. Unbelievable. Mental. Fucking... Dude! This is PSR as well. This isn't some... whatever, colonial... Shut up.
The West Bank, illegally occupied by Israel since 1967, as has East Jerusalem been. And Palestinians since that period have been living under a one-state reality. And we have to be beginning to be speaking about the reality on the ground, because the 2-state solution...
One-state reality is where you have the Palestinian Authority with its own security force and its own conduct of education and economic affairs. It's an occupation. It's not one-state reality.
Fiction is just something that bides time here. And still, undercuts the idea that multiculturalism is a strength. We can't be making the case in this moment of fascism that racial integration in Greater Israel is a threat because this group of people can't be living aside this group of people. And
man, if I were Jewish, it's just if I were one of the slight majority of Jews in the world, obviously, God, just listening to the multiculturalism our strength. Well, as a group that's been a persecuted minority for 2,000 years, I'm not really sure we necessarily always agree with that, even though Israel is to a degree multicultural. It's arguably more multicultural than quite a lot of European countries. The fact that Israeli Jews are 3/4 of the population in Israel proper. The rest of them are mostly Palestinians, and then you've got like Druze, whatever, Circassians, whatever the fuck you call them. The fuck is a Druze? Israeli Maronites, they're in there as well, believe it or not. Imagine saying this about Pakistan and India. What, just like make them one country? Why the heck not? Multiculturalism, bro. It's our strength. Makes me really happy. Multi-countryism.
A state that's maintained in terms of ethnic or racial supremacy is not one that should be supported by the Democratic Party, especially when we have a fascist in office. My point is just that some of the crunchiness.
Bedouin, yeah, they are, yeah. Although Bedouins are, I'm pretty sure Bedouins in Israel, do they not see them? Well, okay, that's hard because in the 48 war, Bedouins went either way, didn't they? Some of them helped the Zionists and other ones opposed them. But don't Bedouins typically call themselves Palestinian in Israel? The ones in Israel proper? The ones roaming the Negev or whatever the fuck? Wouldn't they call themselves Palestinian? I don't actually know. I think they do. But I don't know. Shit.
Of the messaging on the left is, in my view, because we're not seeing enough leadership. And I love the squad and I love progressive members, but they're still not talking about it in the terms that I just talked about, right? And I think that would...
Yeah, because they're realistic and because they care about actually fixing the conflict, at least some of them do, in a way that would actually meet the desires of the people who live there, not just sitting in a fucking ivory tower in the West with your whatever fucking 5 figures a year education that this fucking moron had. I don't know where the fuck it went. And just saying, yeah, you know what? I mean, okay, listen, I know you guys don't want it, but I'm just telling you, okay, over here, like as an American with a completely different background and living in a completely different geopolitical, cultural, religious, geographical situation, I just think it'll be better for you guys. I think it'll be better, you know, if I think it'll be better if somehow like Hamas and the IDF and the Islamic Jihad and the remains of the Al-Aqsa martyrs or whatever the fuck else and the security force and the PA all just going to come together and make like one single and agree on whatever, one national military, one national police force, one curriculum. I think that'd be great, you know? That'd be really cool. Imagine Israelis and Palestinians 50-50 agreeing on the fucking education system. What the fuck? Anyway.
Help people understand some of the left-wing position a little bit more on this.
Goofy. Big goof. What we got here? A little touch base. Buh! Teuton. Hello. Wait, mate. What's he doing? Fucking Discord! Why is it being such a cut? Hey, sorry. Hey, my Discord's being annoying. What's your story?
Okay. Yeah. I have productive stuff to talk about. Thanks for tagging me in. What was I gonna talk about? Oh, I was gonna talk about the Red Book and Mein Kampf. What do you think about like liberals comparing the Red Book to Mein Kampf? You agree that that's a very stupid comparison, right? To say that one is as
stupid,
vile
like
as
very
the other.
stupid. One is as vile as the other.
Like to say one is as bad as the other.
Yeah, the contents of the Red Book are not particularly vile. They're a bit silly, I guess, in some ways, but
because like the Red Book doesn't talk about like the extermination of like inferior races.
No,
or,
I
like,
would say, but it does obviously play into Mao's entire thing about witch hunting the fuck out of people who strayed, even not even that much from his ideological program. So that's like, it's got its own pro. Like it's not. I wouldn't put it this way. I wouldn't fawn over either of them. That's the way I'd put it. Kahanists are not as bad as Nazis, but if someone's glazing a Kahanist, I'm going to call them out for it.
Okay, I was just gonna say because Destiny, I know you're not associated with him anymore. He used to be in your sphere, and like you do have audience overlap. He compared it to Mein Kampf. He said that it's the equivalent of a Nazi getting Mein Kampf when Hassan was getting, and that Hassan is worse than Nick Fuentes. That's all I was saying.
I mean,
because
yeah, the problem is that people are quite comfortable making Hitler comparisons. The thing, okay, I really lose sympathy with this double standard because I never see people invoke Nazism more than the kind of people who would like to support Mao. You are so, in the words of someone who sympathizes with Mao, or in the world of someone who likes Mao, you are a Nazi if you look at these people the wrong way half the time. So it is kind of frustrating when everything becomes, oh, well, technically it's not really quite the same because Mao was pursuing the erosion of social class and a class of stateless society, whereas Hitler was pursuing ethnic dominance.
Racial extermination.
Like, but at the end of the day, it's like, I don't really know, why am I going to sympathize with people who, I've got my own standards, obviously, but damn.
It's kind of whataboutism, man. But yeah, I think that's a little bit of whataboutism.
Well, it's not whataboutism. It's not like whataboutism. If someone is changing the rules of discourse, is forcing rules of discourse, then you shouldn't be surprised when it happens to them. That's not whataboutism.
Okay. I can see your point, and also yeah, people saying Mao like using like fake death counts, saying he killed more than Hitler, which is like Nazi revisionism.
What is your position on? Because I've read a few things about this. Do you have or in your circles, do you have a position on how many people actually died in the Great Leap Forward?
I don't know. I've seen estimates from like Chinese sellers in mainland from like 2 million, and I've seen estimates from 60 million. I have no clue. I've heard. I looked at Ask Historians. I looked at I think one historian said like the most accurate was like 26 million. I don't know. I have no clue. But also people in the Great Leap Forward, they don't account that in China it's not actually named like in the Western world the famine's named the Great Chinese Famine, but in China the famine's actually named the 3 years of natural disasters, because during that time there was like the yellow river was flooded. There was like, I'm not lying, like this is true, like natural disasters did play a big role in that famine. And famines were common in China. Like back in 1928, I think there was a famine that killed 30 million people. That was before Mao came in, or yeah, before the communists were in charge. So I'm saying even if that famine happened, Mao was not all the deaths aren't his fault, because there were natural disasters and stuff.
Well, the problem is that it's not just about natural disasters, because natural disasters have the impact that they do insofar as a state has the means and the structures in place to actually deal with those natural disasters. That's why I don't think, has there ever been a democracy in history that's had a famine, like a big famine?
In recent time?
Just ever? Has a liberal democracy or a democracy ever had a famine?
Yeah, there was the Dutch, no, but that was during World War II. So that was under Nazi occupation.
Yeah, okay, obviously the Nazis imposing a fucking hunger plan is going to be, that's a bit different.
Yeah. Wasn't there a famine in Britain? But that was in like...
There was in Ireland before the UK was a democracy.
Yeah. I don't...
Or in any meaningful sense it wasn't a democracy.
Can't really put my finger on top of it. There probably is some, but I don't think any to the extent that... obviously none to the extent of the Great Leap Forward. The one that happened during the Great Leap Forward.
Well, yeah, because it's to do with policy as well. It's like people saying that the fucking potato famine was because of natural. I mean, the potato blight was real, but the British government made very concrete decisions about managing the famine in that region that made it worse, that exacerbated it, that allowed people to die because of it. Because there's so many problems with like authoritarian regimes and how this can cause famines to reach the scale that they do. One is that a lack of freedom of press makes it very difficult for people to report on what's happening and to provide feedback. A lack of like liberal market feedback is a problem as well, because obviously people starving can, like capitalist markets are just better at responding quickly to shifts in supply and demand. For a lack of democracy is a problem because the people who are dying matter less if they can't do anything. Like, so Ireland being a colony or in China being a tyrannical government, like, and not to mention, like, in China they call it 3 years of natural disaster. So they don't attribute any of the pests campaign.
Page.
Yeah, so they don't attribute anything of the 4 pests campaign or the.
No, well, no, they do. They do. But I'm saying the famine's name itself is named. Let me go on Chinese Wikipedia. The 3 years of natural disaster. That's literally what.
Or 3 years of difficulty.
Yeah, the 3 years of natural disaster. That's literally the name in
No longer
China.
blaming nature alone for the famine. I think that is quite Orwellian. I don't use that word very often. But what can you do,
People do acknowledge Mao's fault in China. They do know that he, like, he fucked up.
It's always this thing where it's like, I don't know why everything gets. I haven't read all that much about the Great Leap Forward. Maybe I will, and then I'll come back with a much more conviction.
Yeah,
but there's always this tendency where people are like, yes, well, mistakes were made, but you don't. But again, people use very different language when it comes to people that they sympathize with and people that they oppose, and it's never really mapping all that much onto reality,
I'm just
right?
saying, just saying you can't compare that to like any deaths that like Hitler caused, because Mao didn't mean to like cause this starvation and kill these people. Like he didn't mean to do that. Like what Hitler did was
no, but you can attribute it to a failure of policy. As for the people that Mao killed, we do know that Mao killed quite an obscene amount of people for political disagreements, didn't he?
Well, during the Cultural Revolution,
yeah, or even before. Even I didn't even notice. I didn't even. Hang on. You think they were just landlords? Are we going to go down that road? How many landlords were still kicking around? Yeah. Not even to mention, well, even before that though, even absent landlords, wasn't it? Even the Maoist kind of like authoritarian practices and witch hunting and excising, that also even happened before the revolution, right? In the is it Yan'an you call this period? Even when they were,
I think it was the anti-rightist campaign, anti-rightist. I think that's what it's called. But yeah, go on.
Yeah, but even in that period, there was a lot of like very like rigid imposition of dogma and witch hunting against people who didn't conform. So yeah, like that whole like political repression was a thing even before Mao came to power properly.
Yeah, I was just saying Mao did some base things and Mao did some bad things. Like one of the base things he did was giving the lands to the peasants, taking it from the landlords and giving it to the peasants. The land reforms, that's based. In my opinion.
Which are you talking about? Like after 49 or pre?
Yeah, after 49. I'm pretty sure that happened after 49. The land reform. That seems like to me that's a base policy, and obviously he did a lot of fucked up stuff. You know, people in China today, they acknowledge his mistakes.
Wait,
right?
hang on.
Like
Did the peasants own the land or did the state own the land?
I think we talked about this before. I think the state owns it, but you lease it for like 99 years. Something like I don't know. Oh god. Land reform.
And if people want to run their land in the way that goes against what the government would like them to do, what happens then?
Probably I don't know. Probably they would probably get jailed. I should look into it through it more. But would you agree that China today is kind of like a authoritarian social democracy in like the way that like if companies don't like serve like not in terms of like social safety nets, but like in terms of like state interests. Like for example, if a company doesn't like serve the state, like then like the Chinese government will take care of it. Would that be accurate to describe China today?
I don't know where the democracy is in there. Democracy insofar as you've got one party rule, but no,
But
I
yeah,
would
in
probably.
terms of economy,
No,
terms
I
of
would call it
economy.
I would call it what's they call it like authoritarian or bureaucratic state capitalism. That's what China is.
Okay. But they've achieved a lot economically wise. I'm saying that because like in China, I don't think like capitalists run the government. I think like if a business goes like they did that with who's that guy? Who's that billionaire with a big head?
Don't know.
Oh, who's the name of he's a very famous billionaire. Like he disappeared for 2 years. So I'm saying at least like look at what they've done. Look at how much people they've uplifted. Like 800 million people they've lifted from extreme
Yeah, but
poverty.
you
All
sound
this
like every free
high
market
speed rail.
institute that says the same thing about capitalism. Like capitalism, you think living standards in America are better now or were better like 100 years ago or 200 years ago? Like yeah,
No,
capitalism
I'm
does the
saying
same
they've done
thing.
this in a short time frame. This is like in the last 20 years that they've uplifted like hundreds of millions of people from poverty. I'm s- I'm just saying like that system where like the capitalists don't run like they have no like if they step out of line like the government will actually do something unlike in America or like in the UK.
Why do you think capitalism develops faster in countries that are doing it 100 years after the Industrial Revolution? Why do you think economies
Yeah,
develop faster 100 years later?
that's a good question because they have way better yeah, it's just way better tech. They have a way. They obviously have learned from the other states. They have way better technology, access to technology that other people discovered. Yeah, there's a lot of factors probably.
Okay.
Okay. And yeah, sorry.
Do people who
So,
support
yeah,
do people from your sphere have like different opinions on different historians on China and which ones are good and which ones aren't, especially for Mao's period?
I haven't really talked about it, but I'm pretty sure they would. They'd probably say a lot of them are like are biased or like yeah, Western chauvinist.
Do you know any
Yeah, I
names at
haven't
all,
really.
or?
No, but
Oh,
I have a couple of friends who probably would know. I haven't talked to them about this.
okay. I'm probably going to talk about. I'm reading Meisner right now, Maurice Meisner. I think that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm up to 49. It's interesting that like,
Page.
huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, because like
Yeah.
Mao has this thing where you know, like Maoism is like mass. It's interesting with Marxism and how uh, the two biggest socialist revolutions of the 20th century happened in the two places where the intellectual leaders of the time didn't think it would happen, right? Marx thought the
Yeah.
first
Yeah.
one it would first happen in London and New York, then it goes and happens in Moscow, and then the Soviets think it's never gonna happen in China because China's not ready. China's gonna have to go through a bourgeois democratic phase first, and definitely not going to be
And
peasants. Like
develop.
no one would have thought peasants would be doing it, and then they went and did it as well. I don't know. I'm just wondering like how people get around the ways that Mao diverged so much with not just like Marxism, but also even the Soviets, right? Because he was at odds with the Soviets almost from the beginning. Uh,
Really? Really? Even with Stalin?
yeah, because well, first of all, the Soviets backed the coalition between how do you pronounce this? The Kuomintang, the nationalists,
Kuomintang? Yeah.
Kuomintang, yeah,
Yeah.
because yeah, the Soviets supported the coalition between the Kuomintang and the communists, but the communists were like a junior partner, so it was the Kuomintang who got all the arms and the actual like physical means to enact their will, whereas communists were generally just given like advice and political support. And then afterwards, I think the Soviets were still in a position where they didn't really help the communists all that much when they were betrayed, because obviously the Kuomintang betrayed the communists and chased them all the way up into the fucking mountains. But yeah, it seems to be that was a problem all the way throughout, because even in the beginning here, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, it wasn't like independence from the Soviet Union like a big thing for the communists after the late 20s.
I have heard about this. That Mao felt betrayed that they didn't back him. Let me read. Yeah, I'm not in a very good condition to talk because I'm in somebody else is snoring. That's a family member.
Oh,
Well, it
shit.
doesn't matter. Oh, so even with Stalin, I generally read that he was like friendly with Stalin, but
Well, they were obviously when Mao came to power. I'm guessing the Soviets obviously saw like, well, this has actually worked, so we're gonna get on board. But during the actual period of the revolutionary, like the fighting between Mao and the Kuomintang and with the warlords, it seemed like the Soviets did not really. Not only did they not expect socialist revolution to even happen in China at that point, they also even saw that when they were fighting against. The warlords, when the Kuomintang and the communists were fighting with the warlords, the Soviets saw that people in China, the peasants especially, were becoming a lot more radical than they were okay with. So they actually even the Soviet advisors and the Third International were literally telling people to try and rein in some of the rhetoric and to keep the peasants and the like more radical people under to keep them at bay, because they just thought that like that's not what they wanted. What they wanted at that time was sort of nationalist bourgeois democracy to be their ally, because they thought that China wasn't at that stage yet. That's the way that they saw it.
well, so they didn't want the communists to win.
At that point, it seemed like they didn't see it was possible. They thought it was more stable to have the Kuomintang CCP alliance, but then obviously,
and the rhetoric was so yeah, and then and the peasants were like, so Mao was too radical, like like the peasants in the Chinese Communist Party, how were they rhetoric like? How were they? In what sense were they radical? Too radical?
Well, I'm guessing it was because of just like dogma, right? Like to them, if you decide that the historical materialism, whatever, decides that you have to go through a bourgeois democracy phase first, then and that peasants are typically not the ones you expect to do a revolution, then they just wouldn't. It just wasn't in line with their orthodoxy. I guess that's like the most, and maybe also just because the Kuomintang had the power, like they could maybe see a national partner in the Kuomintang, but not in the CCP because they were still smaller and weaker.
Yeah, and maybe they're right because a lot of deaths did happen due to like collectivization, and like when Mao was trying to turn China from like a feudal, what's its name, feudal like peasant country to developed. So maybe they were right.
Yeah, I need to learn more about these guys though, because there was the in the 30s, like Long March period, the people in charge of the CCP were the 28 Bolsheviks. That's what they were called. They were the ones who were trained in Moscow to basically do Stalin's bidding. But
Wow.
Chairman Mao
So
kind
wait,
of like
so
fought,
they were
defeated them to become the chairman of the Politburo.
damn. Oh, so the 28 Bolsheviks, no, they were Chinese. Yeah, yeah. I heard the Chinese Communist Party was formed with the help of the Eastern Russian communists. So they helped form it. So that would be weird. If
Yeah,
they
there was a
helped
representative. There was a
form
guy from the fucking Third International who was at the first meeting, wasn't there?
Yeah. Hey, low fuel and then the thing. And 20th Bolsheviks. Yeah, I see it. Simplified Chinese Communist Party. Certain University, Moscow. Yeah. And before I go because it's a bad condition, I can't really say all I want, and I'm just taking up the time. What was I saying? This is a kind of a drama related, so you can just say no. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, for the yeah. Okay, I just wanted to say this. Do you agree with like because with the Hassan Destiny Nick Fuentes thing, do you agree with Hassan saying that that Destiny like propped up Nick Fuentes? Because I saw him platforming Nick Fuentes back in 2022, back in like August, like back when Nick Fuentes was like dead, like off every platform back before he went to dinner with Kanye and Donald Trump, but back before then, would you agree that platforming Nick Fuentes then there would be no point in doing that and it would just be harmful?
No. I mean, maybe it would be, but as far as Fuentes' like big return or whatever, what, because of a couple of debates with Destiny where they were arguing the entire time? Like, no. That's Fuentes had contacts with Sneeko, he had contacts with Aiden Ross. Yeah, Fuentes had connections to people who were connected to Trump. Like,
but Destiny got him on Adam 22, and there's a clip of where was it? I'll send it to you. There's a clip of like Destiny saying that Nick Fuentes should be so grateful to him. Literally saying that he got him on podcast. And I saw the podcast he got him on. It got 1 million views back in like 2020 thing, which is a lot for Nick Fuentes.
Yeah. So typically, I don't take single sentences that people say in the middle of a conflict or a dispute, because I think Destiny was having a go at Fuentes for trying to get his orbiters deplatformed or whatever. So him saying that like I made you or whatever. Well, okay, if Destiny's word is what we take on that, then Destiny also made Hassan by bringing him on, because Hassan had no viewers when Destiny came on.
He did. Do you think I deny that?
Well, except that Destiny's relationship with Hassan was a lot more symbiotic, right? They supported each other for quite a while. No, I don't think that like a couple of debates, because I watched those debates. One of them was hosted by, the Kill Stream or some shit? So that was a third party. Another one was like him coming on stream. How many talks did they even have? They had like maybe 5 or 10. I don't even think it was as many as 10. It was not that many at all. So I mean, I don't know if like that on a streamer like Destiny, who, let's face it, even back then was never like a big name. He's not connected to mainstream media in the way that people like that other people are. So, if that's enough to bring Fuentes into the limelight, then Fuentes is he's just that good.
Israel
I
probably
guess
did much more. Israel did probably much more.
Yeah,
I see there being a civil war probably in the like right wing movement between like Tucker Carlson and JD Vance. Like that wing, like the grassroots right wing movement, and like the billionaires, and I'm worried that Tucker Carlson's gonna win.
And Tucker was doing Great Replacement Theory the whole time when people like Destiny were talking to Fuentes. Tucker was doing Great Replacement Theory on Fox News before he got let go. All the time he was doing that. So
I feel like Tucker Carlson's really smart, and he's probably gonna run for president. And like I feel like he's like just a smart fascist. So it's pretty scary.
Yeah, quite scary.
But yeah. And Trump is not denouncing Fuentes anymore. He literally said he doesn't have a problem with Tucker having him on. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, Nazis are becoming relevant again, which is
let's go.
Not the best.
Well, maybe President G will stop them for us, eh? That's all good.
Yeah, inshallah. Yeah, hopefully he can kill the Nazi president. No,
wow.
He's beefing with a Nazi, right? China is beefing with like a Nazi. Isn't the president of Japan like a ultra right wing nationalist right now? And they both that like denies their war crimes. I don't know if she would be classified as a Nazi, but like she's ultra. Yeah. Anyway. See you, man.
Okay, bye. I love it, like the liberal use of the word Nazi. Isn't this the guy, this Japanese prime minister? Dude. Am I going to find out that she's a right-wing nationalist? Is that what's going to be the actual... Because they is this it? Assumed in 2025, President of the Liberal Democratic Party. Damn. Shit. She is conservative. I don't know about Nazi. Amazing. Can we compare her writings to Mein Kampf then? Whoop. She's a right-wing nationalist. Okay. That's not really the same as a Nazi. But okay. Ooh. Japan's Nazi party is struggling. I didn't even know they had one.
Appreciating the full significance
of that
statement.
This is just a clip of me.
Appreciating the full significance of that statement is not even something I did when I previously talked about it, because you can see that actually pretty much everyone else there has a strong reaction to it. But that is the kind of rhetoric that leads to the killing of children in Gaza. That's not like
oh my god. Okay. Fuck me. I want... Oh. Virginia Giuffre's brother speaks ahead of the House vote to release the Epstein files. Whatever. Ugh. Okay, let's see. I want to finish this Dave Smith conversation. So he can speak normally. I don't know what the fuck that guy was. I've just got a loud voice, pal. IDF readies military. Okay, that's for later. Oh, MTG, man. The MTG shit is very... It's so weird. Trump is a little fucking... He's so soft. He's so soft on this woman. He can't deal with her. She's actually much more calculated than I thought she would be. What's this? North Korea is like, no, stop. I'm not watching Queen Madeline. No, thank you. Too much. Too much cringe. He's only hard for Bill Clinton. True. Wait. What's the position again? No one told me. Who is Bubba? Is Bubba Netanyahu? Bibi? Or Bill? Or a horse? I don't know what's going on. Who is this? Please, someone just confirm for me who the fucking Bubba is. Damn. Bubba is a horse. Bill Clinton, horse. Fuck me, man. All three, like a centaur. It's Bill and the horse. Damn, do you think he was just throwing in some Easter eggs and none of it means anything? That would be very upsetting. That would make me quite sad. Oh, Bubna. Good one. I need to go to the bathroom and then I will come back. 1 minute.
Antenna or the tower over there in the hill. That's a community called Dovev. That's the border. You see the curve. That's the border. And nearby there's a chicken farm and Dovev itself. Both were hit by anti-tank missiles. They didn't hit tanks. They hit community, homes, civilians. Electrician was killed there, fixing electricity. People, synagogue was hit in Dovev. You see here, this is a kibbutz Bar'am, also hit so many times by Hezbollah from Maroun al-Ras. This is Maroun al-Ras. You see that village, the highest peak, that's called Maroun al-Ras. By the name Maroun al-Ras, it's supposed to be a Maronite homeland, Maronite town, with people live there, Maronites, but it's not. People who live there are Shia Muslims who support Hezbollah, who Iran with the intelligent officers sitting in it and managing all this region. So that's Maroun al-Ras showing you who are the original people who were living here in this land and today are not. Below it you have Yaron, it's another town, and you have Yaroun and Binjbel back after.
That's Binjbel.
Binjbel is there.
That's what they call the terror town, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You see Maroun al-Ras and Binjbel, you continue a little bit with the slopes. Furthermore, you see Binjbel. You see that tower far away, there's like tower.
Yeah.
That's a Maronite town called Anibel. And nearby another town called Dibel. So there are three Maronite towns here in this region, Dibel, Anibel, and Ermesh, who are surrounded by a Shia Hezbollah stronghold that using them as a human shield, firing missiles from their towns toward North Israel communities, asking for response of IDF in order to destroy Christian homes and churches and get Israel in troubles by saying that they are attacking Christians. people of the world should know this atrocities by Hezbollah by terrorizing Christians and using them as a human shield.
Okay. I want to watch this MTG Trump rift. A new movie about Palestine. Oh, and it's about the Arab Revolt. Now that's one period of the history that I don't know that much about. Like what went down. Okay, let's see.
It's the
political
breakup hurt.
This fight, by the way, between Trump and MTG is one that you should all be taking a good bit of interest in, because it's a very good lesson in populism and ideology, pure ideology. I don't know if it's like there's a film where they do this, but the problem from what I'm seeing is that Trump speaks a lot of shit and Trump says a lot of contradictory things. That's why he is the biggest. At some points, he is a massive hawk ready to bomb the shit out of anyone who crosses the United States. And then on the other end, he's an isolationist who thinks we should just keep to ourselves and not get any new wars and have peace in the. So he's very contradictory. He gets to kind of please both. And the thing with what he's doing there is that obviously he's just kind of, that's just his personality trait that seems to work in the United States. Like he just says whatever rhetorically sounds the best thing in the 10-second window that he's existing in. The problem is that obviously he can't believe all of it because it's contradictory. So he says this kind of stuff to rile up his base, even though a lot of Trump's kind of old establishment Democrat or whatever, like he's still kind of like an establishment guy. He does hold a lot of positions that are actually quite extreme status quo, like his position on supporting Israel or his love for tax cuts, like any other Republican dipshit. Like, so he has this very unique way, and it's done him very well. The problem is that you can get into a position where what happens if the people who are following you start to really believe everything you're saying, even more than you do? Because Trump has a lot of contradictory messaging, but people who like him, the thing that he appeals to the best is populism. The people versus the establishment, especially, and right-wing populism with all the anti-immigration and whatever else. And then the problem there is that if people start listening to what you're saying, they're going to obviously resonate with one kind of like ideological theme of what you're saying more than the others. People who follow Trump are kind of embarrassed about how much he supports Israel. I've noticed that a lot, because that's not really like the populist message. We're more interested in like really the deep state guy, the conspiratorial guy, the isolationist. Really, we care about Israel now? Like, not really. So why does Trump? And that's an inconvenience. So people who actually do populism or do the Trump thing better than he does or believe it more than he does are going to be quite threatening. I think the thing with MTG is I don't know what's happened to her, because I know that people in chat are saying that her rift is different because it's like I don't know, because some people are saying that she's changed her opinions quite a bit, or I know cost of living or whatever else is like that's becoming an issue to some degree with her and Trump, but yeah, people are saying she's moderated, but at the end of the day, a lot of her popularity seems to have come from the fact that she was like a crazy lady who believed in Jewish space lasers and actually did the rhetoric even more extreme than Trump. So I don't know if she's going to... I don't believe she's coming at him. She seems to have gone normie. Yeah, but I wonder how much that is to do with her just kind of... I don't know. I wonder if she's playing something. Because if she's really coming at this from like a rhino angle, Trump could deal with that. Trump can deal with rhinos all day long. He just calls them a rhino and then they die slowly. Their career dies. He puts out Truth Social about them being a traitor or whatever the fuck, and then people give them death threats and come to the door with guns. But with MTG, I don't really... I don't know. I think she seems to have a way with Trump voters that other opponents don't. I don't know. I'd be quite interested in paying attention to it.
Around the world, President Trump severing ties with at least one of his closest allies, declaring, "I am withdrawing my support and endorsement of Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene," even calling for primary challenges against his one-time loyalists and attacking her as, quote, "wacky, a ranting lunatic, a rhino, and a traitor." This is days before the House of Representatives is set to vote on releasing the Epstein files. It's a stunning breach between two MAGA leaders, one of whom is here with me now exclusively for her first interview since the president cut ties. Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, thank you so much for being here, as you just heard. And I know you saw the president says he's withdrawing support for you, encouraging primary challengers. You were one of his biggest supporters. What do you think happened here?
Well, Dana, thank you for having me on, and that is true. I stood with President Trump when virtually no one else did. Campaigned all over the country, spent millions of my own dollars helping him get elected, and I think that's incredibly important. And I do support him and his administration, and I support them in delivering the campaign promises we made to the American people. His remarks, of course, have been hurtful. However, I have something in my heart that I think is incredibly important for our country, and that is to end the toxic fighting in politics. And this has been going on for years, and it has divided our country, split up friends and families, neighbors, and it's not solving our problems. The most hurtful thing he said, which is absolutely untrue, is he called me a traitor, and that is so extremely wrong. And those are the types of words used that can radicalize people against me and put my life in danger.
What do you think happened? What do you think is the reason?
Yeah, the national divorce lady saying that. The fucking nerve, man. I don't know. That's weird. Maybe I need to watch her more closely. But damn. She's weird. That's a weird thing to say.
For this.
Unfortunately, it has all come down to the Epstein files, and that is shocking. And, you know, I stand with these women. I stand with rape victims. I stand with children who are in terrible sex abuse situations. And I stand with survivors of trafficking and those that are trapped in sex trafficking. And I will not apologize for that. I believe the country deserves transparency in these files. And I don't believe that rich, powerful people should be protected if they have done anything wrong. And so I'm standing with the women, and I will continue to do my small part to get the files released.
You said on X yesterday.
See, okay. Is that their big... I thought she was attacking him over cost of living at some point. Is the big one the Epstein files? That's the big rift right now, right? Because if that's the case, that makes it so much easier for me. What the fuck's wrong with you guys? You fucking idiots. That's not... She's speaking Democrat language there about women or whatever the fuck. Right? Love women. Love those guys. The fact that she's coming over the Epstein files, that is the ultimate... It's the ultimate Republican fucking conspiracy dipshit fucking topic. Like, what are you talking about? That encompasses everything. It encompasses Bill Clinton, the elites, Hillary, maybe even Trump. If Trump was with the elites, why not? Let's throw him there as well. Fuck him. It encompasses Israel, apparently. It's all about Zog. But bro, this is like the fucking right-wing populist fucking symphony. What are we talking? Okay. But Trump prepared his voters for that. He prepared them to be Epstein-obsessed, fucking conspiratorial, anti-Semitic, like, nutcases. Obviously. She really triggers you. Yeah!
I quote, "It's astonishing, really, how hard he's fighting to stop the Epstein files from coming out, and that it really makes you wonder what is in those files." Are you suggesting there's something in the Epstein files that President Trump does not want Americans to see?
Well, I think that's the part that has so many people confused, is that the women themselves that I have talked to have over and over again said that Donald Trump did nothing wrong. Quite a few of them even told me they voted for him. And those are the women I would like to see in the Oval Office with support. I would like to see all of the women there with support. I have no idea what's in the files. I can't even guess, but that is the questions everyone is asking, is why fight this so hard?
Well, before this blow-up, you sort of alluded to this just now. You said you were confident the president wouldn't be implicated. Are you still confident of that?
I'm listening to the women. Those are the ones that are saying that he did nothing wrong. Virginia Giuffre even said under oath that Donald Trump did nothing wrong, and she wrote it in her book. So I'm continuing to listening to the women, and I think their voices should be the loudest.
The president said the reason that you have been critical of him is not necessarily Epstein, but because he pushed you not to run for the Senate or for governor in Georgia. How and when did he do that?
Well, that is absolutely not true. Actually, I never had a conversation at all with the president about running for Senate or running for Georgia. And those were decisions I came to on my own, that I don't want to have anything to do with the Senate. I think the past 2 months of the government shutdown should have shown America exactly why I would never want to be there. I think it's a very broken institution that serves the uniparty and doesn't serve the American people and how they vote. And I decided that I didn't.
That's why I went for the House, where all the fucking nutters can go in. That's where you get the craziest of the crazy. So we can do our fucking mad batshit fucking select committees where we show pictures of Hunter Biden's cock. Hey, let's go.
Want to run for governor this cycle either. I very much want to do the job that I'm in. Everyone else says I'm running for something, but all I want to do is serve Georgia's 14th district. And I'm very grateful for that opportunity.
So he said it pretty explicitly. Are you saying he's lying, or did he at least get that message to somebody on your political team instead?
I'm not sure. But I don't. That is untrue. What he said. I don't know if he's being fed wrong information. I honestly have no idea in that area, but it is absolutely factually not true. Nor have I called him, and White House logs would prove that. His own cell phone records would prove it. I have not been calling the president, but I did post messages that I had sent to him, and that was to protect, get involved. This is important. The American people want the Epstein files released. And, I've stood with the president. I have disagreed with him at times, Dana. And I'm allowed to do that. I think that's the most important thing we can do as Americans. And I'm urging my party. I've been putting massive pressure on my party and our speaker to pass the agenda that the American people vote for. That's the agenda that I fought for. Those are the campaign promises I made. And I can disagree with the president at times, particularly this past Monday on the Marines' 250th anniversary, when he honored the new Syrian president, who is an al-Qaeda terrorist and was wanted by our government for years.
Oh, shit. She's doing the thing. MTG and Kyle Kalinske. They're like that. So this is her district, Georgia's 14th. Look at it. It's a fucking barren, featureless wasteland. Who are these people? The fine people of Somerville, Dalton. Holy shit.
Years with a $10 million bounty up until March of this year. I very much am against that. I think that was very hurtful to the great men and women who served over in the Middle East and were sent there, and many of them that were killed and injured and live with PTSD to this day from fighting al-Qaeda. So there's things I disagree with, and I'm allowed to do so.
Well, you mentioned the Syrian leader at the White House. You've also been critical of President Trump over foreign entanglements, H-1B visas. Now he's moving military assets towards Venezuela. I do want to play something that he said this week.
Don't forget, MAGA was my idea. MAGA was nobody else's idea. I know what MAGA wants better than anybody else, and MAGA wants to see our country thrive.
Do you agree? Do you think he represents the MAGA movement as he once did?
Well, what the American people voted for with MAGA was to put the American people first and stop sending foreign aid and stop being involved in foreign wars. They very much deserve to be put first. Cost of living is far too high. Health
and they have stopped foreign aid to everyone, basically, in terms of arms, apart from, and USAID, but they haven't stopped it for Egypt and for Israel. Mark, thanks for the 50 Norwegian. Get yourself ice cream, comrade. It's fucking Scottish winter. I am not getting ice cream, but thank you. Lemmings Galore, thanks to 2 sub. Barabbas, thanks to $5. Israel this, APAC that. You mean IPAC. Israel gonna drive me freaking insane. True. Barabbas, thanks to the other $5. How much of the Israeli budget actually goes into maintaining their nuclear arsenal? Probably not much. The goal is got an hour and 20 minutes left, guys. 5 out of 10. Chop, chop, chop. JP, thanks for the $4.99. Classic fascist collapse. Opportunists smell blood in the water after the shutdown. Epstein fractured the base. Yeah, is Trump the kind of guy that would invade Venezuela just to get the Epstein files off of his ass? Yeah, maybe. I don't put it past him. Fuck me. Excuse me.
Insurance is completely out of control, and those are two issues I've been very vocal on for months and months now, long before Republicans were shocked when those big losses came on this past Tuesday's election. So I think that the American people deserve to be put first. That's what Make America Great Again meant to me. And I think that President Trump can do that if he refocuses his effort. And I think that's what I want to see. I think that's what the country wants to see. Even if he's attacking me, I do want him to be successful for the American people.
So sounds like you're saying that he is not representing the MAGA movement that he started right now.
I can say that promoting H-1B visas to replace American jobs, bringing in 600,000 Chinese students to replace American students' opportunities in American colleges and universities, those are not America first.
Are CNN just so happy to have this fucking lunatic on their show? They're just going to let her say all this stuff. Replace. Replace. You see that emphasis on the word replace? Damn. What's this? Chase James. You will not believe what Trump said. Did Thomas Massey, sometimes referred to as Rand Paul Jr., because of the fact that he always votes against the Republican Party, get married already? Boy, that was quick. No wonder the polls have him at less than an 8% chance of winning the election. Anyway, have a great life, Thomas. And question mark, his wife will soon find out that she's stuck with a loser. His wife died in 2024. Okay. Why did you send me the same thing twice? Okay.
Positions and continuing to really travel all over the world doesn't help Americans back at home. I really, and I said this to him, and I will say it out loud, I would love to see Air Force One be parked and stay home, and there be nothing but a constant focus in the White House on a domestic agenda that helps the American people once and for all.
Congresswoman, you posted on X that President Trump is, with his comments, fueling a, quote, hotbed of threats against you. Obviously, any threats to your safety are completely unacceptable. But we have seen these kinds of attacks or criticism from the president at other people. It's not new. And with respect, I haven't heard you speak out about it until it was directed at you.
Dana, I think that's fair criticism. And I would like to say humbly, I'm sorry for taking part in the toxic politics. It's very bad for our country. And it's been something I've thought about a lot, especially since Charlie Kirk was assassinated, is that I'm only responsible for myself and my own words and actions. And I am committed, and I've been working on this a lot lately, to put down the knives in politics. I really just want to see people be kind to one another. And we need to figure out a new path forward that is focused on the American people, because as Americans, no matter what side of the aisle we're on, we have far more in common than we have differences.
Yeah. Wow.
And we need to be able to respect each other with our disagreements.
So just to put a button on this, you regret the things that you have said and posted in the past, the Facebook post that was taken down of you in 2020 holding a gun alongside the squad, encouraging people to go on the offense against the socialists, liking a tweet.
I love it. Just have the greatest hits loaded up. Fuck. That's a bad one.
Of somebody calling for the execution of Nancy Pelosi and former President Obama, just examples.
Well, Dana, as you know, and many people know, I addressed that back in 2021. And of course, I never want to cause any harm or anything bad for anyone. So that was addressed back then, and I very much stand.
What about this one? What about this one?
Me, why so many people that support Donald Trump love conspiracy theories, including yourself? He seems to attract lots of
Emily Maitlis, isn't it? BBC.
conspiracy theorists.
Well, let me tell you, you're a conspiracy theorist, and the left and the media spreads more
Damn.
conspiracy theories. We like the truth. We like supporting our Constitution, our freedoms, and America first. So,
what about Jewish space lasers? Tell us about Jewish space lasers.
Why don't you go talk about Jewish space lasers? And really, why don't you fuck off? How about
that? Thanks. Thank you very much. Thank you. Tell me why so many people that.
Oh God, that was last year. That wasn't even that long ago.
Stand by my words I said then, and I stand by my words today. I think America needs to come together and end all the toxic, dangerous rhetoric and divide. And I'm leading the way with my own example, and I hope that President Trump can do the same.
Okay, so on that, I do want to ask you about something you posted just yesterday on X. You questioned who and what country is putting so much pressure on Trump to keep the Epstein files hidden. And you included a picture about donations from
cost of living, Epstein, dude. No new wars, isolationism, foreign aid, and now the fucking ultimate. The ultimate treat, the fucking stripper that pops out of the cake. Hell yeah, Israel. Let's go.
Israel lobbying group, AIPAC. What are you trying to say there?
Yeah, what are you trying to say? That's a really good question.
Well, I think it's the question that many Americans are asking, especially when we saw information recently come out in these emails that the Oversight Committee that I serve on has released. And we saw Jeffrey Epstein with ties to Ehud Barak. We saw him making business deals with them, also business deals that involved the Israeli government, and seems to have led into their intel agencies. And I think the right question is to ask is, was Jeffrey Epstein working for Israel? And I'm proud to say I don't take money from AIPAC. I don't take money from any special group of people. I'm just representing my district and the American people. And so that's what I was referring to.
I just want to be clear. Are you saying Israel is pushing the President of the United States to cover up the Epstein files?
That's okay. Thank you, God, for clarifying that question.
And what evidence do you have that that is the case?
I simply asked. I simply just asked out loud. Is there?
It's the fucking. Dude, this is just like. I thought we were past this, weren't we? Isn't this just like Richard Spencer and the fucking alt-right guys? And they were like, "Listen, guys, stop with the fucking big boots and the tattoos and the skit. Stop being fucking retards. Go to college, put on a suit, do your hair all nice, talk proper." Believe all the same shit, but also, where are the questions about that she's going to ask about January 6th, right? Or the space lasers.
a foreign government. It could be any foreign government, but is a foreign government pushing to keep this covered up? Because people just don't understand the big fight against.
Well, you had AIPAC up there. It was pretty clear which government you were talking about.
That I'm questioning that government in particular and questioning any other foreign government.
Okay, when you're talking about lowering the rhetoric, which is important for everybody to hear from you and all of our elected officials, but there is some concern, a lot of concern among Republicans about the rise.
I do wonder if does CNN think that, oh yeah, well, this is finally going to break Trump? Like, it's just the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I don't know what the rationale here is.
Of anti-Semitic hard-right figures in your movement, especially after Tucker Carlson hosted white nationalist Nick Fuentes on his podcast. Didn't question Fuentes about his vile language.
She likes him. He likes her.
You did speak at a conference hosted by Fuentes back in 2022. You were criticized, and you said then that you didn't know about his views.
But now you
Fuentes
do.
talked to Carlson about that in the interview. Listen to what he said.
Well, again, with Marjorie, I was a friend of hers, and she spoke at my conference, and then the day after, she pretended like she didn't know me. She pretended like she didn't know me and lied and said I had no idea the conference I was speaking at. She knew exactly what it was.
What do you say to that?
Well, first of all, I defend every single person's free speech rights. I think that's incredibly important. So I don't apologize for that, and I don't believe in canceling people. And I think it's important for people like Tucker Carlson and yourself to interview everyone. I don't believe in trying to cancel someone by refusing to interview them and question them. And I did speak at his conference back in 2022. However, I don't know Nick Fuentes. He's someone I've never exchanged text messages with or phone calls, but I did speak at his conference. That was the first time I had met him that day, and that was it. But I did watch the interview. I watched the full interview with Tucker, and I admire him for interviewing many people as well.
What is this whole thing, bro? Like, what is this thing about how Trump is really tepid about Marjorie and Marjorie's really tepid about Fuentes? Is there just like a fucking human centipede of fucking cowering before the people who are shitting on you from your own side? What's going on here?
As exposing a lot of powerful information.
I hear what
that
you're
he
saying.
does on his show.
I hear what you're saying about free speech. I mean, count me as guilty as.
Oh no! What if he leaks her cozy TV logs? She's up at 3 a.m. just yapping shit, just asking questions about Israel with the MTG account on cozy TV.
Vote in a free speech.
No way.
There's free speech, and then there is hate
Never
speech.
happen.
And this is a man invited on a really prominent conservative show who said, even during that interview, he had a problem with, quote, organized Jewry, and he wasn't challenged on it. In the past, he has denied the Holocaust, called Adolf Hitler effing cool, talked about the fact that he thought Jim Crow was just fine, and on and on. So again, there's free speech, and then there's just hateful language and sentiment.
There's a hell of a lot of Say it, Marjorie.
Well, Dana, again, I told you on this interview that I'm committed to ending the toxic politics, and I think I don't want to have anything to do with it. You should have Nick Fuentes on your show, and you could ask him questions about that. I myself am not anti-Semitic. I have never criticized the Jewish people or said anything about them in particular. I am critical of the government of Israel, and I can criticize any government I want to in the entire world as well as our own. And a lot of the times I am criticizing our own government for failing the American people. And I think that needs to be the focus, and that's the most important thing people care about, is being able to afford groceries, housing, health insurance, and having a good quality of life.
Yeah, and I hear you saying you're not anti.
What a good way to avoid accountability on any of those questions. Just like, I'm really past all that toxic politics now.
Semitic, and you've said it before, and some of the posts that you have put up, which you have apologized for, certainly have tropes in them that have been used historically against Jews. But I do want to end this conversation with a question to you, and that is, do you see a situation where you and President Trump can make up? And if not, do you think you have a future in the GOP?
Well, I certainly hope that we can make up. And there's, you know, again, I can only speak for myself. I'm a Christian, and one of the most important parts of our faith is forgiveness, and that's something I'm committed to. That's why I can easily come on your show that is watched all over the world, and I can say things I'm sorry for, and I can try to set an example of how I think we should move forward as Americans. And so, of course,
Are you showing me the Anything Else podcast? Are they saying some shit? This is interesting.
It's empty. Where did my diamond?
What the
Adelita Griffith is shortly going
probably
to hold a news conference about.
Okay, I don't care. I can't even navigate it. Fuck off.
My end, I believe in that, and I certainly hope to see that happen.
Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, I appreciate you coming on this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dana.
Whoa. What an interesting conflict. I don't know. I think Trump's got a difficult opponent ahead of him. I don't know what she's playing at, but damn. More calculated than I thought, for sure. Eric Adams was in Israel. Nice. Wow. Cool. Did he shag the wall? What is that? I just want to watch some trash, man. I just want to watch some funny shit. I'm kind of warming up to this channel just because it's like so dry and goofy. This is like an entire fucking thing on the fall of BreadTube, and it's got some like greatest hits. Is this a way to wrap up a year of this nonsense? Tommy Robinson connections to Epstein. Well, I know one of the Epstein emails was him praising Tommy to Steve Bannon. What's going on here? Xanderhall, Essence of Thought, Vosh, Keffels, DJ Mule, Noah, Nick. Syria has started publicly prosecuting suspects in the March massacres today. Oh, like a trial. It's been a while since I've watched this channel, Rob's Media. I do want to... I want to see. I want to do some BreadTube. Fuck it. The Adams clip is insane. Is it? There's a new Mr. Girl documentary by Interesting Stuff from Around the World. Wait, what? I can't even download this. What the fuck? Okay, I can. Thank you.
And as I finish, I wanted to come back here to Israel and let you know that I serve you as the mayor, but I want to continue to have the title that's more important to me than anything. I'm your brother. Thank you.
Whoa. Okay, that's wild. Damn.
BreadTube began as a way to combat various different anti-SJW YouTubers during the mid-2010s. Based on the book Conquest of Bread, the term has come to describe various different left-leaning content creators on YouTube and Twitch. It's a very loose community with lots of division in recent years, leading to many of these BreadTubers fading from relevancy or suffering major.
What did that t-shirt say? Wait.
Leading to many
humanism, because I like my justice to be 100% genocide free. I really wonder if people like ContraPoints and H-Bomber Guy get together and talk and just say like, damn, what the fuck did we what did we create? What's going on out there? What the fuck? Look at the people, look at what we emboldened. Is there something we could have done about that? Like, fuck, man.
These BreadTubers fading from relevancy or suffering major reputational damage due to various controversies. Recently, There's been a surge of bread tubers e-begging in order to financially cope with their downfalls. Though some, like myself, have been
Hey, is this the clip that I used? It's just the one that everyone uses their stock fucking B-roll of Noah now. Him calling for violence from what looks to be like his grandmother's fucking bedroom.
Pattern. What's actually causing their decline in viewership and monetary success? It should become obvious to you by the end of this video. Innuendo Studios, or Ian, began his channel around 2014 during the Gamergate era. He aspired to create content revolving around it, defending those like Anita Sarkeesian from what he believed was unjust hate. However, Ian didn't have the time to produce enough
ContraPoints didn't promote Hamas. Yeah, I know she didn't. She was always reasonable. I always thought she was. Yeah. Same with H-Bomber Guy, actually. And I know there's a reason both of them haven't said all that much about Palestine. It's because they know what the internet expects from them if they say anything, and that it'll just be very alienating. Like, they're being very clever about that. Also, I know this is true about other creators as well. Like, what beyond any reasonable doubt, people are so scared of the bread tube audience that they've cultivated if they don't agree with them on Israel Palestine. Even if they're like 99% there, though, even if they believe genocide, etc., but like they don't, fall completely fucking lockstep with the resistance narrative or whatever, that's enough.
Videos due to other freelance work, so he created a Kickstarter campaign to ask for donations.
What I'm shooting for is to carve about 4 months out of my schedule where this would be my main project, with only the least time-consuming freelance work on the side. During that time, I'm
He looked really different back in the day, didn't they?
About 100 minutes of video content. That could be 5 20-minute essays, it could be 25-minute essays. Math. If I get to the end of 4 months and I haven't hit 100 minutes, I keep going. If I get to 100 minutes and there's still any Kickstarter money left, I keep going. And if I go over my funding goal, I just add on minutes and months. As for rewards, I have some. A variety of options, including a personalized mixtape made by me, a portrait of you made by the great Amanda Watkins, and for people in the Massachusetts area, 1 homemade vegan cheesecake.
Yeah, I think you can tell the kind of person he is just from that snippet. Over the next year, Ian would indeed produce over 100 hours of content, making an update video in September 2015 to announce his new Patreon.
My name is Ian. I have launched a Patreon campaign. If I can somehow get it up to $1,250 per video, I can afford to keep treating this as one of my main jobs. And I can guarantee at least one 10 to 15 minute video every month, sometimes more. The Kickstarter money will be gone soon, so if you like what I make, this is how we keep the party going.
And over the next several years, Ian would make your standard, pretentious leftist video essays about things like art and gaming culture. Though the real game changer was a series, The Alt-Right Playbook,
I remember that,
which began in 2017. It became a massive hit for his channel, with the average installment.
Did I ever watch this? I probably watched like one episode. I remember it would be in my feed it would be always in my feed. But was it good? I don't even know.
Over 1 million views.
I think this guy was quite popular.
Most outside bread
this guy was really popular. Yeah, those videos got like 1 million views each. What happened to him?
But weren't really familiar with it.
Is he on like a downfall?
And it would eventually
or?
fade into obscurity, as Ian uploaded less and less over the next 8 years. I watched a handful of episodes in preparation for this video, and I was quite unimpressed by it. For how legendary people have made it seem, the Alt-Right Playbook literally just feels like Ian's guide to arguing with people on Twitter. For instance, in the 3rd episode, he discusses ways to win an argument about Anita Sarkeesian's sketchy Kickstarter campaigns.
Now, by this time, you've noticed your interlocutor's position has changed from she stole from people to she asked too much to begin with to she took too long to deliver, as though these are all the same argument. And you also notice the pattern of the conversation. He says something short, quippy, and wrong. You give a detailed correction. He says something else short, quippy, wrong, and only tangentially related to his last point, and the cycle repeats itself. This goes on and on. And it's not you've noticed just this discussion. You find this manner of argument often when you express left-of-center beliefs.
And it's fine if he wants to discuss that, but these aren't groundbreaking discoveries. This is just how discourse and debate works. The best way to describe Ian is pretentious. He's
really? Is that what they... There's no way this wasn't just like a video about him having arguments on Twitter and being like, can you believe what this person said? Fuck.
pretentious. He has this savior complex and wishes to be taken seriously by the online left. But in reality, this guy is just a sad, pathetic loser.
Damn.
Before Gamergate,
Wait, what?
Ian made this blog post about this bizarre advancement he made towards a random indie dev back in 2008. He found out she was a woman and sent this insanely creepy email. "You are beautiful and wonderful and funny and perfect. I pledge myself to you. If we ever meet, know this. Always, 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 I am yours." He did apologize, but it's insanely drawn out, as he felt the need to address
What the fuck? He told someone that he said, bro. That's a lot of television. That's what that. What the fuck?
every single little thing. Oh, and he left this goofy photo of himself holding
Oh god. What a fucking just horrible fucking red flag. I don't know why you get this kind of like, it's another horseshoe, isn't it? Where you go from right-wing conservative fucking gapist all the way around to performative male feminist who also will violate the shit out of you. Fuck me, man.
An apology sign. "I'm sorry, my lady. I didn't mean to offend you." Like a lot of leftists, Ian is way too public about his sex life, giving away details most men wouldn't spill if they're being waterboarded. He's very open about the fact that he's
that's actually a person getting waterboarded. What the fuck?
Cuck. Yet is still super insecure about it, leading to him producing an entire 17-minute video about the semantics of cuckoldry. Since he is a breadtuber, Ian opens it up by trying to politicize the term.
Richard Spencer, what did he say?
Recovery beggars when there is a Christian genocide in Nigeria.
Thanks for the $10, Jane Socks. I don't know, because they're Christians. No one likes them. What? The cuck-servative meme doesn't make any sense without race. Okay.
As a breadtuber, Ian opens it up by trying to politicize the term. He strawmans his detractors as deeply offended right-wingers who just don't understand his lifestyle. A lifestyle where he watches his girl getting plowed by Big Dick Randy.
The truth is, I've been at this a while, and there have been stretches where I was dating only one person who had multiple partners.
Yeah.
There have also been stretches where I was dating multiple people, all of whom were only involved with me, so
Hell
I
yeah.
guess
Let's
I
go.
was cucking them. And honestly, it's all just dating. You do this long enough, you're gonna be in a lot of permutations.
That's not really, I think cucking is not when you date multiple people or your partner. Cucking is specifically to do with like humiliation, but okay.
Most people like myself aren't trying to moralize this. We're just
Yeah.
here to make fun of you, Ian. And hey, argue all you want about how you're actually happy being a cuck. It's not like those alt-writers were correct about you.
I call this one the slow breakup. It's like when your partner starts canceling date nights and then starts getting home really late and then starts sleeping on the couch, and you keep asking, "Hey, is there something wrong?" And they just say, "Oh, sweetie, of course not. Work is just running me ragged lately, and when I have time off, I'm too tired to go out, and I get home so late these days, I don't want to wake you up by coming to bed." And then one day you get home and their bags are packed, and they're like,
"Whoa.
Look, we both saw this coming." You know that thing. You know this happens to everybody, right?
Yeah, his polyamorous girlfriend broke up with him for another man. What a shock.
I fucking. There's this whole thing in the commentary community where they like these people have like quite like liberal mindsets or whatever, but then they're just like, these guys have quite liberal mindsets for the most part, but then when they see people doing poly stuff, they're just like, yeah, she's gonna leave you for okay. Well, that never happens to monogamous couples. Isn't that worse? Doesn't that mean that like if they'd been monogamous, then she just have never found out that she likes someone better? I don't know. Whatever, bro. If you're gonna be, I think probably if you're gonna be, I don't know, just like what you have. I guess I don't know what the fuck. I don't understand this position where people think like it has to be one way or the other. It's very strange. I think most people are suited for monogamy because most people feel jealousy. But if you don't, then why not? Do what you want. The fuck?
After years of barely uploading content, Ian has hit rock bottom. He put out this video in May 2025 titled, "Being a YouTuber Bankrupted Me," where he discusses his recent hardships.
Poly doesn't work in my opinion. Yeah, you know what else doesn't work? Relationships don't work! Look at them, they're all fucking shit. Marriages barely work. Like, come on, fuck. Yeah, most of the time they don't work. His slow breakup analogy has never happened to me ever. I mean, you can have like slow, you can kind of know there's like writing on the wall, I guess, but whatever.
In life and debates quitting content creation.
For the time being.
Whoa! Wait, that's what he looks like now? Didn't he look like... He looked so different. It might just be the lighting. 646. Where's old Innuendo? Man. What the fuck happened? That's not... maybe it's the lighting. Oh no. Oh god. Hutch got to
content creation.
Oh man.
For the time being, Innuendo Studios is taking a break.
That's hard times. Fuck.
I'm not sure for how long.
It's called time. It's not just time that does that to a motherfucker. Stop. He's Vosh's picture of Dorian Gray. That's why Vosh keeps on looking better with age, isn't he? Vosh was like a... Vosh was looked like a fucking basement dwelling gamer about 5 years ago, and now he's like always the best dressed guy in the room. Fucking men's fashion archetype. I see.
And there's a chance it might.
Every now and then, Vosh comes into the flat, comes into Innuendo Studios' flat, and just has a look at him while he's sleeping. Shudders. Oh no.
Permanent.
What do you mean a break? You've basically been on one already. You've put out less than 30 minutes worth of content in the past year. If anything, this guy needs to be putting out more content, since he's apparently at the edge of bankruptcy.
I have been running this channel at a loss for...
Didn't the same thing happen to H-Bomb? Yeah, but H-Bomb looks... It's not just the appearance, right? It's like the... He looks miserable. I don't know if it's just the lighting as well, but...
7 years. And between back taxes I owe the government, a maxed out credit card that is in collections, and money I owe to a few people who've bailed me out, I have a total accumulated debt that is pushing $100,000.
What?
And I'm not going to say I'm perfect at managing money.
Yeah, no shit. How the fuck are you that much in debt with a successful YouTube channel and thousands of dollars being made each month on Patreon?
He gets $6K a month on Patreon. Just, you guys understand that Patreon is passive income, right? You're doing fuck all. You can take a fucking month off and your Patreon will just get you through better than it gets most people in society. What the actual... Every time I see one of these YouTuber videos, unless it's like a 100 viewer streamer or whatever the fuck, or they used to be like 1K and now they're 150. When it's that, I can see people doing these things where they're like, oh yeah, times are tough. I need a fucking hand. Give me a bit of a leg up. But when it's people, why is it so common where people who clearly have a lot of income are talking about the amount of fucking hardship they're going? Is it just a racket like every time? What the fuck?
Well, apparently this guy didn't know what taxes were until the age of 32. Instead of fleeing to Asia like any normal schizo, he decided to wait until his back taxes and fees reached $59,000.
Hi, Dan. I just moved in next door. I'm a supermodel.
I don't care who the IRS sends, I am not paying taxes.
Also, his credit card debt reached only $19,000. as I guess he spent too much money on his fedora and Funko Pop collection.
Oh,
and also the fact that he lives in one of the most expensive cities in America.
Is he in California? Where is he? Boston. Is Boston one of the most expensive cities? I don't have no fucking idea. America, whatever.
But no, according to him, it's not entirely his fault. It's capitalism's fault.
Now, I want to acknowledge that some of this is my fault. The debt would not be nearly so big if I were better at budgeting, if I read my mail faster, if I had followed up
What's happening in this flat? Is there any... Okay, he hasn't wasted a bunch of money on a fucking... That air fryer doesn't... The microwave looks cheap as chips, actually. Okay, no. What's he buying? The fuck is he buying, man? It's a nice looking... It's a big kitchen. It's a nice flat. Maybe? I don't know.
That audit, I am not purely a victim here. But also, this is a bad and broken system, and even if...
Yes! Oh my god, man, the fucking it is such an effective fucking grift, because it doesn't really matter how irresponsible you are. Those people here, broken system, and the little switch goes off. They're like, oh yeah, fuck that system. I'm gonna buck that system even harder by bailing you out.
I played it perfectly. There is no universe where I make what I make and finish the year with 12 grand left over for the government. Not in this city, maybe not in this country.
He still hasn't grasped the concept of personal responsibility yet. Instead of getting his shit together and making videos, he'd rather spend all day watching movies and playing video games.
There's a bunch of stuff I do on Patreon that, like, I haven't even announced it here on YouTube. I've been doing it for like a year and change now. I do these little projects where, like, I have a film randomizer list. It's like a list of, this year's list is like 36 movies, where I hit shuffle on Letterboxd.
Shay, thanks for the 10 Canadian. Is that a new donor? That's so exciting. It's all relative. You get used to higher income, spend on a bunch of shit you don't need, then get behind on taxes and it spirals quickly. Probably had to pay installments, then borrowed. I just never allowed myself to be in that position. Do you know why? Because I live fucking cheap. That's what I find cheap flats for rent, and I don't go fucking tits. I don't understand why it's whatever. Fuck. I don't have some kind of like weird fucking desire to live in the biggest, most expensive, baddest city in the fucking country. Like, dude, imagine me sitting here with you guys like, oh guys, I don't know, fuck. Listen, I really need a fucking leg up now, okay? Listen, we need to triple the super, we need to do a fucking rent emergency super fucking chatathon, subathon straight, like, you know, this fucking Chelsea flat is really getting the better of, like, what the fuck are you doing there, man? Especially if you're a content creator, why does a content creator even why does it matter where they live? Like most of what you do is indoors and shit. Aberdeen is posh as fuck. No. Aberdeen has some really nice areas, but it's cheap. It's cheap as fuck. It's so cheap. Yeah, I used to live next to a bunch of really nice restaurants and shops and stuff like that, and like grocers and all that. But yeah, fuck, I lived in a really cheap flat. It was a 2-bedroom that cost like less than £600 a month. What do you pay? I couldn't possibly disclose my this broken system.
And
access to cultural shit. Let me show you a trick. I'll show you some access to cultural shit, okay? You want some culture? Okay. Let's get cultured as fuck. Hell yeah. Oh my god. That's so much culture, man. Look at him go. I don't even understand a word. It's so high pitched. Wow. Hell yeah. I got a fan. I got this. I'm on my panel light filters. Whoa. You people are weird.
Watch whichever one comes up first and try to get through the whole list by the end.
He means urban culture. Speak no more. Wow! Fucking... There's a train! High speed, probably. Wow, little lanterns. Wow. Gonna hurt my neck looking up at these buildings. Alright. No, sorry. I just need to make 3 videos a year and fucking beg! A bunch of easily fucking misled benefactors, some wealthy communists, to keep me afloat.
And I write little reviews for them. Or I have like a video game cabinet, just games I'm trying to get through before the end of the year. I do a reading log.
How about you make movie reviews or gaming streams? How fucking hard could that be? It's like he'd rather sit
Not hard.
on his ass than work on content. I bet his work schedule consists of Googling something for a video and calling it a day, before spending the next 14 hours binge-watching movies at full volume, while the IRS starts aggressively knocking on his door. Instead of actually fixing this problem himself, Ian chose to crowdfund
the fucking fuzz barging his door.
again.
He should have played the audio for that clip, though.
To get $155,000 off GoFundMe.
Help me pay off 87k of debt. Jesus.
He was able to garner this incredibly quickly due to how pitiful he made himself look in the video, which was definitely intentional. He picked the lowest quality camera possible, talked in a voice more monotone than mine, and kept spouting out excuses for why he couldn't get basic work done.
I just can't take it anymore. This is just a lot of strain.
Why can't bro declare bankruptcy? Bro, when someone has 6k in their fucking Patreon, 6k of passive income, passive, fucking, then, and they start talking like this, there's obviously things they're not telling you. Has he told us what his spending habits are? What the fuck's he spending his money on? There's like some kind of, because that's not just rent in a nice area, is it? That's not just rent in a nice area. That's like, there's like an addiction going on there somewhere. Maybe, right? Or like a serious fucking depresso autism tax, like fucking having to deliver 3 meals a day. Tariffs.
To put on me and to put on my family. And I've felt for a long time that like I'm on the verge of
haircuts.
You know, kind of making it. Like I've been dancing around the periphery for a while. You know, back in 2020, right before COVID happened, you know, like the numbers were really doing good. The Patreon was really solid. I was making more money than I'd ever made, and it really seemed like it was going to keep heading that way. And then they just started to dip, and it's never really recovered. You know, once I hurt my back and I couldn't work for a while, and life just got more expensive.
Aw man, his back hurt. Guess that means he can't sit on his ass all day and make YouTube videos anymore.
My back! To be fair, it depends on what, like, I don't know, I do feel bad for, I do sympathize a lot with back pain, because when you hurt your back, no one knows what the fuck that means. That could mean anything from you've got like a fucking twinge to you literally cannot get out of bed, or like you can't fucking think because of how much pain you're in, and nothing will make it go away. I don't know, back pain can be quite nasty. I say this because I've basically had fucking chronic pain for the last 5 years. Like, my back is fucked. Like, and I can occasionally do things that make it go away a little bit, but like I'm basically just in pain like all day for years. It is quite fucking irritating. But yeah, there's still, it depends on how much you hurt it or whatever the fuck. Yeah, depends. Because obviously you can still work in a lot of these situations.
It's very manipulative, and Ian is very aware of that, since he's laid out his crowdfunding strategy in a previous video.
We go on crowdfunding sites and tell our stories about what we want to make and why they matter to us. People get that investment when the story is good and when they trust the person telling it. And that's what I mean about campaigns living or dying on the perception of sincerity. People have to believe the story you're telling them is true. Now, there are ways to present the appearance of sincerity without actually being sincere. And if you want advice on how to do that, you're gonna need to talk to an ad executive. What I always tell people is that the best way to appear sincere is to be sincere.
And it worked. As much of Ian's leftist audience supported him without question, including some of his breadtuber buddies like Big Joel and
fucking Philosophy Tube. Hey.
Philosophy Tube. A month after the GoFundMe's release, Ian would announce that he'd be going on a sabbatical. With no intent to produce content despite his audience's expectations, he might as well just tell them—
Wait, he got bailed out and then did a sabbatical? Is that what I just heard? What the fuck?
To go a month without question, including some of his breadtuber buddies like—
I don't know what the timeline is here, but it seems like after he got bailed out, he was like, listen guys, thanks, but it's tough, but man, I'm really in... Oh, God.
Big Joel and Philosophy Tube. A month after the GoFundMe's release...
The thing is, you can just be like, listen, I really, I've been suffering a lot of depression and I can't really come back to it after you guys have helped me out. I'm really sorry. You know, partly it's my fault. You know, I should have got the help when I needed it. I've been carrying around a lot of mental baggage for too long, but really, as much as I believe in taking responsibility for my own actions, I cannot say that I brought this on entirely by myself. And you guys understand, my leftist audience. And then people are waiting for it. Where's the thing? Fuck. He's sitting there like, okay, thanks for the bailout, guys. You've given me the help I need. I really appreciate it. But also, I'm going to have to announce a break, okay? I didn't intend for this. I'm really sorry to disappoint you. I had a bit of a mental health crisis. Some of it's my own fault, you know? I haven't really been dealing with my issues appropriately. Could have done things better, but after all, I can't say it's just me, because it's also the broken system. And then the cash just fucking rolls the fuck in. It's also this broken system. And let me tell you something about the labor theory of value and capitalism and how difficult it is to make one's way as an artist in this incredibly competitive dog-eat-dog environment, the profit motive, living paycheck to paycheck, not just in this city, but in this god-forbidden fucking cost of living nightmare country, this snake's nest, this fucking shark attack of a country. Oh, thanks so much for that next round. You're gonna have to take another break again.
Would announce that he'd be going on a sabbatical. With no intent to produce content despite his audience's expectations, he might as well just tell them to go fuck themselves. I wouldn't be surprised if this guy just scammed his audience so he can go to Japan or whatever and live out his weeaboo fantasies. Either way, the situation definitely isn't over. As pointed out by Accounting in YouTube, go check him out, his videos are great. Ian might have to pay taxes on the GoFundMe money due to seemingly using it for his vacation. His audience also donated with the
I wish we could have this conversation without a young YouTuber having to do a takedown video about a clearly unwell person. Listen, I don't care how fucking unwell, like, he seems quite unwell. You don't get to evade criticism for being like, or to use your unwellness as a fucking shield when you're using it to make money off people's hard-earned fucking cash. Shit. Your boy is literally at the fucking loan shark company, but instead of giving him a really high predatory interest rate, they're saying, nah, no interest. Don't even pay it, keep it. But you might get made fun of by some YouTubers on the internet. And he was like, hell yeah, okay. Say no more. What would you choose?
That he continue making videos, meaning they wouldn't be counted as gifts and would have to be taxed.
Quote, contributions to crowdfunding campaigns are not necessarily a result of detached and disinterested generosity and therefore may not be gifts. This sentence suggests that contributions to crowdfunding campaigns can often be made with personal motives, rather than purely out of selfless generosity. If this is the case, these contributions may not ethically qualify as gifts, since gifts typically imply no expectation of return.
There's a difference between criticism and making entertainment of a thing, I think. Yep, and both of them are based. If you're going to behave like this, yeah, you get it.
Or benefit.
There was supposed to be some...
You made your deal with the devil? This is what happens next.
Sort of update on the situation this month. And as of editing this, nothing has happened. Well, besides him recently unlisting his update video, which I found a little strange. I hope he found the polyamorous anime waifu of his dreams the other month, cause god, he'll need it.
God, he really hates polyamory. This fucking Rob guy. Shit. Oh no, Xanderhall.
Xanderhall is one of those breadtubers who claims to have escaped the alt-right pipeline and joined the right side of politics after self-realization. In reality, this dude just went on 4chan sometimes and watched anti-SJW content, which a lot of left-leaning YouTubers even made back around 2016. He started watching Destiny after the JonTron debate, and began consuming content from more and more radical creators as time went on. This dude never...
Xanderholic's in. I'm still a Xanderholic. You can never take that away from me. What are you talking about? Xanderhall's young, man. He started YouTubing when he was, what, fucking 19 years old? Maybe even younger? I mean, people have done worse with their teen years. I'm just saying. People have done worse with their early 20s. I'm guessing he's, what, mid-20s now? That's probably... Is he still making videos? Is he still making videos? Yeah, he's got a stream today at 20 minutes.
Escaped radicalization. He just switched teams. I don't know if I would call him a grifter though. I think he's too stupid to do that effectively.
Whoa.
I learned that this hadn't just happened to me, it was happening to millions of teenagers and just young people across the world. Ironically enough, it was like I had taken the real red pill. I found more channels such as Sean and Jen, ContraPoints, Dusty Smith, H Bomber Guy, Claudia Brown, and many more.
Originally going by Pig Puncher, Xander would suck up to a lot of the big breadtubers and parrot their talking points. He has an obvious
Pig Puncher.
complex, thinking that he and his pals are the ones who are going to save America from fascism.
Fuck me.
Though, just like Innuendo Studios, Xanderhall is too retarded to have any meaningful impact. He infamously stored all of his money in his PayPal and Steam account, tweeting out that someone hacked one of them and siphoned all of his money.
Shouldn't your bank be able to intervene in situations like this? I don't use a bank. I use PayPal.
What?
What man, that's a mess. Oh god, that financial situation. Man. How do you pay for things with PayPal? If you're in a shop, what do? You touch your fucking... What the fuck do you do? You have a PayPal card? They have a debit card system. Oh god. PayPal, you don't get interest on PayPal though, do you? And it's also, there's like an exchange, there's like a cost to using your money there. It's got so many problems. What the fuck? There's so many reasons you wouldn't use your PayPal as a bank account. Mate. He just goes into fucking Walmart and asks them for their Gmail. No, not the real Walmart TM at Gmail. That's a scammer.
He doesn't have a debit card or a credit card.
What?
Wait, how does he buy things? Wait, he buys things through PayPal?
Boblax is asking all the real questions here. Maybe this guy has to ask the cashier of the grocery store for a PayPal username to acquire his weekly rations. A couple of months later, he complained about a System32 error corrupting a $6,000 computer, begging his Twitter followers for help. My question is, what does this guy need a 6K PC for? All he does is ramble on stream for 3 hours a day. And the cherry on top? Xanderhall's girlfriend...
That's quite an expensive PC. What the fuck? Is it because Sev told him? Sev gave him the specs.
And Lonnie was using his money to buy meth. She had also been cheating on him with her dealer, both of them getting arrested for having drugs in their car. She'd make a twit longer accusing Xanderhall of neglect, along with being a lazy slob who begs his mommy for vapes and weed cartridges. This led to him putting her on full blast, showing off her arrest for all to see. As you can tell, Xander Hall isn't the smartest with his finances, which has made many question.
He does have good lighting though. This is a nice little pink and blue room. It's very pastel.
Why they should be listening to him for socioeconomic opinions, or anything else at this point. I mean, this guy struggles with basic IQ.
I think that's just the thing. I think I noticed this happen was like the fucking Demon Mama shit, and like these people who started streaming off of the coattails of Vosh. And Vosh was obviously like a very good debater and a very good public speaker. But yeah, he'd read a bit, but not that much. But then people would see that and think, well, I can do that as well because I'm watching this stuff and I feel like I'm like absorbing whatever's going on here. But then you go on, and if you don't really read that much about like the things you're talking about, and there's a lot of gaps in your knowledge, you haven't really thought about the arguments, and you don't have the kind of skills to just kind of blag it, which I think Vosh was very good at. Vosh was very good at debating, even when he didn't really know a topic that well at all. But with other people, it's like people are going to notice. They're going to notice very quickly.
Tests. So it's got to be one with 3 in it. And what pattern are they going into? It's over to the right, down, then to the left, up, right, down, left, up 3, F.
Demon Mama is so irrelevant, she didn't even make it to this video. Is she irrelevant, or did she just stop? I thought Demon Mama just stopped. Oh yeah, it's been over a year. She's long done. Yeah. One of the top ones. Bad Empanada, Demon Mama out as a groomer. Damn. Everyone is all the worst things, aren't they? Unless they're a terrorist.
I'm going really quickly on this one, guys, so... Wait, is stream dead? Why are people effing? Why are people effing? Oh, are they saying the answer was F? Because I got it wrong? I don't know how I got that one wrong. Guys, I'm really bad at tests like this, especially under time, especially with 355 people watching me do it.
I know these tests are shit, but hearing all of his different coping methods were hilarious. He blames his low score on a variety of different shit in order to swerve off the embarrassment.
Do you have to move fast when are you smart enough for Mensa? Wait, what do you have to answer? Do you have to answer fast? Is that like what they make you do for these games? 97's normal. Yeah, it's average. It's average intelligence. Yeah. Oh, average IQ. How accurate are IQ tests? I don't think online IQ tests are accurate at all. That's my understanding. Do it, Loner. No, I will not do it. Fuck you.
Oh god, that's not good. That's not a good IQ right there. That's a slightly below average IQ right there. That's about what I expected. Yeah, that's about what I expected. I'm yelling at my mom right now. Hold on. Now I'm depressed. Who sent me that test? I'm permabanning them. Does anyone remember who sent me the test? So I can permaban them? Because now I feel shit about myself. IQ has been severely debunked by every leading psychological theory of intelligence. I know it has, but it's still...
You have to deduct 10 points for believing an IQ test online. Yeah, right? What the fuck?
Feels like shit.
I think I did do one when I was a teenager because I had autism and I was seeing a psychologist for that, like a child psychologist. But it wasn't like all shapes and shit like that and problem solving. There was also, he would ask me about words. He would ask me like, what does this word mean? I'm like, if you don't know, you don't know. The fuck?
That's true. All an IQ test tells you is how good you are at taking an IQ test. Watch the Adam Ruins Everything episode about it. That's what we'll do. After the segments, we're going to watch the Adam Ruins Everything episode about the IQ test, so I don't feel like shit. Also, I'm starving. If I'd eaten probably... To be fair, I will say this. It has been shown that when you're not hungry, you perform better on tests.
True.
And I have not eaten today, and I am starving right now.
I guess his PayPal didn't work at the grocery store that day. He gets
Release the
pissed at his
files.
mommy for lying to him
Yeah.
about his intelligence, eventually calling her on stream to debate her on it.
Listen,
Like,
guys.
what's the pattern here? Like the fucking square's moving clockwise. Is what's happening here? It's still moving clockwise. Here, it's gonna be fucking D, right? Is that what you do? Like, is that just? Wow. Brilliant.
Be honest with you, when I took an IQ test and I was in like 4th grade, my mom refused to tell me the answer. She told me it's because my score was really high and I'd like make fun of people for having a lower score than
Oh, is
me.
it a trick? No, it's not. Because the dot just stays the same for all of them. It's just the square moves.
I think it was probably because my fucking score was low, okay?
I'm well fed though, okay? That's why that was so easy.
But IQ tests are not an accurate measure of intelligence anyway.
Obviously.
You lied to me when I was a kid.
Is he typing with 2 index fingers? Sorry.
IQ is below average.
I don't even. It's just very silly.
Fuck. Listen, I took an IQ test on stream and I got a 97. That is my IQ.
Quit smoking pot.
I've smoked weed 3 times and I don't like it.
Since late 2022, Xander Hall has been burning almost every single bridge he's built of other creators.
Oh, no.
Most notably, Shoe on Head during the Balenciaga
Shit,
controversy.
that was very silly. Why would the fucking Balenciaga? Oh god.
Which I've covered in multiple other videos now. Another one of these connections was with Demon Mama, who in July 2024 leaked his Discord DMs of his editor, Cherry. He was withholding payments in fear of going homeless or moving back in with his mom, knowing either way that he'd lose access to weed privileges. Okay, so I think I am fucked. Still no money and still does not show as pending in my bank account.
I love
Okay,
this.
the number was wrong.
Was it someone needs to die for this? I can't remember what happened, but he said someone needs to die for this.
Confirmed. The 4K went to some rando. It has to be stopped. Cherry, ASAP.
Is the Xander Loner bridge intact? I mean, we got on fine when we were doing progressive victory stuff. I've never disliked Xander. I just think he's silly. I just think he's very silly and it's funny.
Emergency, fuck, homeless, I am now homeless, Cherry, why, answer now, please, I am going to be homeless, Cherry, Cherry, I have never been paid by Progressive Victory before, according to all my bank info, not ever before, Cherry, answer now, I will be homeless starting tomorrow, Cherry.
The fucking V's. Why are there so many V's? What's doing that?
Okay, we are buying my plane ticket back to California now. Thank you for completely ghosting me tonight. I'll never forget it. Never. The only way to save me is for Progressive Victory to pay me everything they owe me. I have never received a single payment, not one. I am fucked. Fucked.
He's trying to do Control V. With this, he doesn't have the opposable. This is fucking brilliant, man. Why? I think I'm just in the right mood for this video. It's so good.
Cherry, answer now.
The fuck?
Cherry, you have fucking killed me. They eventually talk, and Cherry complains about Xander Hall not paying her. He challenges her on this and says he's not Keffels. Cherry begs to differ. You talk about wanting people to die a lot. A lot of people need to die, to be honest. I hate all of them, Cherry. I want all of them to die. I would.
Do you know your IQ? Well, I don't know if I got a test when I was a kid. I seem to remember being told it was more than 100, like 120, 30, something. I can't remember. But I didn't give a fuck. I didn't care enough to remember the number. But,
kill Keffels in a heartbeat. I wouldn't even.
It's probably lower now, to be fair.
Shoot her. I beat her to death with the gun. You're not in a good mental state. I will kill her. What's her address? I want it. I want to know where she's at. She's in Ireland. It's not public. Please stop. You're spiraling. Someone has to die for this. I will never be happy until someone has died for this. Ideally Keffels. And Velvet and her fucking orbiters. I have to kill her. Really kill her. Stop her heart. Xand, fucking stop. Calm down. Stop, please. Okay. In May, following the release of Innuendo Studios' video, Xander Hall would make a response, basically piggybacking off of it.
Post BMI or IQ. I'll do my real IQ test, okay? Let's do my real IQ test. Just a bit of the old connections. I see Monopoly here already. Parking, tax, railroad, avenue. Wait, it's not railroad, is it? It's fucking rail station. Is there a railroad? Let's just try anyway. Hey, well done. Okay. Zebra, philosophy, rugby shirt. Every day. Approach, humdrum, banal, school, IBM logo, method, barcode, pedestrian. Well, every day could be with banal and humdrum, but what would the last thing be for that? For every day? Method, approach, method, well, philosophy and school. Barcode and zebra are black and white. Are rugby shirts black? No, fuck off. Is banal black and white? Kind of. Is the IBM logo black and white? I thought it had blue. It has blue. Wait. Every day. Surely every day has to go with banal. Huh? I'm not putting banal there. Fuck that. Rugby shirt and... Is the IBM logo got stripes? Banal, pedestrian, humdrum every day. Like walking, like city life? I don't know. See this? Run of the mill. Oh, okay.
TLDR. He's broke, he's starving, and he needs your money now.
Let us move on, but first I gotta update the dono goal to reflect the generous, singular donation we've gotten so far. Thank you for the $5, guys. I appreciate it. Looks like I'm gonna have to make those groceries last.
I'll give 10 subs if you do one of those tests on stream. For an IQ test. I'll do an IQ test for 100 gifties, actually. Or what's that, 500? But I'm not doing that for... Fuck off. An IQ test. You want me to put myself through that level of public stress and humiliation? Absolutely not.
This week. All right.
Because every lefty who doesn't believe in IQ will watch it and say, Lawyer Bug got low IQ. All right.
This was 2 hours into the stream, by the way. It took him that long to make $5. At this point, I just quit. But I guess we're not as mentally strong as Xander Hall.
So that is not... Keep in mind, by the way, most progressive content creators such as myself, and I'm pretty sure Innuendo Studios as well, don't take sponsorships. I've taken one sponsorship ever, and it was because they're the one company that offered to send me a free sample of the product without even agreeing to the sponsorship before I accept. We don't do that most of the time. You could argue we should, but trust me, the broader online left would not let us get away with it, and we would take a much bigger hit to our viability as creators in the long run if we did take sponsorships.
That's true for, I think for streaming, that's definitely true. Not for video essays. No one gives a fuck if you put an ad in a video essay.
Fundamentally, we have to rely on fan support in order to not come off as disingenuous in what we stand for. We are shooting ourselves in the foot when we take easy opportunities to become more financially stable and successful, because to an extent, there is a cultural expectation in the online left that if you're a progressive, you're not exactly rolling in the money, you're not taking easy money payoffs that might be somewhat principally against what you stand for, and I think that's a good thing.
I'm glad you have those principles, Xander Hall. I hope they serve you well when you're living in an alleyway, begging pedestrians for spare change in order to buy more vape cartridges. Just take the established title sponsorship. It's not like you actually have morals, dude. You threaten to kill people over petty gay disagreements. Xander Hall's main contribution to this discussion is presenting schizo conspiracy theories about YouTube's algorithm working against leftist YouTubers. To him, it's not his fault for his content not doing well. It's the platform for not promoting him well enough.
From Yasuke Vermeulen in chat says, have you considered making better content? Must be the viewer's fault. You are clearly a conservative in chat.
You are clearly a conservative. Do you see what I mean? It's like Vosh speak, but it's just it's like the scrappy dude to the Scooby of Vosh speak. Have you considered just making better videos? You are clearly a conservative. It's just
concern troll. And I'll actually use you as an argument before we finish up the segment. Like I said before, you will deal with people like these constantly anytime you try to acknowledge this. The right doesn't want there to be a conversation on the left about the fact that, like, algorithms objectively work.
This is about the right wing? What? Okay.
The way they do, and if the left is going to reach a broader audience, then like the audiences have to engage. They want to try and turn your audience against you when you have that conversation by saying, oh, well, why don't you just make better content? Doesn't matter how good the content is. Like, algorithms work the way they do.
This is something he's doubled down on.
That's just not true, but okay.
In a recent stream, claiming that YouTube A/B test for thumbnails has been secretly applied to videos for the past 5 years.
What's going on here? What's going on?
What's going on?
I have a theory. If you're a content creator or you watch YouTube, you might have heard of a phrase called A/B testing. A/B testing means you're just testing thing A against thing B, and thing B against thing A, trying to see which of the two things does better at anything you're trying to test. Here's the thing, though. I don't think A/B testing as a concept is new to YouTube, though. I don't think it's new, like 2 years new. I don't. I think behind the scenes, maybe over 5 years now, YouTube has been internally running A/B tests. If you read the subreddits dedicated to YouTubers, there's a phrase you'll hear come up very often called a hype. They'll talk about how there'll be stints of time where whatever garbage they put up on their channel, whether it be like absolute peak or a genuine dog doo-doo, just shit out video to get like a slot filled for an upload, right? They will be given a real fair shake in the algorithm, if not more than fair.
His proof is Reddit posts, and his sleep paralysis demon mumbling into his ear after another bad weed trip. Xander Hall isn't able to take personal responsibility for his channel crumbling apart, so he has to blame it on some vague outside force instead. He gets like 5k views per stream highlight, yet thinks it's the conservatives' fault. It definitely has nothing to do with how boring he is as a streamer.
No.
He's not going to change up his content and stream longer. He'd rather just show his Patreon and hope the goodwill being sent to Ian hasn't dried up yet.
If you enjoyed this video, if you want to support my content, which is more important now than ever if you want it to continue to exist, then please consider leaving a like and a comment down below. It really does help a lot. Subscribe and ring the bell icon so you can see more from me, and YouTube might tell you when I go live or upload more stuff in the future. Join my fan Discord, link down below, and follow my social medias. And if you want to support me directly, financially, help me keep the lights on and a roof above my head here at the Xander Hall studio, then please consider donating, subscribing, gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buy some custom Xander Hall merch through the Streamlabs link down below.
Don't forget to buy your Xander Hall themed meth pipes. Also, continue to donate to my PayPal. It definitely won't get hacked again.
Fuck, man.
Essence of Thought is a channel most known for its coverage of trans
I don't know that much about this person. Am I gonna get that much joy out of Essence of Thought? Fuck it, let's do it.
And documentation of the locale Lily Orchard.
If I see transphobia, I'm gonna fucking move on probably because I don't like it. But
was run by Ethel.
We'll see.
And yes, that's what they go by. Imagine just
okay, that's probably fuck that. I don't care.
Originally going by Irish Laddie, Vosh came from Destiny's community, but he was basically kicked out after sexually harassing an autistic girl named Poppy. Standard behavior for Vosh. Though I'm sure Destiny only disavowed him to remove competition and be the only sex pest in DBG. Vosh would go on to emulate Destiny's content, rivaling him as the internet's biggest debate bro. He would debate anyone on anything, using some of the strangest tactics to win arguments. A favorite of mine being his debate with Ethan Ralph and Flamenco, where he uses a tactical gamer word.
Shit.
You know who else didn't consider Slavs white back then? Everyone.
You realize they were N-words in
that fucking Nazi boy
in the SS.
Dude,
right?
you can just say
Bah!
Whew. Wow.
Oh,
that's a little bit hot for me,
oh,
but-
God. Oh, fate. Oh, he said the word. Oh, God.
I got him. I broke his brain.
In another debate with Destiny, they argue about the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, where Vosh compares the situation to all the Marvel movies he's seen.
It really depends on the context.
He said that as a joke. It was a Sam Cedar fucking reference. It was the Tim Pool Sam Cedar. Big L for Rob's Media.
There and how legitimate the lethal threat is. I do believe that. I think that there's a lot of nuance there. But listen, all I know is I've seen a lot of Marvel movies, and in the part where the good guy gets framed and he turns around and there are a bunch of angry cops and civilians staring at him, he drops the gun and puts his hand up in the air, and he doesn't fucking unleash the fucking Iron Man laser and cut down 300 people who are threatening him implicitly.
He's joking. Look at he's fucking smirking and shit. It's obviously a joke.
Surrounding him and not allowing him free access out. So maybe
Well,
that's
and in real life, if you spend a lot of time on Live Leaks or Ogrish or any other like gore site, you can see that where one guy throws his hands up and a mob comes up and somebody throws one punch that kills him, and then people cut his intestines out and they drag it over the street. So I mean, like, I don't know. I guess
typically
it's up to you.
happens in the United States.
It's not a matter of it typically happening. I mean, like, there have been people that have been killed in these protests and riots so far. And I mean, like, who's to say that you're not going to be the next? Like, I don't know.
Damn, I thought that was 100. I thought I was ready to get my IQ tests out, but oh well. Sorry. Marilyn, next time. Thanks for the 10 gifties, though. I really appreciate it. Wow. Very generous.
20 Marvel movies. I doubt you can find that many live leak videos of people being killed. So, yeah, I'll hinge my bet.
And finally, there's his debate with Vegan Gains, where he plays devil's advocate for child pornography.
So, you know, there's pedophiles, right, who buy child pornography. Would you say they should not be held responsible for doing that?
Yes.
Really? Even though they're directly supporting child rape?
Yeah, I think it's hypocritical. If I bought my computer and the silicon in it was farmed in Africa by slaves, if I can do that and that's legal and no one's going to call me out on my shit, then yeah, I have to be consistent in that respect.
Wow.
Okay, look, I think there's...
but little do you understand that the nature of the product itself is different, because one can envision a PC. You don't consume the PC for the abuse. You consume child porn, you're consuming it for the abuse.
Levels to this. So
it's a very age-old philosophical dispute.
I wouldn't equate buying a computer to buying child pornography.
Why not? It's the exact same means of production relations.
I mean, it's in order to pretty much have a job anymore, you need a computer. So do you really think it's reasonable to equate something like buying something that might cause some amount of cruelty exploitation in the world that you need for your job just to be able to, like, not be homeless, to something that you're buying purely for very shallow personal pleasure that causes horrible, irreparable damage to somebody lifelong?
I mean, we can actually, like, partition it out. I don't know how much child pornography goes on the market these days. I haven't exactly checked.
I'm sure you haven't, Vosh. I believe you. He's had many moments like these where he seemingly defends CP and Lolicon, but his excuse has always been to blame it on him being a debate bro. He's saying this stuff to win arguments, not because he likes children.
Zoophile, like drawn stuff, it should be 100% legal. In fact, and this is going to be a real hot take, I have yet to hear a convincing moral or legal argument as to why possession of child pornography should be illegal.
Fuck.
Actual child pornography.
Please, right now, uncuck your dumb shit lip cut.
Uncuck your... Yes!
This
Do it!
empirically correct fact that I am about to spit.
Yeah.
It is possible for an adult and a child to have a sexual relationship and for it to have positive outcomes
Is it?
on the child as well.
I'm not sure
That
that's
is
true.
possible.
We have at some point in our lives.
I need a very shy caller on the background. Be like, I'm not really sure that's a true thing. Like some fucking beta male debater.
Fucking crazy on some hentai site, and we've been fucking stroking as hard and fast as we can, and then after we nut, we go back, look over our history chat, and we go like, oh jeez, oh boy, some of these girls looked pretty young. Okay, I don't give a fuck.
And then his porn folder got leaked, which is filled with animated sexual depictions of little girls and horses. No matter which way you look at it, it's bad. According to his own standards, Vosh is a pedophile,
The thing that bothers me is people who pretend there's no relationship whatsoever between, like, drawn lolly shit and actual attraction to children. Of course there's a relationship between those things. It's ridiculous to pretend otherwise. So they need to be aware of that, if anything.
Are you saying that based on common sense, or is there any evidence of that?
Any evidence of that? You mean, okay, so I've had a bunch of links thrown at me by people who are, again, very sussy, trying to argue there's not actually a relationship between instances of child predation and access to, like, lolicon or whatever.
Well, I would assume there is a correlation between people who really want to believe that and people who are pedophiles. So
yeah, I'd be willing to bet that.
Though his cope was that only a few of the images were lolly, and that most of these little girls were in fact not children, but instead short-stacked goblins. When asked about possibly being a zoophile, he claims he doesn't actually jerk off to horsecock. He wants to be the horse. Though this fell on deaf ears since he's argued in favor of bestiality, and admits to letting his pet geckos lick his dick. A couple of months ago, someone alleged that Vosh had sexually inappropriate conversations with a minor, which I can't read here since it could risk this video getting age restricted or taken down.
No.
Vosh fans dismissed these Discord screenshots as fake until a screen recording verified their validity. I'm not surprised if these are real either way, as Vosh has also argued in favor of lowering the age of consent. Due to all these controversies, Vosh has entered a fortress arc, pretty much not interacting with anyone outside his community. Whenever he tries attacking someone like Ethan Klein, he immediately gets put back in his place by being called a horse-fucking pedophile. Despite this, Vosh's channel is still doing pretty well, averaging 100,000 views per video. Obviously, not at the same level he was at 4 years ago, but still impressive numbers after getting exposed as a freak who jerks off the children.
Yeah,
because
how
of this, Vosh sympathizes with the plight of Innuendo Studios, shouting out his GoFundMe without stating the real reasons this guy is going bankrupt.
A lot of the stuff that I've talked about on this channel for years are essentially, like, iterations on information that I first encountered watching some of his alt-right playbook videos. It's a good channel. Yeah, go support him through GoFundMe or through his Patreon if you can.
Though deep down, he's hoping Ian doesn't make too much money, cause Vosh obviously doesn't want competition.
Now, was Innuendo Studios mean to me on Twitter at some point? Probably.
Yeah.
A lot of people have been. But you know what? I'm willing to be the bigger man and say I forgive him. It's good stuff. Ian Danskin deserves so much more than his current financial situation. If we're actually socialists like we claim to be. Hold on, Gigasad, person who just joined the chat. I saw you a second ago. You said that if Ian Danskin streamed, you would watch him more than me. Oh, listen, okay? Let's not take solidarity too far. You still have to give me all your money every month. All right? Let's not go overboard.
Vosh,
again, that's like a joke, right? Okay.
Capitalism is showing. Gotta watch out, man. Karl Marx would be very disappointed in you. Despite having this mindset, Vosh still doesn't understand how Innuendo Studios could be failing. How could this guy be losing money after only putting out 30 minutes worth of content a year?
I just think it's disgraceful that, you know, somebody as talented as Innuendo Studios could be having issues like this. Now, in fairness, I don't think that the man's run his channel much as a business. But
that's true.
I don't think everyone should have to.
Well, if you want to make YouTube your full-time job, yes, you have to. I know you guys are socialist grifters, but if you want to avoid going broke, you actually have to make money.
Wow.
Being a bed blob isn't going to make you a millionaire unless you're Jabba the Hutt. It's like if you ran a small restaurant and only opened it to the public once a month. That's how Innuendo Studios runs his channel. Yet Vosh doesn't see it that way. He thinks Ian's content is incredibly time-consuming to make, despite mostly putting out 5-minute slideshows.
When the right-wing grift sphere is basically all like affirmative action for retards. I mean, you can be the most incompetent failson in the world and still, like, prop yourself up through that. And you can be so sharp and so intelligent on the left-wing side, but you also need to be lucky and a shrewd businessman, and you need to be, like, ruthlessly exploiting every mechanism of monetization. And
ruthlessly.
it's like, just, why is it so stacked against us? And when I say us, I mean us in, like, the lefty space. Obviously, I've done well. I've gotten very lucky. But I am absolutely the outlier.
Aw, man. Why do we have to put effort into our content? Can't we just get free money? How come these right-wingers are financially destroying us?
Oh, no, Caffles. No way.
Keffels is a longtime trans activist who gained support by beefing with Destiny and ratioing people on Twitter.
She did
really
do that.
important shit, I know. But what really
She
jump-started
ratioed
her
the shit out
online
of them.
notoriety
No one
was
knew
an
what to do.
attempted swatting, the subsequent GoFundMe campaign, and the massive amount of news organizations who covered the story. A troll had written an
Be
email.
ready to skip. Oh, yeah, because it's this guy talking about trans people. Let's go to DJ Mule. Definitely. Let's skip to that's the best one. We love DJ Mule. Fuck yeah. Remember fucking FD Signifier defended this fucking retard. Jesus, the standards.
Mule is more of a failed breadtuber, making multiple attempts at joining in on community drama. He's a self-described tanky and quote-unquote bisexual ADHD goblin. I hope that paints a picture for you. He looks like a knockoff of Innuendo Studios with a somehow worse fashion sense. His first big video is a takedown of Vosh and his debate bro tactics, which should have been a slam dunk for him, but instead of attacking him over the multitude of crazy shit he said over the years, he went after Vosh for the Professor Flowers debate. For some background information, Professor Flowers is a radical black nationalist who believes all white people are colonizers and thinks they should be mass deported.
Where's the lie?
Vosh argues that she's basically advocating for a form of genocide, which she tiptoes around.
You don't have to agree with these things, but you can talk about that sentiment without calling it the same thing as white nationalism. That's my point of the two videos.
But I've talked to white nationalists, and they kind of talk exactly like how you talk. Most of them aren't bold enough to say, yeah, I want to genocide or deport all the non-white people. Usually it's like, yeah, we want to restrict immigration from X countries, and we want to pay people to leave, and we want to incentivize white power in our country. Because at the end of the day, I mean, it seems like the underlying logic here is the same, right?
DJ Mule is friends with Professor Flowers, so of course he had to white knight for her. He claims Vosh and his fans only ever attack trans people and women of color, with his proof for this being that they've never attacked him.
These people do not harass cis white men. Cis het white men. The reason I say cis white men first is because I have called Vosh out on Twitter multiple times.
Dude, no one knew who the fuck you were, and then obviously you called out Xanderhall, and everyone on the internet fucking piled on you. What you thought? So your theory fell apart. Like, yeah, okay, wow, read theory, eh? Your theory fell to fucking pieces.
And
Jesus.
I know I'm not a huge creator. I know I'm not like someone who is gonna
okay, wow, there you
be
go.
directly in his eyes. But it just goes to show that his fans actually will not harass me or anything like that when it comes to if I'm calling him out on Twitter or on social media at all. In fact, I guarantee if Vosh actually sees this fucking video and his fans end up in my comments, there won't be any harassment either. It just won't happen. It won't nearly be on the scale of what trans women and women of color get when it comes to him spitting his dummy out and getting mad that he was incorrect about everything.
Bro thinks he's him. Bro thinks he's Vosh's biggest op. You are not, little man. Vosh's biggest op is age of consent laws. You have barely enough followers for people like Vosh to be concerned about you. Quit yapping. This might have been a decent point from DJ Mule if Vosh didn't have a massive drama of Noah Samson that exact same month. Drama he's well aware of because he references him in this video. DJ Mule would try to replicate this formula with future videos, including a hit piece on her good friend, Xanderhall. It's an hour-and-a-half long snooze fest where he calls out Xanderhall for not being leftist enough for his liking, accusing him of ableism for using the term schizo.
Xanderhall also uses a sanist term here in the beginning of his video.
Term.
The word in itself is widely regarded as a word that should never be used in any context. It's the shortening of schizophrenic. On the point of sanism, Xanderhall seems to really focus on the fact that anyone who disagrees with him has mental issues. Now, as an ADHD, OCD, and anxiety-having boy and big advocate for mental health awareness, what I like to try and remind people as often as I can is that pretty much everybody has mental health.
Okay, so I did I was looking up, I think I found the IQ test that Xanderhall was doing, but I just started clicking like random shit at the end because I got bored, and it gave me 110. I think it's just fucking nonsense. Maybe I'll do it properly next time, but whatever. I did it properly for like half of them, then I just started clicking random buttons. Like, is that how it works? What happens if you just click random? Wait, what happens if you just click random shit all the way through? Wait, where's the fucking test? It won't let you do it twice. What? Oh no, I'm in trouble. Just double the number. Oh, it's here. Yeah, it's just about completing patterns. But it feels like some of them are like that way or that way, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, let's just get some fucking blast. But yeah, I doubt this is like okay, that's it, 35. Okay, and you get to review your answers. This will probably be quite low, right? Finish. And then I'm guessing it gives you like... What's it doing? Is it fucking calculating? Huh? What's it doing? Did it freeze? It just froze at like a loading screen. Okay, whatever.
Issues. It's kind of
wait for someone to screen grab that 35. Give me my 35 IQ, bro. It's too low to calculate. Okay.
Parcel of living under capitalism.
It's all capitalism's fault, guys. The worms inside DJ Mule's head were put there due to socioeconomic factors.
It might also be trying to recognize like fucking weird shit.
The reason why DJ Mule made this video was to white knight for another friend of his.
It's like trying to send a social worker to my house to get me fucking restrained.
Sophie from Mars. She's another BreadTube creator who appears with him on the Red Punnet podcast, alongside Kira Chats, who used to go by Bad Bunny.
$5 a month!
Sophie from Mars is controversial in her own right, as allegations have come out about her from multiple different people. They all claim she's abusive and controlling, with one accuser stating Sophie would burn cigarettes on their skin.
Oh, yeah, fuck it.
Sophie's channel also hasn't been doing well in recent years, so both her and DJ Mule have resorted to e-begging on their podcast.
I'm making no secret that I have been struggling a lot in the last few months, really worried about being able to keep my home, being able to afford my rent, being able to afford HRT and food and bills. So please check out my Patreon or give me money directly through Linktree. Would appreciate either of those. If you want to help me out, I would really appreciate it. Friends are helping me buy groceries and HRT at the moment, and my birthday is also coming up. That would be nice.
Despite clearly being broke, DJ Mule made the stupid decision to not monetize some of his videos, instead insisting people donate to him directly.
Don't forget to stop by my Patreon. This is my full-time job alongside streaming.
The fucking music in his videos.
On Twitch, and you can either support me on Patreon, where you get a bunch of different benefits. There's a link in the description and a link at the end of the video if you're on YouTube, or you can support me on Twitch and just go directly to my PayPal and donate to me there. But either or, please consider paying for the content. I will be trying to keep this content as ad-free as humanly possible.
His Patreon isn't making a lot of money either. He makes less than minimum wage on there. This is utterly shocking to me. I mean, who wouldn't want to subscribe to it? There's a $3 Goblin tier, a $7.50 Possum tier, a $14.50 Enlightened Socialist tier, and the prestigious $43 Anti-Fascist Super Soldier tier. Supporting this guy should be a no-brainer. He's uploading 3 whole videos in a year. Because of his failure at starting a YouTube career, DJ Mule has resorted to finding a new job, something he's also failing at.
Well, I have just been trying to find a job, and I have not been succeeding. I think like the most base thing that I did this week was start showering again, and you know, do my best to be a big boy, not cry.
It's officially the trash week. It's just officially the trash episode where we all feel like shit.
I have never felt this bad in my entire life.
You just know this guy cries in the shower about how capitalism ruined his life, instead of, you know, putting out videos consistently and not being a whiny baby. And I'm not being hyperbolic here. He does genuinely complain about capitalism being the reason why his channel doesn't perform well.
So remember a couple of weeks ago where in my worst performing video, thank you YouTube algorithm, definitely not controlled by neoliberal capitalism, definitely nothing to do with that.
So hopefully Mule and Sophie can find new jobs, because he desperately needs the money to buy herpes medication, and she needs the dough for more cigarettes. Will that actually happen?
Oh god.
No. DJ Mule will latch onto what's left of his internet career, while spending his free time smoking weed and ordering Uber Eats. Though maybe he'll finally take up his true passion of doing sex work, where you get to see his DJ hole for $5 a month. Noah Samson was clearly upset by my original BreadTube video, making not one, not two, but 5 response videos. He didn't bring up any good opposing points, but instead spent the videos sweeping for his
He made no good opposing points.
terrible friends. Even his own audience didn't like these videos, especially since he outright slandered Chud Logic by calling him a pedophile.
But this Chud Logic guy, I called him a pedophile for, I think, more tangible reasons. He was horny texting an 18-year-old fan of his in his Discord.
This led to him making a sort of apology
Pedophile is when 18 now. Gee, you fucking freak, dude.
video, where he does kind of take back what he said.
So yeah, I do want to unequivocally retract that he's a pedophile, that I called him a pedophile. I shouldn't have done that, and I'm sorry to Chud Logic for doing that. I got some feedback from CSA survivors about how we shouldn't throw that word around without evidence because it cheapens the word's meaning, and I think that makes perfect sense. I've always loved internet humor like this, you know, extreme hyperbolic insults.
Isn't it funny that I unjustly called this guy a pedo? He only stopped this sort of behavior because it led to him getting banned on Twitter, and now he was getting crapped on for it by
Sire Durf, thanks for the £5. Barbass, thanks for the $5. Sire Durf, thanks for the £5. Shit! And Soulsborne, thanks to tier 1. Appreciate it. Let's do a new goal. Boys. New goal.
his own audience, which is rare to see in echo chambers like this. Oh, and shout out to this thumbnail he made, where he blatantly stole Lazy Shell's art and put me next to Vosh, Destiny, and Mutahar. Truly a nightmare blunt rotation. Noah would soon follow in the footsteps of other pussy commentary channels who get into one bad controversy, and claim they're done with drama content for good. To him, it's now a waste of time, as he could be focused on discussing geopolitics.
Whether it's one big video or chapters, I'd be wasting their time regardless. The content itself is a waste of time. I am sorry though if you feel like your time was wasted. Some of my viewers felt the same way and just sat the series out or unsubscribed, which is totally cool. I get it. I just let the market decide, and the market told me to stop making them.
2 months later, in January 2025, Noah would unlist all of his drama videos, and slowly put them back up after both me and Think Before You Sleep called him out for being a pussy. Yet some of his response videos to me are still unlisted, probably because Noah himself knows they suck. I don't think he solely did it because of me, but I'm gonna pretend like it was. In reality, his beef with me was seemingly his final straw after a long string of drama that made him look like a coward. He got owned by Vosh, the horse-fucking pedophile. He privated his video on Patient Xena. He got destroyed 3 separate times by TBYS.
Oh, what happened with the Patience person? He got rid of that as well.
And now he had to apologize for outright slandering someone in order to defend his queen, Lex Updog.
Wow.
Following this, Noah would seemingly go on hiatus for several months, which is mostly due to his laziness. This guy has announced a shit ton of projects he never bothered making, such as a—
Has he been on a hiatus, Noah? Two months. Is Donald Trump dying? The free press, genocide denial journalism. This is the real shit. Israel bombs hospital, kills 5 journalists. Oh, some of the 28K, 38K. I wonder if performances like this, given what he was used to, 1.4 million. There's me in the thumbnail, even though I'm not mentioned in the video once. What a fucking coward. Debate me, retard. Fall apart on every single point and then kill yourself. Figuratively. I wonder if this would have had an effect on him. This is the kind of guy who was actually slightly sad when the ceasefire and potential, big capital P potential end of the war happened. It made him sad because he couldn't make content about it, and also because Hamas didn't win. He's the kind of guy who probably did feel that. It's a matter of opinion.
6 response video to me.
Anyways, that's it for today. We will continue with this series later, but in the meantime, look out for some actually good videos, in my opinion. I think they'll be good.
A proper response to TBYS's 2-hour takedown video.
I'm happy to go into the reasons why I haven't responded to that yet, if that's of interest to people, but also I'm gonna get to it. It's a feature-length film, okay? I'm not a filmmaker. I don't do that shit. What I'm probably gonna end up doing is breaking it up into point-by-point chunks or something like that.
Like, doesn't he make long videos? Does he mean feature-length as in, like, he's actually gonna make it, like, all cinematic and shit? All right. God, this guy said so much fucking retarded shit about Israel-Palestine. What was this one? Just as one example?
Military through airstrikes or firing on hostages while they coverage with mission. That's another thing. With every previous example, you see it. The Israeli hostages receive wall-to-wall coverage with no mention of the fact that the majority of the deaths of these hostages were a product of the Israeli military through airstrikes or firing on hostages while they were waving white flags, or that on October 7th, Israel issued the Hannibal Directive, killing likely many hundreds of its own civilians as a matter of official policy.
Just to be clear, like a statement like that is more fucking flagrant atrocity, denial, whatever the fuck, than I have ever even been accused of. Like, it's just so fucking mental. Hundreds. I think the upper estimates that I saw from groups that are quite oppositional to Israel was about 25. Jesus Christ. And they weren't even all Hannibal. Some of them were like friendly fire just as a matter of like accidents because of the chaos. Hannibal Directive accounted for, I think, like, because again, it's only applied to soldiers, not civilians. God, what a fucking cunt. Ugh. Ugh.
As I've done with this other video from that guy Rob.
A video defending Eden Riley, formerly known as Ethan is Online.
I think I'll probably do a separate video called In Defense of Ethan is Online, because regardless of what you personally think of a guy, I feel like the amount of backlash he's received is very much not proportional to the crimes in question, at least from what I've seen, such as examples such as this.
And Noah still hasn't released a single episode of the Touchgrass podcast, which he filmed over a year ago at VidCon 2024. A Cheeto, who was supposed to be a guest on the show, even confronted him about it on stream, to which he said he was still putting it together. You see, all these projects were beneath him now. Noah is done with the drama. That's why he's now focused on drama videos.
Yeah, I'm a war correspondent. I'm a foreign policy advocate. I'm going to talk about how Israel's murdering all of its own civilians on October 7th. That's what the world really needs, isn't it? Isn't it?
Guys does content about Israel and Palestine.
Why am I, instead of talking about that, talking about what some idiot Zionist influencer thinks? And there's a few reasons, but first, look, the last time I framed a video about Gaza around a YouTube drama,
I'm so happy.
It got over 700,000 views. That's 700,000 people that came in expecting me to talk shit about a YouTuber and left with a video that was mostly about Gaza.
Mostly propaganda and disinformation, fucking horseshit, yep.
But when I released a video the following week with an explicitly political topic, media coverage of Israel's ceasefire violations, it barely broke 100,000 views. My perspective right now is that over everything else, we need reach.
He's trying to present these newer videos like a Trojan.
We need reach. There's not enough social media attention being paid to Gaza. Just get us a little bit more and something will change.
Horse. A way to get people interested in this geopolitical issue. But most of the focus gets diverted from that, since the real purpose is to fuel internet beef with other YouTubers. He can gaslight his viewers all he wants, but he made these to capitalize off the drama between Ethan Klein and Hassan Piker. To him, if you criticize Hassan for his many, many flaws, you're a genocide supporter.
True.
Full stop.
It's also wild because the political content creator in question is an anti-genocide content creator, and the arguments they're attacking him for are anti-genocide arguments. So
yeah,
these
the anti-genocide arguments, like Israel murdered hundreds of their own people on October, that's an anti-genocide argument. And if you oppose that, fuck, man.
Creators, you know, they're positioning themselves in opposition to him and his arguments, de facto positioning themselves on the pro-genocide side.
I love it how he thinks he's being logical, man. Oh God, I've never cringed so fucking hard in my life. The fact that he thinks he's doing like, who the fuck do you think you are, fucking Aristotle, with your, given that Hassan only ever says things that are against genocide and the people attack him for saying anti-genocide things, like fucking what? Who attacked Hassan for an anti-genocide point? Like what? Like people thinking, like people making fun of him for immediately concluding that the Al Ali hospital was a fucking Israeli airstrike that flattened the building and killed 500 people. What do you think you're... He used the shield. Yeah, the fucking human shields. Ugh. They learn from the best, eh? It's so fucking pathetic. You attack me, and everything I say is good. Therefore, you must be de facto bad. Checkmate. X plus Q. Fuck me. You're a dumb person. You're a fucking cataclysmically stupid, out of your depth, white fucking privileged cunt. That's what you are.
You know, anti-genocide is pro-genocide. It's quite the precarious predicament they've placed themselves in. Do they realize it? No. Do they care? Probably not. But that's what's happening. You know, that's what they're doing.
Noah is back at it again with the Hitler drinks water arguments. These guys seriously treat Hassan like he's the de facto leader of the pro-Palestine movement. Any slight against him means you want children to be slaughtered, apparently. Noah also tries to smear Hassan's detractors as being TikTok slop reactors.
On YouTube for the past few years, there's a big industry that's exploded in popularity, and it's based on a simple concept. Hassan, bad. Hassan Piker is bad, and he's dumb, and bad and a terrorist, probably. We can call this the Hassanabi.
He literally supports terrorists. What's wrong with you? What? He thinks the Houthis' actions in the Red Sea are legal. Like, what the... Yeah, you deserve to get made fun of. What the fuck?
Dunk video industrial complex. It's common for YouTubers during low view months to join in on the fun and make these types of videos, taking short clips from Hassan's thousands of hours of live streaming to misrepresent what he's saying, usually parroting the exact same talking points they're getting from the same YouTubers in the same community. They're watching each other's videos and making each other's videos. It's kind of like a perpetual cycle of dumb guy slop. It's interesting to see YouTubers that
Bro, how much? Really? If I just put an Ethan Klein Zionist, these are all pretty much the same video. It's the same fucking collection of clips. Like, what the fuck? Didn't this fucking retard go on Hassan's stream and literally just regurgitate a bunch of bullshit that he'd learned about me from Bad Empanada? Like, okay.
Typically cover TikTok drama and gaming content, randomly giving their opinions on genocide and geopolitics.
Noah, I have to ask, what makes you specifically qualified? Because as much as I don't like Hassan, he at least graduated college with a political science degree. Noah went to film school. How are you qualified to talk about this stuff and not these guys? You also make TikTok reaction content and get into scuffles with other creators. The only difference here is Noah likes to put himself up on a pedestal and morally grandstand. He's essentially using the moral weight of the genocide in Gaza to go after anyone who mocks Daddy Hassan, yet he frames everyone else as being moral grandstanders.
I love Slop, dude. I love SlopTube. I love all the just like garbage videos that are totally garbage videos that mean absolutely nothing, just like funnel them straight into my feed. That's fine with me. The problem is like the SlopTubers who like all they do is cover this stuff and then they're like, actually, I am an intellectual genius and I'm going to cover all of these topics, even though I've never studied any of them or read anything about them or even know anything about any of these regions.
As opposed to these two who are just fucking brimming with knowledge on the Middle East. Holy fuck. Ah!
Few months to join in on the fun and make these types of videos, taking
absolutely nothing, just like all they do is cover this stuff and then they're like, actually, I am an intellectual genius and I'm going to cover all of these topics.
Denham's telling us about how anti-Semitism was never a thing in fucking Morocco until the French came along. Nice one. Nice one.
even though I have never studied any of them or read anything about them or even know anything about any of these regions. Okay, great.
Yeah, prefacing a video with, I'm a dumb, big, idiot baby, but here's what I think about it. Really serious, grave, important topic. Yeah, man, don't do that. Just listen to the first thing you said and act accordingly. And then everyone will be okay.
He says this as if Hassan doesn't use the same tactic of making himself seem like an idiot.
Here's why this is actually an abject failure, and this is not just my perspective on the matter. I'm just a dumb idiot with a Twitch stream who is live reacting to the news and trying to make sense of everything.
No, that's nice when he says it. It's humbling.
Ethan and Mudahar, who Noah has labeled genocide supporters, are currently trying to sue him for defamation. Now, I'm very iffy on this lawsuit because I feel like it would be very hard to prove that in court, and Noah could argue that it's an opinion of his, but at the same time, I don't have any sympathy for Noah. This dude has spent years lying and spreading false narratives against people he doesn't like, and is clearly calling these guys genocide supporters.
Hey, there's me. Let's go. Double box. Man, I can't believe this disgusting, fucking pathetic little privileged, sheltered coward hid this part from his video after getting called out on it. I cannot believe he did that. Ugh. So basically he just did this entire video with no fucking call to action at all. It's like, oh wait, that's the one bit where I actually give people a sort of inkling on what to do about this dastardly event. I'm gonna take that out now. Protect myself, etc. Fucking retard. Ugh.
So you can justify
Fuck
violence
you.
against them.
People living in the West have the most power over anyone else in the world to stop the genocide. We are living in the belly of the beast. We have direct geographical, physical access to the politicians, the propagandists, the weapons companies, and the supply chains that are
I
facilitating.
love it. It's like the weapons companies. He wants people to... It's like you blow up a pipeline shit for the environmentalists, just blow up a fucking arms manufacturer.
This genocide.
I mean, not that. Definitely not. Just escalate. What?
Protesting is great. We should keep doing that. But also, I feel like we have to be honest with ourselves. 17 months in, and what is protesting actually accomplished? Raising awareness, sure. Divestment, yeah, in some places. But really, politically, materially, nothing. Israel just killed the most children in its history in a single night with total impunity, with a deafening silence among the Western media. If we want this genocide to stop, it's time to escalate. That's all I'm saying. So anyways, yes.
See, you can lay it out very easily, one sentence at a time. It's quite clear. We in the West have direct physical access to a bunch of people, including the propagandists, after just labeling a bunch of people creators, propagandists. What does protesting achieve? Well, some things, but overall, basically nothing. If we want this to stop, we need to escalate. That's all I'm saying. I'm sorry. If you had a clear vision for what needs to be done to stop the genocide, you would say it, because you want to direct your audience into something fruitful. Unless the thing you want your audience to do is against TOS, criminal, violent, etc. He's calling for people to do something that he is too cowardly to say himself. He's calling for people to do dirty work for him. That's what this is. It is unambiguously a call for violence, okay? I'm sorry. And he doesn't want to spoil his cute little life. He doesn't want to fuck his income and ruin the little cushy career that he's got a hold of. He doesn't want to do that. He wants other people to fuck up their lives and get thrown in jail or whatever else for him. He wants other people to be Luigi or fucking, what's his face, Aaron Bushnell or whoever else.
This guy is such a pussy, man. He quickly edited that part out of his video.
Hey.
But we can all see what he's trying to do here. He wants his audience to do his dirty work for him, yet hides under plausible deniability when called out for it.
Yesterday, Noah has repeatedly made calls to violence and multiple protesting isn't enough. Bye. No, I'm scared. Oh, I'm scared. YouTube video scared me.
I love how YouTube video scared me. What, really? The fucking first people on earth to talk about how words are the people who literally will fucking decide to disown people over words that they say. Come on, man. What, the stochastic terrorism crowd? Really? Those guys? Christchurch? Really? Dog whistle politics? Those guys? Really? Oh, YouTube video scared me. Fucking... What a fucking carcass. What's happening? What is happening between these ears, man? He's so dumb. He's so fucking there's no reflection on this shit. What the fuck? I hope he is spending these those couple of months wisely, some quiet reading and reflection. Shit.
And that sentiment, though, is 1000% true. That protesting isn't enough.
Bro, just own up to it, you fucking pansy. Yet apparently I'm supposed to feel bad for this guy when he gets financially butt-fucked in court. Noah seems to think this lawsuit is a bluff though, and has continued to make videos on Ethan.
Is that lawsuit actually going through? Defamation. That's a hard sell. Apart from the fact that I guess I only read a little bit of case law on this, and I don't even fucking barely remember it. I think the only angle they could use, and I think they used it in the letter, was to do with how much Noah likes to fucking present himself as an intellectual authority, or to say that his opinions are simply like derivative of intellectual authority, like fucking the UN or whatever. But I don't think that's going to land.
Despite all of the threats from these guys, as I said at the outset, I haven't been sued yet. It's been over 3 weeks since the retraction deadline, and as you may see on my channel, the video is still up. Here's a clip of the last time Ethan even mentioned it, which was over 2 weeks ago.
Noah Sampson, he has missed his deadline. Actually, Mudahar is in the chat. What did he say? Did you see that Noah's apparently moving out? Yeah, he's sorry, no video, been moving, etc. Video coming soon. It's amazing how nobody wants to respond to me. Everybody goes cold feet. If you're going to level an attack against me, the least you could do is respond.
God, I love this, man. Why won't you play with me? Why does no one want to play with me?
Where's the Zionist kangaroo court? Do I have that clip? Oh, that was fucking brilliant. The Zionist kangaroo court. Is that video still up? The Slop Tuber Army. Oh, that's him and Hassan doing slop, ironically. I think this is the video where I do come up in the conversation and they just start yapping about my fucking personal life. Or accusing me of saying things I don't believe. Let's see. The fucking Israeli diplomat shooter. They actually did the thing about the... They weren't even diplomats. They were staffers. Okay. Is it here? When they
hey
talk
everyone,
about...
it's me.
I'm coming, okay? So you're not safe either. Just wait. Keep talking that shit.
He has become the villain, and if he goes through with this and somehow manages to succeed, you know, he retains Alan Dershowitz, we get Richard Goldstone on the bench and a Zionist kangaroo court, that would set a pretty bad precedent, I think. If you disagree with someone's opinions about you, you should
fucking good, man. I love it how he took the two most Jewish fucking names. Fuck me, man. Who is Richard Goldstone? Is he he's not the one who did the Goldstone report. He is, isn't he? Is there a different Richard Goldstone? Why is the guy who did the Goldstone report part of the Zionist kangaroo court? Is it because he disowned the report after being shown that it was completely full of shit? That it was big memes? Huh. Yeah, he was a South African judge. I mean, his report, the Goldstone report, is still there. It's still, you can still cite it if you want as an academic, even though Goldstone walked it back. Whatever.
The reason this guy hasn't been served is because Ethan has been busy with other lawsuits, and because Noah has been moving.
If you're wondering where I've been, there's a few reasons I haven't really been able to post much. I've had some personal things going on. I recently moved. I also got doxxed by a certain community of fans of a certain...
Imagine what that's like. By the way, your biggest fucking authority on stuff that you talk about is Bad and Banana videos. Well done, buddy. Well done, cunt.
Podcast, which I'll talk about in another video.
Now, I may be wrong on this, but the dox in question seems to be someone posting Noah's Hinge profile. How the fuck is that doxing? Literally anyone can see this. It's not private information. I find it funny how he'll pro clutch over this, while slurping on the inbred cock of one of the internet's most notorious doxers. Despite some of Noah's recent videos
I don't even need to talk, do I? I'm just gonna watch and cackle.
he seemingly hasn't made much money off of them. He's made numerous community posts, whining about how YouTube keeps demonetizing his videos for showing war footage, and not censoring the terminology he uses. Obviously, YouTube isn't going to like that. If you want to cover this stuff and make money, just go on Twitch. Hassan and his waiting room posse are making a killing over there. But instead, he'd rather complain about it, to be perceived as a victim and shill his Patreon. Noah also had a video removed, which I can't help but laugh at. This dude made a different video presenting YouTube's community guidelines.
Did he ever reply to you sending proof of the bad Avenada docs? I don't need to. He knows it's there. He's watched them go over it because he's repeated fucking talking points from that video. He doesn't care. He's not gonna give a fuck. He is a victim complex little fucking bitch baby is what he is.
As fair and unbiased.
In terms of YouTube's review process, mass flagging doesn't actually do anything. The amount of flags that a video receives has no bearing on the reviewer's decisions. Here is YouTube's global head of trust and safety, Matt Halprin, explaining that.
It doesn't matter whether there's 1 flag, 1,000 flags, 10,000 flags. It literally makes no difference into how the evaluation works or whether content should stay up or stay down.
And in this same video, he supports his friend's decision to mass flag a video that she didn't even watch.
Like, imagine one of your friends comes to you and says, hey, some random 850,000 subscriber YouTube channel made a weird, dishonest, and unnecessarily mean video about you. And that's when you notice the hundreds of comments harassing you for things your friend mentioned being in the video. If you were to then say, yeah, I'm good on that, not worth sitting through that probably, that seems like a pretty normal thing to do.
I still think Noah's video got unfairly taken down, but this think before you dox video, again, makes me unsympathetic to him. If you're going to support other people's videos getting unfairly taken down, I think it's reasonable for people to mock you when the boot is on the other foot. In August, Noah went back to Twitter, basically ban evading, in order to get dunks on random people who have slight political differences from him. He ended up getting a lot of shit for some of these tweets due to how preachy and smug he came across. This hit a boiling point when he made this post, mocking an 18-year-old Israeli dude who elected to go to prison because he didn't want to join the IDF.
Today I'm going to refuse to enlist to the IDF because the IDF is committing genocide in Gaza and I must oppose his horrible crimes. I'm going to be in prison for some time because of my refusal, but I'm absolutely certain that this is the right thing to do.
Instead of praising this kid, Noah chose to backhandedly mock him. It feels like he did this out of some level of...
Especially because this kid has more courage and is fucking left bollock than you will have in your entire fucking life. No, the guy going to jail. I thought Israeli jails were like fucking torture prisons to you. I thought that was the whole narrative, right? Like, and to a degree, that's actually kind of true. So, and he's going to do jail for not serving. Okay.
Noah chose to backhandedly mock him.
Oh, what is this? MTG, Trump.
And that's what we did by fighting so hard against the most powerful people in the world, even the President of the United States, in order to make this vote happen today. I was called a traitor by a man that I fought for 6 years for. And I gave him my loyalty for free. I won my first election without his endorsement, beating 8 men in a primary. And I've never owed him anything, but I fought for him for the policies and for America first. And he called me a traitor for standing with these women and refusing to take my name off the discharge petition. Let me tell you what a traitor is. A traitor is an American that serves foreign countries.
Oh no.
A patriot
shit.
is an American that
Not
serves
the space
the United
lasers.
States of America and Americans like the women standing behind me. And I want to tell you that this only became possible today because the American people whom we serve as representatives here in Congress demanded that this vote happen, and they put more pressure on every single elected politician in this city than has ever been put on them. And today you are going to see probably a unanimous vote in the House to release the Epstein files, but the real fight will happen after that.
Damn. Ew, thanks for the $9.99. He must log on to Minecraft and jump in lava. I think you mean Noah, not Marjorie Taylor Greene, but okay. Thanks for the tier 2 sub, Dan Backslide. I really appreciate that.
respond to it yourself, like an adult, in the court of public opinion, not pay a lawyer thousands of dollars to respond for you in a pre-written email, video essay. It's pretty clear that he's done most of this stuff to make money and for content, which is kind of funny because defamation's supposed to be the other way around.
Suing would not be to make money. Like, that's obviously going to cost money.
Like, he's made tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars off of my alleged defamation. I don't know how that factors into proving damages, making a bunch of money, more money than you would have made without it. I don't know, but I guess we'll find out, maybe. I would close with some point about right-wing free speech hypocrisy, because a lot of these people supported this lawsuit despite claiming to want free speech.
I do think people that make up bullshit like this probably do need to have a degree of accountability, especially if they're saying and making claims like that you're a supporter of a genocide. I think this is a very extreme claim to make. It's not like you just say this out of the blue, right? And because of that, I do think that there should be some degree of accountability for it.
But it's not even worth it. This is the most predictable thing that has ever happened on Earth. The Zionist and right-wing lip service about free speech is not an actual principle. Of course it's not. It's a tool. Sometimes that tool is a shield to defend their right to be racist loudly online.
I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. Fuck. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people.
God, this was like that was like the beginning of Asmongold's fucking quest. Wait, why am I watching this? This is the wrong fucking video. That was Asmongold's little the beginning of his right-wing magatard quest. Oh no. Damn. He really fucking steamrolled to that Twitch politics sphere, didn't he? Fuck.
It feels like he did this out of some level of spite, inadvertently seeing this Israeli boy as soaking up all the attention Noah desperately wanted. When presented with the idea that his tax dollars are going to Israel, Noah downplays it by saying it's being done against his will, so it's not comparable. This makes no sense to me since IDF conscription is also mandatory. Noah just doesn't want to follow his own principles and go to jail in defiance of Israel. Either way, this guy's just a
He could just find a country that doesn't support Israel, of which there are fucking many. There are many countries, there are dozens of countries that don't even think Israel's a real country. Just go to one of them. Become a Lebanese man. They speak enough English there. Fucking East Beirut, you'll be fine.
Lazy coward who wants other people to do the hard work for him, while getting to pretend like this hardcore revolutionary. He ended up deleting this main tweet, as you'd expect from him at this point. Yeah, fuck this guy and his caterpillar mustache.
Oh god.
Nick used to be a well-beloved YouTuber, covering internet drama from a more progressive lens. He'd end up collabing with many big YouTubers, even streaming with Hassan Piker at one point. Though many began questioning his credibility after a series of drama, a prominent one being his coverage of the Gus Johnson allegations. Nick was friends with both Gus and Avelina, with many thinking he was too biased to cover the situation properly. A similar thing would occur in mid-2023 during his coverage of the Super Mega allegations. Nick was friends with the main accuser, Lex Updog, and stuck by her, even after most of her claims became dubious or flat out debunked. If you want a deeper look into the situation, go watch this video here.
Who and Kalinsky are going at it? Who? The last few days? Is that Asmongold? I know Asmongold has been, because Asmongold thinks that the fucking left wing, or the Democrats have the monopoly on violence. God, he's such a fucking moron. Ugh.
The problem Nick had during all of this is his inability to apologize until
what
it was
is
too
this?
late.
Wait, not another fucking clip of Andrew Wilson debating a woman. Oh no. Why do they always do this? Is this going to be his redemption? Has he been practicing his jar opening? He's got a strong right wrist now.
Frame. And I'm just going to be totally honest with you. I will never be able to convince you of my worldview.
You won't.
I know. But the reason is not because I'm not a great orator, or I don't make good points, or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person. But Charlie, I just think honestly you're too fucking stupid to understand them.
Damn.
So Andrew, can I sell you on my world?
Why does he look so despondent?
View?
Yes.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
under
you lick sniz.
Under your religion.
Uh-huh.
Oh god. Oh fuck. Damn. Again. You shouldn't bring people's personal life into debates or whatever. The fact that Andrew does this to other people all the time and also has an entire fucking worldview about how this kind of shit is like cringe and unacceptable, but then does it like, fuck you, fuck off. Okay, go on.
You lick sniz.
What is that?
You're a fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my
Yeah,
wife.
but she thinks being a lesbian is okay, probably. What are you talking about?
Wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch.
She doesn't. Do you think she what? Does she go on and advocate for conventional cisgender heterosexual marriages? Because otherwise, that insult doesn't land. It's fucking useless.
Bitch mouth.
Your wife?
Fucking face. He's so happy.
With the 3 baby
What did I
daddies?
just say?
Your
Dyke?
wife with the 3
Sorry,
baby
I'm sorry,
daddies?
Dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
Do the men that you try to...
Do the women that you try
show
to?
your hatred
Why is he? Wait, I never understood this. Ditch licking. Why is he attacking her for licking fucking Fanny? Like what? Isn't that something that men do as well? Like what? You know, who goes up to a lesbian and goes, you fuck women," and that's bad. Okay.
Do the men that you try to...
Do the women that you try
show
to?
your hatred... Your wife with the 3 baby
What did I
daddies?
just say? Dyke?
Your wife with the 3
Sorry,
baby
I'm sorry,
daddies?
Dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
Do the men that you try to...
Do the women that you try
show
to?
your hatred against...
Do you the women
they,
that you try
convince
to?
them that they shouldn't,
You know,
like,
Charlie, did I
pursue
bring
women? Do they know
Charlie?
that
Did
your
I bring
wife
your
is 5
family?
years older?
Did I bring any of your
You
family
called me
into
fucking
anything?
stupid.
Did I
You
say
called
anything
me
about
fucking
your
stupid.
family being stupid, Charlie?
could.
It's
You could
because
go
I'm
for it.
better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed, and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people
Okay.
on are bullshit because
Let's
you
go
are not
through
a
it.
traditional man.
Chuck, let's go through it.
You are not a traditional
Let's
man.
go through it, Chuck. Tell me what I'm doing which is immoral.
He is really not a traditional man, is he? It's just like the least. It's the least traditional man behavior you could ever fucking think of. Going onto podcasts and fucking fight, like arguing with women in a dunk war.
He released multiple different responses where he slowly walked back his previous statements more and more. First was his October 2023 video, My Drama with Super Mega, where he still partially doubles down on his atrocious coverage, but thinks he should have waited for Super Mega to respond first.
Now, if I were to go back and change anything, I do think I should have waited until Matt and Ryan responded to everything before talking about it. In hindsight, that is a big mistake that I will not be making in the future, and I'm sorry for that. I like to report on news as quickly as I can, and I did so with both my videos in this case, but specifically with this story, I should have absolutely waited on a response by Super Mega and made one big video about it rather than separating both stories. And I'm very sorry to everybody involved for making that mistake.
A couple of days later, he made another pseudo-apology, lamenting about how close he was to the story and those involved.
I'm realizing pretty late that I was too close to the story, and regardless on my personal feelings for the situation, it was irresponsible for me to involve myself and my platform into a conflict that really had nothing to do with me. And also just because...
Into a conflict that really had nothing to... That's just... That's a funny sentence.
I didn't intentionally lie or make things up just because I can continue saying that I went into this situation in good faith. I am not free from the criticism of how I actually am making and reporting on those videos.
A month after this, he made a community post basically saying the same thing. When the response to that wasn't great, he released the video, I make harmful content. That needs to change. In it, he seems to realize the pattern of behavior he used to fall down, and wants to change up his content.
This situation followed patterns of past behavior that are rooted in my character and how I respond to criticism from other people, and I realized that I'm not really getting hate because of the content I make, or because of the audience that I have, or because everyone else is wrong. I got all this criticism because I was wrong.
And when this didn't satisfy people, he made another response 6 months later in July 2024.
I was pretty reckless with the things that I said and the things I posted, and for a long time
is it because his apologies are not getting is he expecting I think he's expecting something to change in the analytics as the result of the apology, and it's not happening, so he keeps retrying.
Really hard for me to face that criticism head on. It took me a long time to actually listen to what people were saying to me, because it was really hard for me to actually look at the things that people were saying about me online in the first place, and so I just ignored it for a really long time.
I think Bro just won a Guinness World Record. Most amount of apologies for one singular drama. Brad taste in music didn't even come close. Nick was falling into the lolcow fallacy. He thinks he's one response away from fixing everything and earning people's trust back. But after this 5th response, he went on hiatus as his channels continued to lose 100,000 subs each. 4 months ago, Nick released a newer video titled Haunted by My Digital Footprint, and honestly, I kind of enjoyed this video. He doesn't make any excuses, he doesn't make himself the victim. He definitely had a lot more time to process the super mega situation.
Would you talk to Ryan Beard about this? I like you and him as a duo. Yeah, I like Ryan, even though we disagree on some things. Would you want me to argue with him about specifically with this, though? Like this being what?
And realized how grossly biased he originally was.
I think that this was kind of truly the moment where a lot of my fans lost respect for me, and it's scary to look back on because in hindsight, it was such an obviously bad idea, but when you're in this echo chamber and you're unwilling to budge or admit wrongdoing, it can lead to these publicly humiliating decisions.
I think Nick's main issue is that he keeps bringing up this drama, clearly showing that it still lingers in his mind and can't move on from it. Maybe he should have just posted more content and slowly rebuilt his audience, but he's rarely uploaded these past 2 years. His super mega coverage still haunts him to this very day, demotivating him to post more in fear of equal backlash.
The past 3 years were filled to the brim with content, but of course this year looked a lot different. Every single video that I worked on and put out felt like this huge hurdle that resulted in panic and fear and embarrassment. And suddenly this thing that I grew up wanting to do, that I loved doing more than anything else, just made me feel a lot of pain. And it made me feel very distant from the people that supported and enjoyed what I was doing in the first place.
At this point, I don't think his career can be salvaged unless he really locks in and pumps out more content on a consistent basis. And Nick, if you're watching, I have a video idea.
That is really the only way out of any scandal, isn't it? Like, if you want to get out of a scandal, you can't just keep on, because people are going to make up their minds about it really quickly and then they're just going to move on, or they're going to forget. So you really just have to keep on making, just keep making content. Like, that's really, I think that really is the only reliable way, isn't it?
You make a takedown video
just
on your old
chugging.
pal Eden. I just know you have some insane dirt on them. I went back to Eden's rant about Nick and noticed a massive inconsistency.
And I think Nick believed them, but wouldn't tell me. At least for some things. Because his second video, he didn't come back to check anything. He didn't come back to be like, you know, whose side is right? He actually didn't speak to Lex once. She talked about this in her video.
Eden claims Nick never talked with them regarding Super Mega's response videos. Yet Nick claims he did and believed Eden and Lex without question.
A few days later, this channel came out and gave a very lengthy and serious response to all of this.
Voice of Destiny just steamed through it. Yep, it works. That's why they do it.
Refuting a lot of what was said in the video. And behind the scenes, of course, my friends who made the original video called BS on all of this to me and said that this was all very refutable and untrue. And despite not asking for any of that evidence to ensure that they were being honest with me, I made a follow-up video covering what these YouTubers said to defend themselves, and I didn't give them any grace at all.
All right, fuck this guy. He's boring. I don't know anything about him. I want to do another IQ test. Let's go. Validate. Also, IQ tests are fake, depending on how well I do. Taboo. Verboten. Off limits. Prescribe. Bro, the rest of this looks really hard, though. What the fuck? Fade away. Finger leavening. Slam dunk. Alley-oop. That's basketball. The fuck is a finger roll? Like what the fuck? Dude. Scattergories. Whoa. That's not easy. Wait. Of course, absolutely. Sure thing. Okie dokie. Nice. Okay. Now there's going to be a basketball thing and there's going to be another thing. Okay. Slam dunk. Ali is a shoe-in? I have no fucking idea, man. Go-getter. Wait. Maybe it's not. Finger roll, is that when you like the technique with the ball? Or is it like that thing? It's one of the techniques. I don't know if shoe-in is, though. Go-getter, no fadeaway, leaving. And it must be, right? Because the other ones don't make sense. Fuck! It's not shoe-in. Oh, I don't know. Is it? It's not leavening or categories. Shit, dude. Oh wait. That wasn't 3 out of 4. Oh. So it is. Is it fadeaway? But then is it shoe-in instead of? Oh, fuck. Wait, go-getter, shoe-in, categories, leavening. I don't know, but I think this is fadeaway. Need more water. Fuck! Oh, it's fine. Okay. Now, what is this? What does this mean? Starting with synonyms for scram. I don't know what fadeaway means. Low IQ. Scatter. Shoe. Leave. Oh my god. Dumb fuck. Retard. All right, one more. 97 IQ confirmed. Well done. Go away, chat. Fuck off. Burp. Okay, put it there. Stone, parasite, grape, Joker, needlepoint, riot, berry, Roma, commonplace, clown, swank, plum, laugh, cherry, sunspot, Madison. Laugh, you're a riot, you're a clown, Joker. Someone who's funny. Okay, nice. Plum, cherry, grape, berry. Really? Is that it? No way. Too simple. Fuck! Wait. Plum, cherry, grape. I don't know. Oh. These are the last names of actresses. Madison, Berry, Swank, and Stone. Hey! Now, plum, cherry, grape. Something to do with seeds? Sunspot? Needlepoint. Roma. Commonplace. These films? Fuck! I don't know. Wait. Okay. Wait. Site, place, point, spot. Hey. Oh, tomatoes. Wow. Clever. Got him. Boom. Not bad. Okay, I don't know the tomato thing. High IQ, guys. Fat IQ. I don't know who Madison is. It's just a name. I just knew it was a name. Hell yeah. Okay.
Nick, I wouldn't put it past you to leak the DMs and further expose Eden as a massive liar. And also because I want to see Eden's schizo rants, begging Nick to continue being his whipping boy.
I sat him down and I said, you have to stop talking about this. I said, just stop. He had made 4 videos or something. And I was like, dude, you keep getting stuff wrong and you're not talking to the person involved. You have to stop. And he literally implied that I was trying to control him or something. He completely flipped it on me and was acting like I was trying to do something to him. And I was like so defeated to the point where I was like, you need to like just talk to Lex. Just talk to Lex. I don't even want to have this conversation with you. Just please talk to Lex. And I asked him to apologize for getting shit wrong, for sending people to harass her, obviously he didn't mean to do this. And I was trying to be very understanding and he refused.
Based, Nick is not green. There's hope for him yet.
Yeah, he's probably done enough apologies, hasn't he?
I think you can notice a common thread throughout this video. These guys suck at producing content, they make it harder for themselves to make money and do YouTube full time, and they always blame their failures on something other than themselves. They blame it on the algorithm, they blame it on capitalism, and they blame it on the conservatives, which baffles me because these guys—
fucking Mildred jump scare, oh god.
Could be making a boatload of money right now. Trump's in office, and there's tons of scandals to report on coming from the right. Yet they still choose to be lazy and not milk the shit out of these situations.
And it's been pretty slow for all these channels ever since, for the most part.
I know this is probably old, but I always come back to this fucking quail goal. Fundraising for quail. It's quail eggs, wasn't it? You wanted quail so they could give him eggs. How can you hate this person? It's fucking hilarious. Quail goal.
Compared to before Trump won. This is showing a clear sign of a demotivation within the online left.
He really wanted quail, didn't he? He wanted to...
As much as that might not have an impact on voter numbers, like sure, those people are still going to go out and vote. I'm sure they're still protesting, engaging in direct action, and all those good things that you should be doing. It is still a tragedy, I think. I don't think they're doing anything wrong. They don't have to watch progressive content, but I think it's a tragedy that we're losing that online community that you could argue brought the right its victory, the biggest victory politically they've had in ages with this election.
The thing is, there still are people watching progressive content. They're watching this Turkish himbo use his dog as a prop while he rants about how bad America is. There's a ton of issues with Hassan.
No, the thing is that the channels that are growing now are the people who actually do care about politics. It's people like, fuck, why is my brain going blank? It's like people like Pacman or Brian Tyler Cohen or Adam Mockler. Like those channels are all growing fairly well because those people actually care about politics. They care about results. What these guys are doing is not like the left-wing political sphere is not really political online. They don't do political things. They occasionally you'll get someone doing progressive victory or whatever, but for the most part, they're doing something different. They're doing something cultural more than political. Yeah, Josiah. How's Josiah doing? Hang on. Yeah, look at this guy. Look at this guy churning the absolute shit. This guy came out of nowhere. He spoke to me on a stream once when he had like 5K subs. Now he's made like 3,000 videos. He's uploaded, what's this, 8 videos in the last 24 hours? It's fucking relentless. 300K.
This guy knows how to make money and stream consistently, and these breadtubers know that. They know Hassan is the top dog in progressive content.
I can tell you that he's not making anywhere near as much as you think he is. No progressive YouTuber besides Hassan or that like sphere that orbits Hassan is. Maybe Vosh. Vosh is the one exception outside the Hassan orbit that's making money right now. Obviously, you've got your big channels like Brian Taylor Cohen and Fair and Balanced and stuff, but that's like borderline mainstream news now because mainstream news is online. Progressive content has been on a steady decline since 2020. And yet, through that time, Hassan's fan base grew as the rest of the left shrunk. And it makes...
Hard take, but I don't like the channels of Josiah, BTC, and Mockler, even though I love them as people. Yeah, but most people don't like this style of content. So yeah, it's just whatever works for people. Like, I don't like those videos either. I don't watch them. But they do well. And those guys they actually know what they're talking about. You can tell they actually care a lot about the political situation and wanting to make things better, which is so different, it seems, from so many of these like breadtube channels and shit. Xanderhall did seem to care when he was doing like the progressive victory stuff. I think the issue with Xanderhall is that he just basically like stumbled into this online space with no, like with no baseline like knowledge and just to kind of learn things as he went along, which is probably like really fucking difficult. And also navigating all this like online space with drama and fucking scandals and all that, like as a fucking 20-something-year-old, like a 20-year-old, it's fucking impossible, or very difficult at least.
Makes me wonder how much of the online left was sort of absorbed by Hassan culturally and just exists in Hassan's chat.
Hassan also has an incredibly loyal circle of orbiters who will defend him no matter what. Even if the scandal in question is really damning for Hassan, many of these breadtubers don't have that. And that's usually over the pettiest of reasons too. The reason why Xanderhall and Vosh stopped being friends is over a disagreement about Biden in the 2024 presidential
the scarcity mentality.
election. Not the lolly stuff, not the other gross comments Vosh has made over the past decade, but over a slight political disagreement. These guys love infighting, which has become a massive detriment in the long run. Sure, it's not unique to the left, but I feel like it's not as common on the right, and they definitely know that. Innuendo Studios made an alright playbook video talking about how frustrating it is.
What do you actually believe? And why are you so capable of respecting disagreement between each other, yet so incapable of respecting me? Or, for that matter, a black woman.
It does sadden me though that these guys are going broke, but it's not because I care about them. It's because the more content they produce, the more content people like me get to make fun of.
Make no mistake, I don't care.
And I came to this realization after Big Bungie made this point in a recent video about Eden.
Because we need more kooky characters like Ethan around. At the moment, it's just Ethan, Hassan, Destiny. The other Ethan, not this one. And that's boring and lame. And it makes me sad. A year ago, we had hundreds of smug leftists making the worst videos known to man. And we got so much content out of it. It was crazy. We need to revive the bread tubers so we can keep making videos on how gay and retarded they are.
Shit.
We cannot allow the bread tubers to die out. They're an endangered species at the moment.
And I have a solution. We need to factory farm the bread tubers. I know some will oppose this plan, but we have to mass produce more lefty video essayists and streamers so we can keep bullying them and generate more money. I had fun of EHD content at first, but I'm a bit fatigued by it at the moment. We need people like Innuendo Studios to make videos explaining why
yeah, man, fucking EHD is fucking crumbling. It just needs to, I think with the Israel-Palestine stuff kind of, well, I don't even know. I think the fighting might continue, but as far as the online space, people are just getting more tired of it, I guess, like, or talking about it or commentating on it. And where they go after that might be interesting. I'm not really sure what they're going to do. Because some people have just latched their entire fucking identity to it. Dunno.
Cucks. We need people like In Praise of Shadows to make shitty hit pieces, explaining why normal YouTubers like Wendigoon are secretly Nazis for wearing Hawaiian shirts. We need more people like Xanderhall to produce awful content where they pathetically beg for donations. The best way to do this is to gas up their egos. All these guys are super sad and depressed now, but we need to give them a second wind. We need more videos like You're Wrong About Modern Art.
I'm trying to compare content that realistically should have nothing in common. Fascist propaganda and gamer streamer should not be saying the same things.
Wow. I hope we do econ next, but I guess that's not a good replacement for most people. I don't know, just there's always something else that comes my way. What can I say? There's always something new that comes. Because right now, that video was really funny. Fuck. I don't normally sit through an entire Rob's Media video. Normally, I get bored. But fuck. That was a good wrap up. Damn. What were we saying? Oh, econ. Yeah, but fucking China came up. And now I'm just wanting to read about China all day. So fuck. I want to leave you guys. I want to abandon you guys and just read China. Can you guys just pay me to read about Mao's revolution, please? Not on stream. As in just pay me so I can go away and then just read about it for the day. I'll come on tomorrow and be like, hey, give me $100, $200. Okay, bye. Can I just do that? I just go around, pass the hat out. Pass the hat around the church to you fucking idiots and then just leave. Or maybe tell you what I've learned. I want you to do that on stream. Yeah, but I hate reading stuff on stream. I just don't like it. Because reading out loud is just like, it just fucks the workflow so much. But maybe we'll do it anyway. You want a proper UK politics anti-reform arc. I just, for some reason, like this kind of drama streamer shit show sphere hasn't made its way into the UK in a way that I can like overlap with. I don't know why. I need to find a way to get fucking adversaries. Because so much of the UK content is like fucking GB news and shit. That's what Patreon's for. What? Give me money so I can just read off stream. Not even talk about what I've learned. Just enjoy myself. Nah, well, we got to do a job, man. Got to do our fucking job. Meme, thanks for the 79. Meme 79, thanks for the 4.99. You can ask for money only if you make a proper China video essay. What? Thanks for the $5. I'll pay for China research on stream. Citrus, thanks for the 35 rands. Mao is watching. True. Oh, God. We've got other news, though. Fuck. We also have to do finishing Dave Smith, like the stream title said. And then we have to cover Hassan's fucking China adventures. Which is definitely a paid propaganda tour, which is so ironic and kind of makes me want to kill myself. But
and I've always been against.
I want to good sides, bad sides, Fuentes, accountability, Tucker, good.
All types of cancel culture, even when it's just like, you know, even if the government wasn't involved the way they were
let's just
with the
speed
big
up a
tech
little bit,
companies,
Dave.
I'd still be against big tech companies kicking people off because like
paid. I mean, I don't know for sure. I'm not Hassan. I'm not going to make those allegations without being 100% sure. But it just looks very, it just seems very unlikely that he would have done that without getting it funded by the CCP. It just looks like a funded tour. I don't know. It just all seems quite mad. It's a propaganda tour regardless, as in like an actual one. Not the one that I got fucking accused of doing. But the fact that he had the fucking nerve. Oh, man. All you can do is laugh.
that just isn't good. It's not the right path. But with Fuentes specifically in this case, I think as you guys know, part of the reason why you're saying you wanted him to come on the show, he's just gotten so huge that it's almost we're at a point where like, we need to have this conversation. It makes absolutely no sense anymore for like, you know, hearing Mark Levin call to cancel Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes and kick him off social media, kick him out of these things, deplatform him. It just kind of reminds me of like a couple years ago when Brian Stelter was calling to cancel Joe Rogan. And you're just like, who are you? Who do you think you are in the rankings of this thing? Like, and I don't mean, I'm not saying like popularity makes you right, but popularity does make you relevant. It does make you a relevant part of the discussion. And I think that the best thing that could happen with Fuentes, the rise of Nick Fuentes, is that he does a bunch more of these shows. And I think there should be more debates, more conversations. But I would also say, I think with the same attitude that we have right now, which is like, hey, let's talk about what we disagree with, but do it in a respect of like, let's talk about this like civilized men.
Look, I'm fully in agreement with you, Dave, where cancelling people, kicking people off platforms, it doesn't work. It drives ideas underground. It's only going to go to a platform where these ideas aren't going to be challenged. It's going to give them a certain amount of, dangerousness, sexiness that they simply don't deserve. My issue comes with people when they interview the Nick Fuenteses of the world and they do not give an appropriate pushback on ideas.
Ooh.
That's where I think it gets dangerous, because then you just have people saying their horrific ideas, and you go, where's the pushback? Where's the challenge? Because if you don't push back on people's ideas, in my opinion, you're effectively endorsing them.
I don't agree with that. I just don't. I don't agree that if you don't push back on someone's ideas, you're endorsing it. I mean, I was talking about
Jennifer. Thanks for the $4.99. Really appreciate that. Oh God, the thing is, you guys are fucking weird. You guys you guys will just pay for the idea of something, but then I'll start reading, and then all the support stops. I know how you guys play. You guys are fucking with me. Ugh. In any case, I need a lot more water. I'm fucking dying here. Do a Rise of Nick Fuentes video. Nope. Bear back. Was I deceived by chat logic?
Like I've had.
That's complete nonsense. Why are you authorised to give me the number of terrorists you've killed, but not a number of civilians?
Oh,
I don't understand.
Wait, is he just fucking... Whoa. Bro, he just disengaged. It said Trump 2024. Fuck Biden. And it's still fine, but with South American stuff or like Bach and all that, it's all just so like random. There's no logic to any of these chords. They're just like, you can tell they were just vibing it, and that's how. Like there is a key signature, but even then they deviate from it so much. Like there's lots of chromatic stuff, and whereas even if you're playing like jazz, you've got different patterns. Yeah, like jazz is even easier than like remembering, because jazz you make up a lot of it, and also just because you got like there's still a few like scales and patterns that you remember. But with the South American stuff, it's just very, very odd. Like every shape in a tune can be like a new shape that you've never played before.
You got this.
David, shut up. No. Someone with a fucking explosive, he's obviously like, but like if someone was.
I need my sundown. I need my Sundowner translator app. I can't understand what he's saying.
Jesus,
Listen,
clear enough, isn't it?
Because it's Arab?
Asking yourself. No,
you racist. Whoa, Albie, you're so fucking racist.
It broke my heart.
I had to get used to it. It's just the fucking microphone. I don't know. You have to tune your ears.
The combination with the shitty mic and the accent, I genuinely.
So it is because he's Arab.
Oh my god.
No, it's not because he's Arab.
If he wasn't an Arab with the same accent, I would have the same problem.
Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense.
Oh yeah, I'm like, listen, Abby, you need to stop digging, please.
Listen, I'm saying it. In 5 years from now, we will have social credit scores in this country. There will be a civil war. There'll be World War III. And a Trump landslide. No relation. I'm telling you. And it won't be because they're evil. They are evil. The Democrats are evil. But it will really be because of the people who saw what was happening and did nothing. This is what the Democrats want, okay? They want open borders. They want puberty blockers. They want 19-month abortions. They want a safe and sovereign Ukraine. Blah, blah, blah. They want open blockers. They want puberty abortion. They want a safe and sovereign borders in Europe. What they want? No. They want open board. They want safety for Ukrainians to live in peace. What's happening? No. I'm a vessel. No. What do you think? I think he probably just looks at other TikToks and does the wavy head thing with the pointing. Look at this guy. Hey, TikTokers. I think that's what he does, right? That's the whole thing. I love you, but you're garbage.
Wait, Tuton, I got a question.
I would commit suicide and bomb myself in front of militants.
Alright, Tuton, such a goofy ass up. Alright, look up. Alright, so, question 2. What's your thoughts on the Ukraine
am I
war?
talking? Shit.
The other day on some show. But the example that just came to my mind was this guy, Ben Burgess, who I like. He's a nice guy. He's a democratic socialist, and he wrote this book, and I believe the title of the book was called Canceling Comedians While the World Burns. And this was back like a few years ago, and it was...
I don't give any fucks. Fuck this. I'm moving on. I don't even really care for this fucking video. Oh, God. Ah. Wait, oh, what's this? The headline's changed. Stabbing attack in the West Bank. Oh no. In which direction? A 15-year-old boy. The IDF said 2 terrorists were eliminated at the scene. Oh, okay. Huh. Let it end. No more Dave. I just can't be fucked with him, man. I don't know. I wasn't looking for that though. Gush Etzion. That place never seems to get a break, doesn't it? Anyway, the UN Security Council has adopted the resolution on Trump's Gaza plan. That means the Security Council, the UN, the big guns of the UN have said, yes, we approve of this plan, even though it has pretty limited involvement from the UN. It authorizes... What a horrible intro. Okay, fuck me. Jesus Christ. Sorry. I was just getting my bearings. I was like, what the fuck am I even talking about? Brain fog. Okay. Breaking news. Breaking news. The UN Security Council has adopted the resolution on Trump's Gaza plan. The 20-point plan has been approved by the big guns of the UN. This is the plan that involves a multinational peace and stabilization force. It's going to establish what's called a Board of Peace, the BOP, Trump, and that's going to establish, in turn, an International Stabilization Force, or ISF, which conveniently is the same abbreviation as the Israeli security forces. But regardless, the US plan's gone ahead. Russia and China have not vetoed it. They could have. They have voiced concerns over various drafts of this resolution, but they abstained, and I'll tell you why in a minute. The resolution basically involves the disarming of Hamas and the rebuilding of Gaza. That's the whole idea that they're going by. It's had joint support from the United States, from Qatar, from Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, Pakistan, Jordan, Turkey. So Hamas opposed this, obviously, because it involves their disarmament, total disarmament, but they are very much on their own now. If you want to know why Russia and China have abstained, it's basically because the PA approves of it. And although Russia and China have their issues with this resolution, their reservations are to do with the mandate of the ISF. There is a sort of vague, limited language about the role of the Palestinian Authority, limited and vague language on the two-state solution. So they had their issues, but they're abstaining because they don't want to be vetoing, at least in contrast to the PA, because the PA has voiced endorsement for the plan, even if it's a little bit vague on how much of a role they'll have. Obviously, they're saying that they want to have a big role in it, or a much bigger role than America would be maybe willing to give them. It doesn't actually make Israel all that happy, because Netanyahu, after this, had to jump up and down to the Knesset and remind everyone how much he opposes a Palestinian state, because Palestinian statehood, or a potential path to statehood, is implied in the resolution. So I think that's quite impressive that they managed to get it passed. It's not perfect by any means. The fact that Trump has the amount of decision making that he does on rebuilding and their board of peace or whatever the fuck, that's a pretty big concern. The ambiguity around Palestinian statehood is actually not a good thing. I think they should go further. The role of the PA is too ambiguous. That should be better as well. But it does seem like these key parties, as well as the Security Council, has given it the okay. There's also a big question. When you see UN resolutions, you have to be careful about a couple of things. One, if you see General Assembly resolution, that could mean it bears some weight. It could also mean it is total nonsense and no one cares about it. Because you can basically have these UN General Assembly resolutions that can be voted on by a massive block of mostly dictatorships or countries with particular agendas, and it can pass and then nothing happens with it. Like, it doesn't become legally binding, it doesn't become cited in the courts or anything like that. So General Assembly resolutions can have weight. Sometimes they can be backed by other measures. Sometimes they can be very limited. Security Council resolutions are a bit different because they are voted on mainly by the key sitting members. Like, it's got the US, Russia, China, France. But it's also, there is a bit of, and I don't know exactly what happens here because this is just based on what people have said in their reservations. It does seem to, in some places, invoke Chapter 7. There's some language in this resolution which involves Chapter 7, which is the authorization of use of force. And that's like the big thing about the Security Council resolutions, is if it involves Chapter 7, then that basically means you're authorizing a particular group, like the ISF, to use force to achieve the thing that they want. We don't know what the ISF's role will be, for example, if they're trying to oversee security in an area and there is a Hamas position not far from them that needs to get dismantled. We don't know if that's going to be their role to go in, because there are some countries that have already been saying that they're willing to deploy personnel. The US might be deploying contingents as early as January, 2 months from now. The total troop size, some officials say it's going to be about 20,000. It's not a UN operation. It's just different willing countries. Some countries have said that they want to contribute. So Azerbaijan, Egypt, Indonesia, Qatar, and Turkey have all spoken about potentially contributing personnel, which would be very bizarre to watch Qatari and Turkish security forces potentially fighting with Hamas. That would be very bizarre. I have no idea how that's supposed to work. There are lots of scenarios where this could actually end up fucking Gaza quite hard if that happens. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know where this is going to go, because the whole thing, obviously, Security Council resolutions don't necessarily need to meet all that much, right? Resolution 242 was a Security Council resolution. 338, and obviously there's still no Palestinian state, right? There's still no full withdrawal from, there's still dispute over the occupied territory since the 6-Day War, including Gaza and the West Bank. But it exists now. It's going to hold some weight in the political decision making. It's obviously, it seems like the Americans are going to go forward with it. I doubt they would take it this far and not do anything. So my guess is we're going to start seeing American personnel getting deployed in the Gaza Strip, and this ISF being started within a few months. However, things could change. Hamas are allegedly stockpiling weapons in Yemen and Africa, East Africa, mainly Sudan. And the IDF are apparently readying to retake Hamas-controlled Gaza. The IDF head is readying the military to advance on Gaza City and the remaining parts in the east, the remaining 47% of Gaza that Hamas are in charge of. So I don't really see the ISF being deployed if there is a full resumption of hostilities in one half of Gaza. Like, if there's still airstrikes and ground operations and there's still advancements and chaos all over the place, I don't think Trump is going to be very willing to deploy soldiers in Gaza to oversee security in that environment, especially when he is starting to face internal backlash, unprecedented internal backlash in part over support for foreign countries, which they obviously primarily mean Israel. So it's a pretty unpredictable future, I would say, but thought you guys should know. Germany, in other news, has lifted their arms suspension. Settler violence in the West Bank is still absolutely fucking out of control compared to compared to previous years. There's been a lot more activity in that area. What is this resolution about, if not that? It's about the ISF and the BOP, the Board of Peace. The resolution establishes the Board of Peace, which establishes the ISF, and it authorizes the ISF to go and do things in Gaza. I can't believe we got the return of the Ottoman Empire before GTA 6. Wow. Good one. Shit. But yeah, otherwise, what? Netanyahu doing a taqiyya by approving the deal, but then saying he doesn't want a Palestinian state. Pretty much, yeah. Why wouldn't the ISF be deployed there anytime soon? Because the IDF might be resuming full hostilities. And these countries, all of these countries, face a bit of a political minefield if they're going to send their own soldiers into a place where the IDF and Hamas are still going full ham on each other. Imagine if you are Trump and you send troops into Gaza to go and fight with Hamas and one troop dies whilst MTG is talking about America doing the bidding of other countries and not really caring about their own. And Tucker Carlson and Fuente, all these people like steamrolling over those decisions. What's going to happen to Turkey if you start to see fucking Turkish personnel scrapping with Palestinians in Gaza, or Qataris? What's the Al Jazeera relation going to be there? What's Al Jazeera going to say when Qatari forces are in Gaza fighting with not even Hamas? It could be Palestinians throwing fucking stones at them. Hegseth should be sent in person. Yeah, he should show us what a physically fit soldier does in a difficult situation. Dude, what? They're mad. Oh, thank you. Well, is this just like an Instagram reel of protesters at the UN in New York opposing the thing? Okay. Whatever. Yes, I understand. Listen, I really am very jaded by the Jerusalem Post, okay? I mean, they've had their issues in the past, like the fucking rigor mortis person that they said was a fake baby. They're slandering, accusing Mr. Fafo, Mr. Fucker on Find Out, of embezzling money, even though it seemed like his donation fund was sanctioned by the Kuwaiti government. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what to think about these people, but they're saying they're accusing the Muslim Brotherhood of stealing money from Gaza donations. I have no idea. Could not confirm, could not deny, don't know. Just leave it, stop. We're on a J post embargo, okay? For the time being. This comes from an Egyptian researcher, though. Really? So Egyptians are going to be authoritative on the Muslim Brotherhood. Really, that country with their relations with the Muslim Brotherhood. The Fafo story was fake. Yeah, I made a video about it. Yeah, we covered it. We did someone else did the investigating, but I reported it fairly and balancedly. Khalid Hassan. I don't know who the Egyptian researcher is. I'm just making excuses to not look into it, okay? Please. Got enough on my plate right now. Damn. I've also wondered, I think I might have to respond to my critics more often. I think every now and because I see people replying to them and deriding them, whatever else, and that's fun. But every now and then, I think it's probably good to just have like a little touch base, because people were sending me this shit, and I feel like people just send me this stuff to trigger me. But whatever, it's not that bad. This fucking guy disinfo tracker, who I think most people see through this, like he's just like a fucking propagandist who puts a globe next to his name to make himself look credible. Every now and then he'll just drop these little fucking attacks at me, but I don't know why he's using lines that were fairly easily exposed during his debate. Oh, it's him replying to Stardust. You're calling Goebbels' box balanced. He said aid agencies, human rights agencies, and the UN were, quote, exaggerating when they warned of a high risk of famine in Gaza. That's balanced? I'm sorry, I seem to recall bringing this up to him. If you recall, the UN agencies, if you followed their assessments on famine in Gaza, if you followed the IPC classifications, the classifications and what they would imply in terms of crude death rates, because classifications imply a death rate. Like phase 5 means that there will be like 1 or 2 deaths per, or two or more deaths per 10,000 per day, or phase 4 means 1 or 2 deaths per 10,000. They have these classifications, and if he remembers through 2024, if you followed their classifications and added up the expected dead over the period of time, you would get 62,000 at least. And he knows this because, and by 2024, this is like October 2024. And he knows this because it comes from the thing that he cited, the 99 doctors letter. It's from their open letter. October 2nd, by 99 American healthcare workers. They said this based on UN assessments. But we know now that this wasn't true, that 62,000 people had not died of starvation by the end of 2024. The number that recorded by the health ministry wasn't even 1,000. It wasn't even 500 at that point. It wasn't even close to 500 at that point. And I know this because he didn't even commit to agreeing with this statement. I asked him about this. That the contents of this article are not like gospel. That's not an unreasonable thing to say. It seems you believe that too. Damon as now, well. Do you think that they were right to say that 118,000 people had likely died, or it was likely more than that? 118 is referring to the same part. It's the article because they're adding up the total, the people under the rubble, as well as the famine deaths. That's what they're doing to say that number in 2024. October 2024.
I am not debating. I am not debating.
You can't commit to it because you realize that you disagree with the article as well.
No, I don't. I didn't say I disagree with it. I said I'm not going to open up a debate about death toll estimates. Do you understand? If I do that with you, we're going to be going back and forth. Do you have an opinion on it or no? Getting nowhere for God knows how long.
So you're just hiding your unproductive. I'm just asking you your opinion.
And the point was about wait. The point of the letter was about what they personally observed. They personally treated children on a daily basis.
So for some reason, he doesn't want to commit to that, to agree with these 99 doctors about the death toll, or the 62,000 people who apparently starved to death but were never recorded by the health ministry ever at any point. And now he wants to attack me for it, for saying it was exaggerated. Like, the fuck? What a mental piece of shit. What a liar. What a disgusting, dishonest fucking worm. What's the opinion? I was just asking him because he kept on citing this fucking report like it was this open letter, like it was something that I had to like commit myself to. So I asked him, okay, do you commit yourself to the death toll that they're saying? They're saying a very precise number of how many people they think died in Gaza by October 2024. Last year, they said that 62,000 plus had died of starvation alone, 100 and something thousand total. And he wouldn't commit to it. He couldn't do it because he knew it was bullshit. If he believed it, he would have said it. If he believed it, he would have just said, yes, it's true. But for some reason, he doesn't really agree with doctors when they're too obviously exaggerating, a little bit too obvious. And they're just using UN assessments here to make this number, which would mean that the UN are exaggerating as well. Unless he wants to tell me that he thinks this is actually true, or even close to true, because if he doesn't think it's true, or even close to true, that means that he thinks the UN exaggerated. Massively, which they did, but okay. Whatever. Fucking dipshit. Oh. What's this? Oh yeah, Trump reversing on the Epstein files.
Hello, we start in the United
Tracks disinfo a little too well. Yeah, well.
States, where President Trump has called on House Republicans to vote for the release of government files relating to the sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The reversal from his previous position came in a long post on social media in which Mr. Trump said it was a
He kept citing Perlmutter, right? I guess we can do that one as well. Where was it? What, he says the doctors in Gaza are lying about the IDF shooting children. Again, it's just, I don't know why he doesn't really understand. He still doesn't understand the point that I'm making. I'm quite happy that I looked into this though. Because remember, when we're talking about this, like doctor statements, this whole thing started with me looking at a 30-second clip from a stream that I didn't even turn into a segment. And this is apparently like where I even said that it's quite likely that war crimes were part of this, that war crimes were committed by the IDF. Like, I'm not putting it past them that they did this at all. I'm still not. But for some reason, like, they don't want, that's not enough. They want it to be the case that they've done this to like hundreds upon hundreds or even thousands by the logic of what they're saying of kids, like just going around fucking sniping fucking 4-year-olds. But yeah, I said the images were not fake, but then they claimed that I said they were fake, whatever. Yeah. But if you want to talk about the doctors being like honest or not, you can look at, again, because some doctors are also activists, and these doctors were activists. Like, that's just true. When he talks about that, like that open letter, 99 doctors or 45 doctors, that open letter, I realized it actually started with 2 doctors. It was 2 humanitarian surgeons in March 2024 who wrote this open letter. And then the other ones, like the 99 doctors letter and everything else, it's basically just like a rewording or an elaboration on the first one, because it came from these 2 people, Sidwa and Perlmutter. These are the 2 guys who kind of like started spreading. And it has all this stuff in here about like the people shot in the head and the chest and everything like that, all by the best trained marksman in the world. Perlmutter takes pictures of like bullets and shit all the time and uploads them. But for some reason, he's never decided to go and show like a particular, like an IDF specific sniper ammunition. I don't know why he hasn't done that, but you can tell. And yes, I will actually call this guy dishonest because he is provably dishonest. He would say that he worked in the European hospital at this time. He said 70% of the patients were children. He would say this in interviews constantly, 70 to 75% of the patients coming in to the European hospital were children. He would say this constantly. And those numbers are just not backed up. They're not backed up by the health ministry itself, because the health ministry would put out emergency reports. They'd put out reports from these hospitals with cumulative totals as well as daily information. So this is the cumulative death toll. That's the European hospital there. I'll just put it through Translate so it's easier. No, Arabic to English, please, Dick. And there's their numbers. 716 men, 257 women, 264 children. How is that? That's not 70% children. Other times he would say it was 70% preteens. He just made it up. And that's their cumulative total. But you can even look at the numbers from when he's working there, because that comes from when he's working there. There are daily figures that come out as well from these hospitals. And they never show you a situation where it's even close to a majority of children in these wards for injuries or for deaths. So yes, I do think that is a big exaggeration. It's people who are being very fucking weird about the numbers. Like, that's it. And I don't think anyone's been able to prove me wrong on that yet. I'm just using health ministry numbers. Aren't these the ones we're supposed to think are reliable? This is for injuries, I think, cumulative total. 3,500, this is the hospital that Perlmutter was in. 3,575 men, 1,217 children. 1,506 women. It's not even close to 70% children. It's closer to like, what is that, like 15 to 20, 25? Remembering that children are more than half of the population in Gaza. So what the fuck are you doing, man? I don't know if this one had a daily figure. Some of them have dailies. Let me see. Oh, it's here. Oh yeah, I can see it there. Men, women, children. 9 men, 5 women, 4 children. I don't know why he keeps saying 70%. And this guy is like one of the, he's like half of the origins of this claim about the best trained marksman. So yeah, the guy's full of shit. My guess is he saw something that was happening. He did see because I think he took photos. I think he did see there would have been like 2 or 3 people who were shot in the chest or head, and they were really young. I don't doubt that he saw that. But then they went and extrapolated and said that like all these doctors were seeing this every day. But for some reason, this just doesn't seem to bear out in the evidence or in the health ministry reports or anything. And for some reason, like he's one of many doctors actually who would say that like the majority of patients they had were children. But there's no hospital in Gaza where that was ever the case, ever. So I don't know. Yeah, it's not even that controversial. Some doctors are also activists and because like these guys are not just regular concerned citizens. Like this guy goes on fucking podcasts and talk shows and talks about politics and talks about his views on the conflict overall and everything else. Like he's not just reporting on what he saw in a hospital. He's clearly an activist with an agenda. And that also just leads him to say things that are pretty dubious. So but whatever, I didn't really ever make it an objective to argue about whether or not it was a dozen kids that were murdered by the IDF or a few dozen or hundreds or thousands as these guys are implying. But if that's the argument you want to have, then prove that it's that many in terms of like this particular crime, because the data does not bear it out. Sorry. Rip. Okay, fuck. Maybe he forgot he's a pediatrician. I mean, if you are, then why would you clarify that? But he doesn't. He just keeps saying about like, we worked in this hospital. This is what we saw in this hospital. But no, you can even look at, if you want to go really deep into it, maybe I will one day. There are particular days when he's tweeting about how many children he saw in the hospital. But you can look at a health ministry report from the day that he's talking about, and the numbers, they still don't add up. They don't add up at all. He's exaggerating like every single time. So fuck. Oh, it's here. Some of the shit this guy was tweeting when he was in Gaza, talking about proportionality, I guess. If a rat is found inside of an Israeli orphanage, would Netanyahu burn down the entire orphanage and incinerate all the children within it to merely exterminate the single rat? Hamas is 0.01% of Gaza. What? 200 people? Hamas is 200 people. Him talking about hearing Apache gunships shooting their machine guns into non-combatant neighborhoods. Abraham is crying. How do you, if you're inside a hospital, how the fuck do you know the neighborhood? If you're in an area where there's helicopters and gunfire, you can be in an open valley and hear the sounds of artillery or drones, because I've been in this situation, and have no idea where each thing is coming from. Like you can easily be in that position. So how you're in a hospital and you know exactly like which neighborhood these helicopters are in from inside a building, and fucking knowing that they're non-combatants, like how would you know? Like the guy is such a fucking, he's an activist. He's an activist. His word is not gospel. Anyway. But that's okay. The disinformation spreader can make good work of that if he wants. Let's see. Doesn't he think Zionism is Nazism? Yes, he has said that before. Interestingly, none of his tweets at the time were about sniper fire. He spoke about that afterwards. I think it's because his colleague said that he saw like a dozen kids shot in the head or whatever. But even in that 2-week period, statistically, that's very unlikely as well, because people have done actual research. Like people who have no love for Israel have done research on hospital data in the Gaza Strip. The proportions of people killed by gunfire is really low compared to airstrikes, and the proportion of headshots is even lower. So you can look at the numbers from the time when they were there, which was 2 weeks, and add up. Like statistically, it would be a massive anomaly if it were true. Maybe there was some unit that went out and just decided to commit a massacre on one day, and that's where they got their number from. But otherwise, I'm gonna do my stream. Let's see. Oh yeah. God, do I want to go into this? Yeah, probably. I don't know if I want to slop out or not. Fuck. There's a good episode of Live from the Table where Gnome interviews Dr. Feroz Sidwa. Yeah, what does he say? I mean, I've read the interviews of him and Perlmutter together. Like their claims are very overlapping. So unless he says anything particularly novel in that one, whatever. Well, the House vote on the Epstein files, I don't think we got that yet. Whatever, we'll do that in time. What about Trump heel turning on the files? I want to see how the House vote goes. I doubt anyone's going to want to have their name next to a no to that question, are they? Nicki Minaj just spoke about Nigeria. I don't, oh God, do I have to learn another conflict? Shit, I guess that's my job. It's just interesting to hear him held to account for being an obvious activist. Really? I mean, listen, it's not my fault that other people decided to make this my entire fucking political identity. So, like, believe it or not, it's not really my aspiration to be out here debating on whether or not these IDF war crimes, which I do believe happened 100%, but just whether or not they were happening to a degree of snipers going around and killing hundreds or thousands of kids. Like, that's not really something that I've ever really wanted to get into a huge debate about. I've got my position on it, but like, it's a pretty nasty thing to be talking about anyway. But if other people want to make that their entire claim against me, then I might as well show them why they're full of shit on it. Shit. Oh, these guys, the Comedy Cellar? They spoke to this guy for 2 hours. Interesting. Defending Hamas. Wait, what? Why is that?
So, but hold on. If you're going to be, I certainly don't, like you just said, you don't want to co-sign the peace. I certainly do not want to be put in the position of defending Hamas. Hamas is
But you are defending them when you say it's absolutely false that they target civilians.
Look, so Hamas,
that they maximize civilian deaths.
So the question is it true?
Yeah.
Yeah, the question is it true? So so that's a question that has to actually be asked and answered. That is not actually what he said there. What he said is he didn't say I want all the people in Gaza to die so that Israel looks bad, or that Feroz will write a New York Times article. That's not what he said at all. He said it is the responsibility of the occupation not to kill them and to provide them with services, and it's the responsibility of the United Nations to protect them as refugees.
Who are we talking about
now,
here?
I don't.
Dude, that's disingenuous.
Am I not quoting him exactly?
Oh, you're quoting him exactly, but obviously, to say we have 300 miles of tunnels, we use them to protect ourselves.
Meaning to fight the Israelis, yes.
No, he actually says
he says to protect ourselves from the airplanes, which means to fight the Israelis. Yes.
It means to protect ourselves from the airplanes.
Okay.
And the reason we don't put our citizens in them, our brothers and sisters and children, is because that's the United Nations to do.
Yeah, no, I agree with you that it's disgusting,
but obviously you don't see an intention there. What is he? Is he?
The real question is, why don't they build their tunnels out in the agricultural areas, like on the perimeters? Why don't they build their tunnels away from the civilian areas? Because there are some open areas in Gaza. Why do they put them under the cities? And if he can't answer that question, I mean, he's gonna say, "Oh, it's because they have no space. They're crammed." Like, fuck yeah, no choice.
So low IQ that he doesn't understand that he could protect these civilians by allowing them into 300 miles of tunnels. You can't infer intention there. You actually think it's possibility that he says, no, he doesn't want them to die.
They build them in agriculture. I'm talking about exclusively, right? So why did you not build them away from civilian areas? Or as far away as possible, as opposed to directly underneath. Right?
He's really upset that. Wait. Let me just say this.
This guy's called Norm. I didn't know his name.
Let me just say one more sentence.
Norm or no?
Please. You said that you just said you can't infer intentionality, and that I'm just giving him a pass. That's just not the case. You played this clip. All I can tell you is what I see him saying. He's saying that the tunnels have been built for Hamas.
Not for our citizens.
Not for our citizens, which is, and it sounds accurate. It doesn't sound nice to me. Like, I'm not.
What would be reasons that he wouldn't let the citizens in, other than he wants them to die?
So how does
to say it's not my it's not my responsibility, so I'm not letting them in. My own people.
Right. So
I'm in charge.
Okay. Yeah. No. So again, I don't have access to Yahya Sinwar's internal.
That wasn't Sinwar, but that was
Oh, whoever that was.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That dude. I don't have access to him, but or Sinwar or any of these other people, obviously. But I can think of lots of reasons. So number one, the Palestinian population is shot through with Fatah sympathizers who have been at war with the Hamas government ever since 2006 and 2007.
So he wants them to die?
He probably does. Fatah and Hamas are at each other's throats.
Those are civilians.
I totally agree with you. But are you? Okay.
I'm surprised. I think it's okay. So
I'm surprised that somebody would listen to that and take from it that the guy who's talking wants people to die. I think what he's saying quite clearly
What about that he doesn't care?
It is not my responsibility to protect them. I think that's disgusting because Hamas is the government of Gaza. Now, I just don't want to be. You're kind of putting me in a weird position.
Okay,
where
I don't want another fucking. That's a 2-hour long video. Maybe one day. Too much. Too much right now. Did I lose one of my links? Oh no. Come on. I mean, there's also them talking about how their losses are tactical and all this shit. Like, okay. iDubbbz playing GeoGuessr in his stream title. Huh.
Book it, Glory.
He's not playing false advertising. He should be playing for the entire stream. What? You've been having a low tolerance for things today. Yeah, a little. I don't know. Fuck. Just figuring out what I want to do. Wait, can you not replay his streams when they're live? He doesn't have that function. Guess he doesn't. Okay, whatever. It is, however, slop o'clock. Fuck, I didn't mean to interrupt it. What a dipshit. Fuck. Fuck. It's slop o'clock. I cannot believe it. I can't believe it. Perfected. Second time's a charm. We got him. There's no getting around this. What is our boy doing in China? We're about to see what an actual propaganda tour looks like. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe he's just telling me that's the issue the entire time, is that I did a propaganda trip in Israel, but it wasn't really that good, you know? Too much criticisms of the people I'm propagandizing for. Too many low pushback interviews with people who want the country destroyed or think they're committing a genocide or whatever the fuck else. Too many mixed signals. Show me how it's done, big man.
China bad. Absolutely anyone in the world that visited the U.S. deserves far more scrutiny, but they're all amoral psychopaths. Yeah. Like Tucker's journey to Moscow. It's a trip designed for the core purpose of rehabilitating an authoritarian regime in the eyes of the American public. No difference. Yeah, I think when guys like this do stuff like this, they basically give the game away. When they're just saying like, oh, I don't like that I'm watching you in China, and it makes me reconsider what I previously thought China was like. Because there is no like, I'm not doing any fucking, like I'm spending a lot of money out of my own pocket. Okay? We are spending a fuck ton of money out of our pockets to be here, okay? A shit ton. This is the most expensive trip that feels.
Is he? Is he not? Is he denying or not denying the CCP are paying for it? I'm just thinking about that sentence. I spent a ton of money because I would imagine if you were getting paid to do propaganda in a country, yeah, you're still going to spend your money. You're going to buy fucking merch or whatever the fuck when you're there. You can get a funded trip and still pay money when you're there. Like, what the fuck? It's a strange way to word it. Also, not to mention just like the way that he's doing this shit is so blatant sometimes, but fuck me. We're already like, it's definitely a propaganda trip for one. It's just whether or not it's a paid one is the question now.
Your end has ever done.
Vosh drops a hot take about the Hassan stuff. You will not believe what Vosh said, says Chase. It's not time. Fuck you, man. Get a job. What a waste. Oh, he did actually. I'm so sorry. Fucking no. I'm so sorry.
Any of I can't believe I'm doing this to you, man. I can't believe I'm doing this to you.
What are you doing?
But you have to look at how look at this.
Chat
look at
logs.
how far up do I have to go
logs.
before. Here we go. This was you beginning, and this is where we are now. I get it, okay? I understand. I'm not looking up who his Chinese government-assigned handler is because I don't care that much. The fact that Hassan's defending the CCP is 10 times worse than defending Israel. Jesus fucking Christ. No, it's not. Well, no, that's absolutely not true. Even the moderate Democrat position on Israel is 50,000 times as Hitlerite as like the average internet tanky Hassan fan position on China. What the?
When you say the CCP, is that including Mao or not? Not even to mention I guess these guys just look at like what cumulative tolls, like what 70,000 dead in Gaza, but only 1 million odd re-educated in fucking Xinjiang, and however many else whatever. Obviously, the reasons that you're doing a particular attack or an operation is also matters, but okay.
By far, it's a more expensive trip than Japan even. And a big part of that is because like we wanted to make sure that we had like a lot of fucking content. No, the suits is not what I'm talking about. That's just extra on the top. That's not what I'm talking about at all. Like, even if you were to consider this propaganda, like Tucker Carlson went to Russia to be like, it's awesome that they invaded Ukraine. I went to China and I was like, I really like high-speed rail, and I think America should also build it and infrastructure as well, considering we are the richest nation on the planet. Like, these things are not even remotely comparable. What the fuck? These people are just on maximalist copium.
Why is it massively different? Because the one viral thing that Tucker did was he went to a supermarket and was impressed by how cheap everything was and how the trolleys worked like every other European trolley where you put the coin in. Yeah, that's kind of what they would expect you to do. Do they think that you're going to... What do you think a propaganda tour to China would look like? And why would it be different from what you're doing? Obviously, they don't want you to go full ham and talk about how we need to clamp down on the Uyghurs because of the fucking Turkestan terror party, whatever the fuck they're called. Right? Obviously, they're not going to be that on the nose. But you going there and walking around the nice areas of the cities and saying, "Oh, look how cool everything is! Look at the high-speed rail." That is kind of what the propaganda would be, isn't it? That is what you would do. Oh wow, this cop just wanted to look through my phone, but he didn't even black bag me.
And I'm not even here to do like government propaganda anyway. This guy said F word maxing, apparently, and got 118,000. What he doesn't know is that I fucked his dad.
There's a thing that people, because you have to look out for the way people do this kind of stuff. Like, obviously, the thing with China is that they are an adversary of countries like America, that they pose a sufficient threat to places like Taiwan, as well as to other countries in Southeast Asia, especially over the 9-dash line in the South China Sea, and also that their country's founding story is full of horrors and clampdowns and witch hunts, and with the famine, obviously, and awful fucking policy, not to mention expansionism to a degree, with or trying to expand influence, and also the fact that today they are obviously a country with pretty like nasty levels of inequality and exploitation, as well as brutal repression of dissidents and extensive political control and surveillance. Like, but someone like Hassan, like the way that you do propaganda for that as a Westerner is you go there and you go shopping and you take videos of yourself doing it, or like talking to the locals or whatever and looking at the high-speed trains and saying, look, they're just a normal country like everyone else, you know, like it's normal, it's just fine. And you obviously don't go to all the places that they actually have quite a lot of controversy for.
Yeah. In the butt. And then I fucked his mom.
Whoa. I'm guessing Tucker also went to the Moscow metro. Yeah. Because America, you know, one of the reasons, like, America has bad infrastructure, and it is in large part because of their, like, whatever, low taxes, let's not do anything socialized, or everything state funded is evil and dangerous and all that shit. But it is also because I think Americans just don't give a fuck as much about public transport. Like, they like driving their own cars. They love buying their big fucking guzzlers or their massive pickup trucks that never have anything in the back. Like, they love, yeah, that's a part of a reason as well. It's cultural as well as to do with the economy or to do with neoliberalism, whatever else. But But why do you care about public transport for you as much as in any case, right? Because you're like we have like the European Union has pretty good public transport. Most of these countries, they have the same laugh. There is something about authoritarians and very weird, insincere laughs. I don't know.
You're also trying to turn Chinese. Why Chinese? Yeah. Are you Bubba? Don't lie. I'm not Bubba.
Bubba.
Austin is getting love on BDBD. Yeah, they're calling him the toilet fairy. Since Golden Gate got demoted to toilet boy, I figured we should show him some love he's been getting on BDBD. Austin is destined for Chengdu's must-eat list. Nice. You would think the Chinese government would grant you an interview knowing your political stance towards the U.S.? What? No. Guys, you need to understand something.
Make me understand.
I'm a Twitch streamer. Like, sometimes you guys, sure, I have a little bit of emotion in the United States of America. But, like, that's the fucking leader of the People's Republic of China. That's not... They're not the United States of America, chatter. They're not Trump. That's not how that works. You know what I mean? That's not how that works at all. Your haters are trapping themselves with a little red book clip. This is horrifying and evil.
Dude.
Imagine reacting like this to receiving a first edition of Mein Kampf. The anti-reactionary spiritual self-help, how to fight your oppressor's book is the same as Mein Kampf. An incoherent, badly written effort post on why Jewish people is to blame on anything and everything. Smartest American flag user.
Dude, you can... The Red Book is just a collection of fucking quotes. Some of which are very, very rigid and absolutist and often like indicative of the way that Mao was so intolerant and paranoid about fucking dissent that if you went the wrong way, you were fucking tortured or killed or sent to live in a fucking cave or whatever the fuck, right? Wasn't the whole story about President Xi that because his dad was a dissident, or he was I don't even remember what he did. Because I was reading about the cave. I was reading about the cave that these CCP wankers like to fucking glaze over. About one of these journalists. Yeah, his dad was purged, wasn't he? By Mao. But even though he was also, before that he was purged, he was, wasn't he from high up in the regime? Or wasn't he like a celebrated communist leader? Yeah. His father was a hero of the communist revolution, so Xi spent his early years as a so-called red princeling, enjoying a privileged upbringing. But yeah, this was same thing happened in the USSR as well with the purges, that one of the scariest places to be in these regimes was at the top, like because of the paranoia of the leadership. All of that was shattered by the civil war that an increasingly paranoid and vengeful Chairman Mao inflicted on the party elite in the 60s. So Xi's father gets put in jail, his family humiliated, one of his sisters dies. Without parents or friends to protect him from the murderous Red Guards dispensing summary justice on the streets, the teenage Xi lived his second Beijing life, dodging death threats and detention until he came to this village. And then that's when he went and lived in a fucking cave. And tourists, maybe Hassan will do it, tourists can go and visit this cave where they tell this really grand story about him basically living the ideal life of the character building life of the exiled fucking peasant in the rural countryside and doing peasant work and, you know, getting their hands dirty and all that. Because this is like a very, ironically, the fact that he ended up here because of Mao's decisions, even though this is like him fulfilling a very Maoist story, right? Because part of the big romance about Chairman Mao is that after the communists were betrayed by Chiang Kai-shek in the late 20s, Mao and his guys were basically exiled. Like most of the Communist Party members were killed. They went down from a force of about 80-something thousand to 10,000. And there's this whole, like the Long March, like in the mid-30s, where they basically flee up to this very small, remote village area up in the northwest near, I think it's quite close to Xinjiang, actually. They flee up to this area and they're on a march for like a year. They walk for for a year to retreat into this place after they've been defeated by the nationalist armies. And then they stay there for that period in this very, very remote, unremarkable, ancient little town. And yeah, Mao, I think, he worked and lived in a cave for most of that, a cave just off the town. And that's where he worked. And obviously, like, tourists and fucking pilgrims or whatever will go there to sort of like fawn over the Yan'an spirit, it's called. Like the stories of fucking sacrifice and selflessness and courage and all that shit. And then that was where Mao got to rebuild the Red Army force, and that's actually where he became the head of the CCP in that area. But meow, good one. And I feel like what's happening here with Xi is that there's kind of like an effort to recreate that story or to repackage it for himself. I do wonder how much of the story is true, because apparently when you go to this exhibition, this BBC journalist went there, it's like plainclothes police officers or people like breathing down your neck to make sure that you're reporting things properly and shit like that. Make sure you're not there to cause any of a stir up. There aren't many 21st century leaders of whom you can say they lived in a cave and made it as a farmer before clawing their way to the political summit. But in control-conscious China, those facts could not possibly be allowed to speak for themselves. So I was marched around a museum extolling the good deeds that Xi did for his fellow villagers. And whenever my attention flagged, a gushing guide stepped forward to fill in narrative gaps. And I soon realized that what I'd mistaken for phalanxes of Communist Party pilgrims were actually propaganda officials. Also keeping an eye on me, rather than the museum exhibits, a liberal sprinkling of plainclothes police. Why the paranoia? But with regards to Mao, like Mao lost, I think, 2 children who disappeared and were just never found again because they had to get left behind on the march. I think one of his brothers got murdered. Yeah, Mao got completely fucked on his little journey up to his haven up in the northwest. And he that is partly, he already did kind of notice like the revolutionary potential of peasants, but he also had this thing about being kind of distinct from a lot of Marxists, because Marxists usually, or almost always, thought that the urban worker was going to be the core of the revolution, right? The ones who, they're all crammed into these small spaces with factories, they all see each other, they all understand each other, living in the same position, they understand that each other is in the same boat, so they unionize, and then that's when they realize their numbers and their strength and they threaten the enemy. Peasants were always scattered, they were much more tribal or much more family oriented or much more traditional, less well educated, so they were never really seen to have revolutionary potential. But Mao saw the peasants in China, especially the ones who were abused by these really predatory, parasitic feudal landlords, and he saw that these people were ripe for being radicalized, and sometimes they would even radicalize beyond the messaging of the party. So he always had this kind of like valuing of the sort of like the wisdom of the rural peasant, and he kind of like looked down. He was very populist in some ways. He was populist in the way that he had like a kind of distrust of intellectuals or established like bureaucracy, and he always had that kind of like an urban bias, and he would believe in these kind of like romantic ideals of self-sacrifice for a greater cause. And they say a lot, and that's why like there's a huge romantic story about his experience living in this really, really remote, poverty-stricken area in the north of China while he licks his wounds and obviously ends up defeating the nationalist government. Yeah, I've been enjoying my reading about Mao. Fuck. Why did he prioritize grain for the urban centers at the cost of peasants? I haven't got that far yet. Was that Stalin who did that, or did Mao do that as well? If Mao did do that, I don't know if he did, it would probably be because of industrialization and the need to industrialize quickly, etc. That kind of thing. Also, because ideology has contradictions, and ideology and political reality contradicts each other a lot as well. Mao also very much believed he was never really in line with the Leninist idea, because the Leninist idea was that although the urban worker was going to be like the vehicle of the revolution, he didn't trust them. They had to be guided by the intellectual gatekeepers of revolutionary thought, which was obviously the Communist Party. That's what Lenin believed. Mao had a much more organic view. He was actually kind of the opposite of Marx in this sense as well, because Mao believed that the decisive force in shaping history was people's thoughts. It was consciousness. So people with the right ideas and the right mindset and the right willpower could basically mold history almost in any way they wanted to. That was Mao's position, which is the total opposite of Marxism. Marxism is very much like you are brought into conditions that exist outside of you, independent of your will, and they are what guide the way that you think and the way that you respond to them. And that's why socialism is often seen as inevitable by them. For Mao, it was kind of different. For Mao, it was like fostering a revolutionary mindset in people. But he also believed that in some ways that the peasants were like the leaders, because the people would sort of guide the leaders as much as the leaders would guide the people. But obviously that's very incongruent, because Mao had these opinions and this kind of like fetishization almost of like the way that of the wisdom of the common man, but also he fostered a very like ideological puritanism and like very rigid dogma that resulted in him hunting down and witch hunting people who didn't conform. So there's a kind of incongruity there, right? Like it was, but that's just because that's how ideologies work. They tend to have a lot of unresolved questions, and Maoism has a lot of unresolved questions.
Yeah, one of the funniest things about people freaking out about the little red book thing and comparing it to Mein Kampf is that it just immediately shows that Americans do not know how to read, are inherently reactionary, inherently inherently anti-intellectual.
What the fuck have you read? What, like, tell us then. Explain to us why I don't know, what are the upper and lower estimates for the Great Leap Forward? What, between 25 million and 75? Explain to us exactly why it was all just born out of natural disaster, and there isn't actually government response, or it's all just mistakes, right? And it wasn't really like integral to the ideological positioning and the economic philosophy adopted by Mao. Explain to us why the purges were not like a huge fucking human rights, political and moral catastrophe where people could get fucking disappeared or tortured or executed or publicly humiliated or whatever for everything from being a pretty nasty parasitic landlord all the way down to having different opinions on how to run the economy. Like, tell us why with your fucking well-read wisdom retard.
Remember,
go on.
Mark Milley said he read Mao Zedong and everybody yelled at him. Okay?
Mark Milley said that he read people like Mao Zedong because he's talking about understanding adversaries and understanding different political forces in the world, not because he gets given a copy of the little red book and fucking comes all over it on a camera whilst running defense for that entire regime. Like, there's literally, why? What is it about Mao that you love so much? and why you think his achievements are take so much precedent over the amount of fucking failures? At the end of the day, Maoism failed. The regime survived, but the ideology failed. You never eventually saw what was expected to come from Maoism, which was the turning over of the ownership of the means of production into the hands of the workers. That ultimate goal, you never saw it. It didn't happen. And now in China, what the fuck do you have? You have success, and you have success largely based on the fact that they liberalized, that they found a way to become some of the most efficient, brutal, and ruthless capitalists in the fucking world but not needing any of that liberal democracy gay shit like that. Mark Milley read Mao. Jesus Christ. It's like me saying Finkelstein read like Herzl or some whatever. Whatever. It's funny that, like, man, what were Herzl's crimes compared to Mao's? What the fuck did Herzl do? Because it's funny that you talk about national heroes, and everyone has problematic national heroes. America has got like all the fucking slave owners or whatever else. Britain, we've got like people like fucking Churchill or King Henry VIII and all that stuff. Yeah, people have their, typically national stories are delusional. They're a suspension of disbelief. What in the fuck did Herzl do that compares to... What the fuck did Herzl do that compares to Mao? He went around the Ottoman Empire and annoyed the fuck out of the Sultan, pretending that he could deal with the Ottoman Empire's debts, failed to get any agreement on the Jewish homeland in Palestine. He was often at odds with the rest of the Zionist movement for quite a few reasons. In some ways, he barely understood a lot about what was happening with the Zionists when they were actually already in Palestine before he started writing about it. He went around Europe annoying fucking Jewish people and telling them to give them money. He opposed evictions, at least in part. Did people know that? The Sursuck purchases in the Jezreel Valley? Herzl opposed those. A lot of people don't know that. You got Herzl opposing evictions, despite the fact that it was like, by the laws of the land, they bought it. They could have evicted them legally, even by Ottoman standards. This was pre-World War I. But he didn't want to. Now, I know there are issues with Herzl. I know the criticisms of them. But damn, compared to fucking Mao? Dude, the fuck?
Mark Milley. American General Mark Milley was like, of course I read Mao Zedong. You have to read. Of
course I fucking soy-faced and glazed and came all over my fucking shorts because when someone gave me a copy of Mao's Red Book. Yeah, that's Mark Milley for you. Hang on. Herzl said he had a dream. True.
So to comment on that, do you remember what your line of questioning or thought was there?
Sure. First of all, on the issue of critical race theory, et cetera, I'll obviously have to get much smarter on whatever the theory is. But I do think it's important, actually, for those of us in uniform to be open-minded and be widely read. And the United States Military Academy is a university. And it is important that we train and we understand, and I want to understand white rage, and I'm white, and I want to understand it. So what is it that caused thousands of people to assault this building and try to overturn the Constitution of the United States of America? What caused that? I want to find that out. I want to maintain an open mind here, and I do want to analyze it. It's important that we understand that because our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians, they come from the American people. So it is important that the leaders, now and in the future, do understand it. I've read...
How can you read this and think it's an endorsement the same way you do it? God, he's so fucking thick, man. He's like, oh, what a stupid human being. What a brain-rotted fucking cunt.
I'll say tongue. I've read Karl Marx. I've read Lenin. That doesn't make me a communist. So what is
wait, what? Oh, that's actually quite different from Hassan's approach to reading these people then.
Wrong with understanding, having some situation.
I don't even know why I need to play it. God, it's so... No, I don't need to play it. It's so obvious. It's so obvious. Fuck.
General, our soldiers also have to read. And Americans reacted to that by saying he was woke and a homosexual.
And now we're just talking about something completely different. We're just talking about something completely separate, though. We're completely moved off from the fact that he's like a fucking Chairman Mao Glazer. It's the same as fawning over Stalin, dude. Why? These are, even if you think the famine was completely unavoidable, nothing to do with policy, the sparrows, whatever, big deal. even if you ignore all of that, the amount of people these guys murdered just for fucking opposing them politically and ideologically, where's that coming into your analysis?
Them piercing having purple-haired general. We are run by fucking baboons, okay? America is a country entirely comprised of cackling hyenas and absolute donkeys.
Yeah.
Okay? And at a certain point, we're going to need to fix it, okay? We're going to need to start reading again. We're going to need to start pumping.
You don't read, though. What the fuck are you reading? You don't read. I'd be surprised if you even went all the way through that fucking red book. You don't read. You read, well, I guess you read tweets. You watch fucking video essays. And you misunderstand everything. And you just kind of fill in the blanks and lie about history and politics. What the fuck do you read?
Imaginable amounts of funds into education initiatives. We have become...
I don't even think he actually cares that much about China or Chinese history. I don't think he actually gives that much of a shit about fucking... Because there are some, like, even reading about Mao's revolution or the Russian Revolution, there's a lot of interesting stuff in there, like Lenin in the fucking library in Switzerland, masterminding a revolution away in Russia, or the exile in Siberia, or Chairman Mao basically like having this... this political evolution based around what he saw and based on like the kind of spontaneity of the peasant movement and him being very aware of what was happening, even though no one who was advocating really intended that to happen, or with his strategizing when it came to weaponizing the peasantry and like adapting their policies in a way that would keep people ideologically on board. Sometimes they even made concessions with the middle class and like landowners in the rural areas if it would help them militarily. Him evolving his perspective over how to like action your political ideology through military means because of all the amount of threats that China and especially the communists were facing, about the experience in Yan'an with the fucking caves and how they had basically a bunch of people taking this very, very remote sort of like squalor destitute area and turning it into a base to launch one of the biggest events of the 20th century. The fact that when they were in that area, they actually even also managed to live a fairly the way that those communists lived when they were actually sort of building up and preparing to take over the rest of the country. They actually adopted a fairly like egalitarian lifestyle, the kind of lifestyle that people like Karl Marx would fantasize over. The fact that people would do political work in the day and then hard labor in the afternoon and then military training at night. Like that was like the very like the well-rounded sort of human being lifestyle that Karl Marx advocated for. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things about Mao. Like I would want to maybe go and visit fucking if it wasn't so surveilled, like that would be quite interesting, going and seeing Yan'an or going and seeing the places where the fucking Long March happened, or the fucking massacre where a bunch of people greeted the National Party to come in when there was a spontaneous urban worker revolt, and then they come in and Chiang Kai-shek fucking murders them all within a few days. There were so many things that you could do there, but I don't think Hassan's even really that interested in any of that stuff. Like he just seems to be, from what I've seen, he's just like wandering around looking at buildings with fucking lights on them and looking at trains and soying. He doesn't really seem to give much of a fuck about what's going on down there, or like the rich history of China, and even like the kind of like fascinating stories of Maoist rule in the CCP. But maybe, is he going to go to the place where they had the little meeting? Because it was in Shanghai, wasn't it? The place where they had their first meeting. The CCP, the 12 delegates. That's like a big landmark, isn't it? That's in Shanghai. You can surely go there. I know he doesn't want to go to fucking Xinjiang or whatever.
A backward
factory.
state. Okay? We're backwards. We're not even intellectually curious. We have no vision for a better future. We are absolutely stuck. Socialist mansion designer fits America. What? Oh man, I missed it. There was one who was immediately chirping. It makes me so sad. It makes me so sad that we're just like, What is this? Socialist mansion designer fits. America deserved 9/11 guy now doing tourism PR in an authoritarian state while calling everyone else sellouts. Consistency king right here. Yeah, Mao was one of the most accomplished generals of the 20th century. Yes, definitely. As far as guerrilla warfare tactics and whatnot, but also like kind of dry. Not gonna lie, no, that was pretty good. I mean, he's a good summary of Hasanabi's entire worldview destroyed. Consistency. We are intellectually lazy, not just incurious, oversimplified.
Mao was a good general. How was he? Let's rate his performance as a political leader.
And reducing everything to false equivalencies. No, it's that, but it's also, it makes me so.
Mao, let's run that way, Zedong. Dude.
Sad because I love America. Okay. I'm not a very patriotic person, but I love Americans. And I love the promise of America. I love the potential of America. It's the wealthiest nation on the planet. There are so many people that want to do better.
I do wonder if Mao would have succeeded. And obviously this is like a big question. I think it's fairly easy. It's fairly arguable. I do wonder how Mao would have fared if maybe two things happened. One, if the Kuomintang was not so stuck in the mud and was actually willing to make a decent effort at establishing a kind of like capitalist liberal democracy. if they decided to go that way, obviously they did not give a fuck about trying that. But also if Japan hadn't invaded China, because when Japan invaded China, the people who bore the brunt of that were the nationalist movement. And that gave Mao quite a lot of the advantage because the Japanese had the power to overrun the cities, but in terms of the peasantry in the villages, I guess they had the ability to go and plunder and fucking steal and rape and murder and all that. But as far as clearing and holding, they did not do that much of that compared to the cities. And obviously that was where the guerrilla movement and the rebels from Mao were able to get a bit of an advantage. And the Kuomintang were obviously so demoralized and fucked after that war that it was kind of surprisingly short. Because the CCP, the communists, they were outnumbered after World War II by the Kuomintang. The nationalists had, I think, 4 men for every communist fighter. And they had better weapons. They had American weapons. But, shit. I do wonder how that would have gone had Japan not invaded China. But then also, I wonder what would have happened in China had the Western allies not passed what they did in Versailles. You know, China kind of had their own Treaty of Versailles equivalent, right? They had it was Section 8 of the Paris Peace Conference. They had their own thing here because in World War I, Japan snatched a bit of land in China that was being run by Germany. And because the Allies wanted Japan to intervene in the war, they secretly promised Japan that they could give them this land if Japan intervened against the Germans. And they did. So when the war ends, this Versailles Peace Conference, they decide to hand over this Chinese territory over to Japan for good. And that sparks a wave of student protests, but it also affected the intellectuals because the intellectuals in China before this, many of them were actually liberal. They were liberal cosmopolitans and nationalists. They wanted democracy and they, to a degree, wanted markets and things like that. But I think because the Western nations basically fleeced them in this agreement to get Japan's support and to keep Japan from walking out of the peace conference. Don't ask how Germany got that territory. Yeah. In any case, if the Chinese hadn't been done in by the European powers, maybe those intellectuals would have stayed actually in favor of that kind of like the advanced Western nation ideology. Because before that, a lot of them were. A lot of these people in the CCP, these original members, were converts. They were people who at one point or another converted to Marxist-Leninism. Before that, a lot of them were very open to Western European liberalism. But then obviously afterwards, they still had no love for the sort of like Chinese traditional mindset. But they also really were against Western imperialism by that point. They thought the Western imperial powers had fucked them over, and they kind of had. So what was the answer to that? Well, what's Western and modern, but also anti-imperialist? Marxism. So that was one way for the Chinese intellectual, but that was I think quite largely spurred by the May 4th protests, 1919, because that kind of killed a lot of their faith in Western liberalism. Huh. But it's okay. Maybe our well-read streamer has something to say about it.
For one another, and we're just constantly stuck in this never-ending a spiral of death and destruction. You know, like think about it this way. People say, I love China, I love China, I so love China. Motherfucker, I'm one of the only goddamn content creators out here that actually makes his merchandise in the United States of America with union hands. Okay? How many fucking right-wing Republicans, how many fucking liberals you know that actually make their own merchandise in China because it's much cheaper.
So you don't buy. So yes, you can afford to not buy their products, but you support them politically and ideologically, and you go and do a fucking tour glazing the shit out of them, and conveniently enough, not really bringing that much attention to all their abuses when you're there.
And they can make a way higher profit margin as opposed to your boy. Okay.
Actual fucking loser, man. God damn it. What a silly person. What's this?
Thought about it for a brief moment, which is that China is just another country, just like any other country.
That's always the line these guys use. I've heard people do this before as well. It's just another country, yeah, just like any old other. I love it how I love it how fucking Israel doesn't get to exist as long as it remains an ethno-state, but then Hanification, re-education camps for Uyghurs, that's just another country doing that.
Country.
Okay.
There's good, there's bad, there's criticisms that you can make, which I do. And also, there's a lot of good. The people are great. The food is amazing. The culture is amazing. And I am very fortunate.
Hong Kong is really feeling just how much it's another country. Yeah.
I'm very fortunate to be able to...
Taiwan about to feel what another country is, what just any other country is like. Fuck me.
Actually experience it firsthand, right? But of course, all the foreign affairs people who are aware of me are not very fond of my... they're not very fond of my China trip.
I can't believe he said that what I was doing was a propaganda tour after this. Fuck my ass, man. Listen, I told you before, okay? I'm very sorry to all the detractors. I didn't obsess over this guy enough. I don't hate him enough. I haven't hated him enough. God damn it, man. I'm going to go to the ends of the earth to get some fucking concession that, okay, now we know what the difference is between a propaganda tour and going to a country and learning stuff about it. and hearing different opinions from different factions. God fucking damn it. Remember, if he wants to match me going to talk to Mustafa Barghouti and give a very low, limited pushback interview while he's telling me that it's a genocide and all this shit, he knows he can't do the equivalent of that in China. He cannot do it. He doesn't want to, but he can't do it. To be fair, he just said that because you're with Destiny. No, he said it because he is a dishonest fucking cunt, is why. The fact that I'm with Destiny, if that informs his decision, then fuck him. Man, me and Destiny got in so much fucking shit from Israelis for not tweeting stuff that they wanted us to. God, we reported on that. We tweeted out about that fruit market getting smashed up by the IDF in a raid. And they were like, oh, good that you asked the Palestinians what happened. Where's the other side of the story? Dude. Let me see. Ramallah fruit market. Where is it? It was mainly a Kfar Qasim propaganda tour. Hell yeah. Yes, it was. Look, man. Bro.
We're meeting friends over here.
Meanwhile, Mr. fucking TSA.
At the bottom.
Look at this guy. Is this part of the propaganda?
Borin? No, not in Borin. They're coming from over here. From Ramallah.
Oh, he heard Ramallah.
Don't worry, it's okay. No, not okay.
No, not okay.
He's one of the crazy.
Wait, this fucking disgusting.
We are meeting a friend.
From where?
From Ramallah. Yes, because
Why you meeting friend from Ramallah?
Because YouTubers who are doing about
Look at him.
the
Come around
Holy
the
Land,
corner.
who want Israel, Palestinians. What do they want? Do they want peace? Do they not want peace?
No.
That's the idea.
No.
For YouTube.
Dama.
What? So, what?
It's not a good place.
Hi. Hi. Sorry, I'm with another soldier. I'll call you back.
By the way, you understand that this man is a terrorist, right? This man is a fucking de facto, he's like a quasi-warlord in the region. He goes down, he got sanctioned by Biden's government for going down to this town here, Borin, and fucking burning down fields and throwing rocks at people and shooting at people and harassing families. Like this guy, sanctions which were undone by the Trump administration, by the way. Well done. 1-to-1, retard. Look at it, this guy's a fucking psycho. This inbred fucking hick, hillbilly terrorist cunt.
Okay, bye.
Just part of the propaganda tour, you know?
What?
Give me your passport.
give me all your passports. I'm going to keep a hold of them. I'm going to keep them inside my fucking dusty settler mobile.
So people outside can understand what Israelis do, what Israelis feel, and what Palestinians feel.
Do you need the
passport?
Look at this guy breaking so many laws.
Come here.
You should have refused to give him the passport. What? The fucking ideological, radical terrorist zealot with a gun? No thanks, buddy. No, I will do so many things for this man as long as he's got that gun on his fucking side. Sorry. Profiling us and shit.
The last photo.
Man, knowing what my name is on my passport, giving it to, oh God, I was fucking bricking it. Oh God.
Oh God, no. Jesus.
Should have gone full Jonathan Wick TV on him. Never seen a military weapon before. What are you talking about? Of course I've seen military weapons. I've been to Lebanon under Syrian occupation. And I know that when those people have guns near you, you shut the fuck up. It's shut the fuck up Friday and Tuesday and Wednesday.
Do people think this worked like with the IDF, or do you think he's
a soldier?
By the way, Corey I think he's trying to calm us down. This guy is not a soldier. This guy is he's a security guard. He's not IDF, right? He's a fucking... He's a renegade.
I'm assuming he lives here.
Yeah.
Soldier.
Sure. Should be interviewing these guys.
He's a bandit. Just quickly disassemble it if he points it at you. You guys are brilliant. Yeah.
4K footage of your ass.
Yeah?
There, yeah.
What is that? What's that?
Nothing.
No, I won't. I think it's the 360. I just bought.
Man.
So, what's the problem?
Because in Israel, you don't go to Israel people and the Palestinian people.
Yeah.
And Israel
This is
people.
apartheid, buddy. Welcome. This is such good propaganda for the state of Israel, isn't it? This makes the state of Israel look so fucking cool. This makes everyone love Jews. This guy's giving me no anti-Semitic feelings whatsoever. I'm definitely not appearing on Anti-Semite of the Week with the amount of fucking adjectives I have for this man.
You're all going to Israel, all going to Palestine. You cannot go.
Why? As tourists. Come on.
Yeah.
Tourists can. But don't you want people outside to know what the Israelis think, what the Palestinians think?
Yeah, as a tourist, you can go into fucking Ramallah. You can drive from Ramallah to fucking Tel Aviv. You can you're allowed to do all that shit. These guys are just fucking, this guy's a cunt. This guy he's just making his own rules because he's the boss. He's the warlord, the inbred hillbilly fucking warlord of the territory. I didn't even decide to call him that. It was I read the article that I read about him when he was sanctioned. Called him that.
Israel.
Yeah, but it's Shabbat, so
no,
I can't film.
No,
I can't film in Itar.
No.
Tomorrow, yes.
If I have an Israeli friend that wants to chat, is that okay or no?
No.
No? Okay.
Moses.
He wants you to speak to his Israeli friend. Ooh, bugs. So the idea is on YouTube to show what Palestinians say and what Israelis say.
Wait, who is the one who voted against releasing the Epstein files? Who's the number one? Who's the one person? Higgins. Should have told him you're Scottish James Bond. Yeah. Clay Higgins. Okay. Nice one. It was Jeffrey Epstein. Why is he not won it? What's his story? Let's see on this channel. Where's the Ramallah one? It was near the end, wasn't it? Lebanese border. Street vendor, Mustafa. Was it here? No, not fucking Yishai. Where's Ramallah? Wait, is it because he called? No, he didn't call Ramallah. Oh yeah, yeah. All right.
You here last week that the IDF came into Ramallah the entire fruits and vegetables market? You want that for your coverage, Yubel?
Say again?
The IDF came to raid the West Bank the other day, and they burned the whole fruits and vegetables market. So you'll see everything burnt if you want.
Yeah.
Oh, that's actually part of the propaganda though, because we want to go and see how fucking based the IDF operation was.
What did they
That's
import
why we went there.
most of that?
I wonder if this has us talking to the guys. What a shot, man, this guy. What an aura farmer. I don't know why. I don't know why Israelis just they don't know, they can't farm aura like this. They can never do it. I think he's the guy I was talking to. Does he mean peace? No, I think that means it's to kill Jews. That's what that means.
Oh yeah, don't lose this. It's important. Whose is this? Oh, it's yours. Yeah, don't lose it. So wait, what are we waiting for? I want my passport.
Shwaya, shwaya.
What are we waiting for?
Shwaya.
Would it help to show like a YouTube channel or?
Do you want to see the YouTube channel?
No.
Okay.
Is that a no or a?
That's a no.
Okay.
Oh, I heard yeah.
Dude, I can't.
Where's your buddy Benny?
True, actually.
You go call him Benny Mo.
What's the name of this area?
It's Har.
We should have the interview with like a former prime minister first.
Can he sit inside? He need the sun.
My son.
The sun, it's strong.
Canada, you don't have sun?
No sun in Canada.
No?
No.
We're okay.
Look at me, I'm covered in fucking dirt and shit.
Not as much.
Look at that.
We're okay.
All the chaos. All the fucking fighting, all the scrapping, the propaganda mess. Anyway. Damn. So it's all that your face never shows up on stream. True. Or on frame. Whoop. Is this the right video link? I need some clips. I need some clips of all the of all the shit that we did in this tour that was like complete fucking anti-propaganda. Those shekels get what they pay for. Post the interviews. Yeah, maybe. Send me the footage. Yeah, I'll give you the files. Let's do that. No footage did not get destroyed. The only thing that got destroyed was a bridge. Get it? Yeah, I saw 427 to 1. Good one. Good memes. Release the loaner files. True. It's just that there's so much footage, man. There's also stuff that I took on my phone as well. Did someone say Destiny's hoarding? No, not that I know of. I've never heard of this. Wasn't Settler Vosh's real name Levi Filant? It was Yitzhak Levi Filant. Yes, we have a Google Drive though. And all the other things, Dropbox, downloads, whatever the fuck. Ugh. No, it's not all on the Camera Dude's channel. Those are highlights that he posted. There is so much footage. You have no fucking idea. It is an ungodly amount of footage. There was one day where we went our separate ways. So I filmed for a day and he filmed for a day. There's so much footage. What did you do that day? That was when I went to Lebanon, or to the border, to the north. Okay. We've done stream segments with the footage. I did a stream segment on that fucking settler dude, on Mr. Warlord, and also did one on Yishai. That's Dr. Goldstein based. Israel attacked a Hamas compound in Lebanon, at least 11 dead. Ooh. Ooh, shit. I think the Lebanese government is going to be put into a very difficult position if those strikes become too aggressive. Because it makes the government look really bad every time it happens. that these strikes just keep happening. Because the government can't establish its own sovereignty or whatever the fuck. At least that's what the Israeli claim is. Oh. It's against Hamas, I guess. Yeah, but no one gives a fuck about who it's against. It's just the fact that Lebanon's territory is getting bombed by Israel. They do not really care about who it's targeting. Wait, really? Oh, this is interesting. Wait, what happens here? Hamas in Lebanon? Yeah, of course, yeah. What do you think runs a lot of those refugee camps? The Lebanese government. Would you consider Yishai a combatant? Not actively, no. He is armed, but I don't know if he's ever gone out and looked for fucking scraps by himself. Like, federal judges block Texas from using redrawn congressional maps that would boost the GOP in the 2026 midterms. So what happens? Wait, what happens now? Does that mean that... Is this the thing that Newsom responded to with California? Does that mean that... Does that mean that Newsom keeps the redistricting and Texas doesn't get it? Wait, what? Or it goes to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court's going to say, well, Newsom done it. That would be quite funny if the Republican one fails, because Newsom used this. Because Newsom, remember, in California, they moved districting over to an independent body, right? They took it out of partisan politics as much as they could. And then Newsom was like, let's bring it back. and obviously that was like an unpopular thing. I think it only had like a third approval when he started the campaign. But then obviously he got it over the line because he was appealing to what Texas did. We're fighting. But now they get it and then Texas doesn't. That would be a very good twist. That's like a very, whoa. That's what you get for fucking around. You fuck around and find out. Could have just left everything as it was. Shit. Not good for the Reds, man. Not a good day for the Reds. They need that redistricting as well. That would be very, very funny and very deserved of the Republicans for playing with fire in that way, right? It's like you're having a fight with it's like one of those fight videos where one guy suddenly decides it's okay to hit in the balls or to hit faces or whatever, and then the other guy just ends up fucking smacking their balls with a fucking brick, and they're like, "Well, whose idea was that?" Dead air. Yep. 100%. That's what that is. But okay. Hang on, what was the yeah. No, I'll do that tomorrow. Fuck, I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. We do one more. One more of these goo. What? Coo, swallow, gobble, stole, motor, scarf, take. App, honk, stand, hoot, shawl, Sam, bear, rap. 1 second. Okay, I can only see donos. Hang on. Fuck, wait, what's happening? What's the thing doing? Oh, wait, what? Okay, I'll just turn it off. Can I recommend a research topic? Yeah, maybe. I need to do some research stuff off stream as well, though. I need to talk to you specifically, Gillard. I need to speak to you. Shit. Fuck. All right, wait. Sam. Swallow. You can swallow. You can scarf. Gobble. And what? Honk. Honk down. Nice. Coo. Rap. Honk. Hoot. I don't know what coo means. I know in Scottish it means cow, but it's not going to mean that, is it? Fuck. Fuck. Motor. App. Dude, I have no idea. Oh. Cuckoo could be like it's like bird noises. Honk, hoot, coo. Swallow's a bird, but it's not a bird noise. Shawl, Sam, bear, app, gobble. Turkeys. It's the gobble gobble. Onomatopoeia. Nice. Bear. Stand. I can't bear this. I can't stand this. I can't take this. Can't swallow this. All right. Shawl. Scarf. Oh! Wrap. App. I don't fucking. What? No, wait. Wait. Oh, fuck. Scarf. Wrap shawl. I think a Sam might be a thing. But what's motor goo stole app? Fuck. I don't know what the other one is. Oh, shit. App? I don't think motor would be that, would it? Fuck! It must be goo or stole, right? Goo? No! Fuck me. It must be stole. It's not motor. We've tried everything. Jesus Christ. What is app, goo, motor, and Sam? Cell phone. Oh. Shut up. No heckin' way. That was disgusting. Why is my thing not working that it can show me donos? Why is it not doing that? That's weird. All right. Nerve, gravy, dive, frosting, cheek, splash, treasure bonus, extra sauce value, swim, brass, savor, dip, relish. Well, you can have the brass, you can have the cheek, you can have the nerve, and you can have the sauce. No? Wait. Is it sauce? Relish, dip. So I think it is still sauce, though, isn't it? Is it splash? Hey, yeah, brashness. Good one. That's the purple one. Fuck me. Dip. Wait. Swim. Splash, dive. Dip. Uh-huh. Savor, relish. Value, treasure. Good one. Good one. Additional benefit. Nice. Okay, get me out of here. You have someone for me to raid. Oh. Okay. Suppose we can do that. You ain't got the gravy box. I clearly don't. You should check stream chat before you go. What, in the Discord? That stream chat. It's just my face being dumb. Whatever, thank you. I see that every day. Don't worry. Did we cover anything that was in the stream title today? Yeah, I guess we did. All right. Okay, I need to get out of here. Come on. Where's the thing? Hey. I need the thing. Redirect to this guy. Go. Get me out of here. Bye. Bye.